The story begins with a world where powerful beasts and humans coexist. Here, owning a powerful and rare beast means everything. They are able to control the elements, and their power can bring the world to ruin. And the one who is at the top of this world is a guy named Su Liang. Because his beast is a moon butterfly morpho. It is a rare beast that only exists in legends, which is able to not only manipulate the space-time dimension, but also has immortality. What is more remarkable is the crescent moons in his eyes, shining with a dazzling light. The love, affection, and favor of the moon god, all of this is reflected in his eyes. In this world, countless people look at him with hope and awe, and call him the Moon King. Among the tall buildings under the bright sky, a black dragon flies. Su Liang sits on a chair at a table on which there is a computer, and putting his hand on the keyboard, says that it is amazing. With the legend of the mighty beast and his strange appearance, he managed to rise to the top of the world and gain 1 million loyal followers. Can anything compare to this? Su Liang stretched out a shaking finger to the computer screen that showed his face and said that it could be. After thinking carefully, he found something even more amazing. He pointed at himself with a surprised expression and said loudly that the Moon King Su Liang was himself. This young man was Su Liang, who had been transported from the Earth of the 21st century to the world of beast tamers a few hours ago. At the same time, he received fragments of the memories of the previous owner of this body. All because the invincible Moon King accidentally fell out of bed while sleeping and fell to his death. If he had just now been transported to this world, he would certainly have considered it a great success. Su Liang, with a drop of sweat on his face, looked forward and said that something was wrong with his status. He slams his fists on the table and looks at the system window, which notifies that the beast tamer Su Liang is a 1-star and his companion beast is a low-level flickering butterfly moon team contract beast. He points an angry finger at the system window and loudly says that the companion beast of the Moon King is not a legendary level morpho butterfly at all. Su Liang puts his chin on the table with a resigned look, and the memories of the previous owner come to his mind. He awakened a companion at the age of 14, and he is the best freshman student of the Moon Beast Taming Academy, and at 15 he received the title of the Moon King. At 16, Su Liang founded the Twin Moon Doctrine. 1 million followers revere him as the head of the doctrine. At 17, on the eve of receiving his academic degree, the Cold Moon Lord declared war on him. The decisive battle will take place in 3 years. He thinks that all this was a lie. It's just terrible. In fact, the original owner did not lie to anyone. He really believed that he was strong. And he also firmly believed that his shimmering butterfly was the reincarnation of a divine beast, which would reveal its true form when faced with a mortal threat. The previous owner of Su Liang's body stands under the rays of light and stretches out his finger upwards, saying that the coming will happen, you just need to believe. This is a fragment from the collection of favorite phrases of the Moon King. Even when he came face to face with the ruler of the Cold Moon, an 8-star beast tamer, he did not show an ounce of fear. Su Liang puts his hand on his face and loudly says that where does he get so much self-confidence from? He has had enough. Perhaps he himself would have believed it if he had not read the characteristics. Su Liang calmly thinks that no matter what, he will see what his beast is like. A beautiful shimmering butterfly illuminated by the light flies towards him. Su Liang looks at her with a dumbfounded expression. He stretches out his hands to the butterfly in the sphere that hits his cheek with admiration on his face, thinking that it is very beautiful. Su Liang looks forward with a humble expression, thinking that it is completely useless. He looks down with a sad expression, wondering what to do. Not only will he have to fight the Cold Moon Lord in 3 years, but he will not be able to counter the elite of the academy. Unless he has some kind of unfair trick like a golden finger, then defeating the Cold Moon Lord will be something out of the realm of impossibility. It seems that he really does have something like a golden finger. In the deep memories of the previous owner, a mystical item is mentioned. It is unknown where it came from, but the strange thing is that the original owner decided to completely ignore it, and its name is the Book of the Moon. Su Liang looks at the book in his hand with a look of admiration that is emitting a strong light and asks, "Is this an illustrated reference book?" He puts his finger on the page of the book that has low-level creatures written on it, and thinks that the reference book will be activated if he touches the actual beasts mentioned in it. Just like in some game, if you accumulate enough points, the reference book can give you a beast of an unknown level through a lottery. Su Liang turns the page and looks at the page that does not show the picture of the moon morpho butterfly, but it is written about it, and thinks that everything is clear to him now. The owner originally rejected this book because it denied what he firmly believed in, which was owning a moon morpho butterfly. He holds his hand in front of him with a puzzled look that is emitting a yellow light and thinks that this is not surprising. Su Liang crosses his arms in front of him with an excited look and says loudly that he is in the Moon Beast Academy, so there are moon-type beasts everywhere. It won't be difficult to touch them. It would be nice to accumulate 10 attempts and use them at once. Who knows, maybe he'll even get a morpho-moon butterfly then. He puts on his cloak to leave the room and thinks that it's too early for him to think about the battle that awaits him in 3 years. First of all, he needs to become stronger as quickly as possible, and until that happens, he needs to make sure that no one will reveal him. Sometime later, in the elite dormitory of the Lunar Beast Taming Academy, Bayura holds a grass in her hand and feeds it to a low-level moon rabbit of the waning moon essence, saying that he's a good boy and should eat. Su Jing stands with her arms crossed and says that she feeds these low-level beasts all the time. What will she do if they really become attached to her? Bayura holds the grass in her hand forward with a smile on her face and tells her not to be afraid. Of course, she won't make a contract with a low-level moon rabbit. She's just playing and there's nothing to worry about. Su Jing walks towards her with an angry expression and loudly asks, "Why is it not a big deal?" Bayura is an elite of the academy. If she spends too much time playing with low-level beasts, she will be unable to attract powerful beasts. She crosses her arms with an excited expression and loudly says that the Moon King would never touch these beasts. Not to mention the mid-level and high-level small fish, it is not a fact that he will even give a high-level beast a glance when passing by. Su Jing confidently places one hand on her hip and raises the other in front of her, extending a finger upwards and loudly says that his moon butterfly morpho cannot stand the smell of low-level creatures. The moon rabbit runs towards Su Liang's leg. They turn around with surprised expressions. Su Jing with flushed cheeks puts his hands on his face looking at Su Liang and thinks that those overpowering crescent eyes, just one look is enough to make one desire and completely submit. Su Liang looks at them with an arrogant expression and wonders, is this a cat girl? He turns back and without looking at them thinks that he should not look at them. After all, the Moon King is famous for avoiding contact with beasts and does not touch them. After all, he had better leave here quickly. After a while, in the Moonlight Pavilion, Su Liang looks up at the glittering moon. He says with an admiring expression, "This is what the Moonlight Pavilion is like." Su Liang walks to the door where the stars in the sky can be seen and thinks that given the number of low-level beasts that live in the pavilion, if he can unlock them all, he will definitely be able to perform at least one extraction. He steps forward in the closed room with shining balls flying around. Su Liang extends his finger towards one glowing ball and it begins to disintegrate into many beams. The system window notifies that a new beast has been unlocked and the number of illuminated illustrations in the reference book has been increased. Various low-level beasts appear in front of him. He looks at them with a surprised expression and thinks, does the moon book, in addition to everything else, display information about specific beasts and their combat skills? Su Liang clenches his fists with a smile on his face and walks forward among the beasts, thinking that this is to be expected from a golden finger. The fox looks forward with a surprised expression on his face. He walks forward with an admiring look among the beasts flying past. Su Liang looks at the door near which trees grow and thinks that it is very deserted here. Low-level beasts do not come here either. Apparently, this is the domain of a mid-level beast. He opens the door with his hand and enters a large, bright room. Su Liang looks forward with a surprised expression on his face. A moon huntress with purple horns lies in the center of the room on a pillow near the window with a shining purple crescent moon in the window. He walks towards her and thinks that this is a moon huntress. Su Liang looks at the computer in the room where it is written that this is a snow-white doe, a mid-level moon-type beast. One of the most beautiful and rare representatives of the middle level. She has a calm nature and loves to eat grass, bathe in the rays of the moonlight. Due to their species characteristic, which is extreme pickiness when choosing a partner, today the number of representatives of the species has become extremely small. At the moment, only the Moon God Palace still has a base for growing and breeding purebred snow-white fallow deer. With a drop of sweat on his face, he wonders if he should have lied. This is just an ordinary beast. The man with a surprised face enters the room and asks, is it true that visiting the Moonlight Pavilion is free? Then why does the Academy spend so much money on maintaining one middle-level beast? He has not seen a single beast that would be treated like that. The second man with a malicious smile on his face covers his face with his hand and asks if it is possible that the reason is in her attractiveness index? Doesn't it really occur to him, looking at her beauty, that he would not refuse her? The moon huntress with beautiful purple eyes turns her head in their direction. The man with a smile on his face puts his hand in front of him, stretching it forward, and says that it is possible that some rich people are into this kind of thing. He does not say that he himself would do such a thing. But he understands him, right? The second man with a surprise on his face looks at the water pouring from above onto the man's head. They look forward with surprise on their faces, not understanding what happened. The moon huntress, with an angry look, puffing out her cheeks, looks at them. The man runs to the door at high speed and asks if she really understood their conversation. The second man, with a drop of sweat on his face, runs to the door and, turning back, loudly says that they say that among the mid-level beasts there are those who have high intelligence. It is better to leave here quickly. Su Liang, with a drop of sweat on his face, thinks that this moon huntress looks very beautiful, so the thoughts of doing something to her are understandable to some extent. And now he finally understands why there are so many mixed races in this world. The moon huntress looks at him with a puzzled expression. She looks at his face with surprise on her face and thinks that these are those eyes. The moon huntress comes closer to Su Liang and looks at him. She brings her face close to his face and sniffs it. Su Liang raised his hand with a bright aura coming from it and looked at the book that appeared there. The moon huntress steps aside with an angry expression and looks at him. He looks at the book with amazement on his face, where it is written that a new beast has been unlocked. The number of illuminated illustrations in the reference book has increased. She is a top-level moon huntress. Su Liang looks at the book with a surprised expression and wonders, how is this possible? This is not some spotted deer, but a top-level beast that can destroy cities and sweep away countries? Top-level beasts are the embodiment of greatness, a creature that commands myriads of beasts. Just the mere manifestation of his overwhelming aura is enough to kill the weak creatures in the area. And if he gets angry, he can raise everything within a radius of several hundred kilometers to the ground. Why is this moon hunter within the academy? The entire academy could blow up at any moment. He needs to calm down since this monster has decided to lead a quiet and peaceful life here. Perhaps she has a calm personality, and the school administration knows that she will not harm people so easily. Otherwise, those two students would not have gotten off so easily. However, he also cannot rule out the possibility that she was simply trying to deceive everyone. Like the protagonists of books who hide their true strength. Unlike her, his situation is really bad. He has neither strength nor helpers. All he can do now is to instill fear in others with his reputation. Su Liang and the moon hunter look at the computer with information about her. He looks at her with a drop of sweat on his face and thinks that he can see that she also knows that there is something wrong with her information index. Su Liang looks at the angry moon hunter with a surprised expression, who is preparing to attack, and thinks that she is about to attack him. Has he really lingered here for so long that she has realized that her true identity might be revealed? He calmly walks forward and laughs and says that this mid-level snow-white doe is so beautiful that he has been unconsciously looking at her all this time. Su Liang, with a frightened expression, thinks that no matter what reason she is here, in any case, the main thing now is not to be the one to blame. He looks around and walks forward, thinking that he should pretend to be an aesthete for a while and then leave. Su Liang leaves the room and runs forward at high speed. At the same time, the moon hunter looks at the door with a surprised expression and thinks that it is the man with the patterns in his eyes. Who is he anyway? The moon huntress takes out her phone from under the blanket and searches for the man with the crescent moon eyes. She puts her foot on the phone and presses search. The moon huntress thinks with a surprised expression that it is him. After some time in the dormitory area, Su Liang scratches his head and says that it was dangerous. In general, someone is clearly not right in the head. Keeping this moon huntress here is like putting a tyrannosaurus in a zoo. Besides, despite her appearance, she can kill several tyrannosaurs with one foot. He calmly puts his hand on his heart and thinks that if he met this moon huntress in some forests, he would definitely die. After all, only a top-level beast can compare with a top-level beast. And his companion beast is just a beautiful decoration of the lowest level. If not for the golden finger, everything would be bad. When he was in the Moonlight Pavilion, the reference book displayed not only the category of beasts, but also showed their combat skills. Su Liang, with a confident smile on his face, thinks that this means that he will be able to know all the abilities of the beasts he comes into contact with. He covers his face with a grin on his face with one hand, and stretches out his other hand forward and laughs loudly, says that he has all her secrets. Su Liang, looking around, goes forward and holding a book in his hand says that he should find some small beast to confirm everything. He looks at the moon rabbit standing near the fountain with surprise on his face, and wonders if this is the moon rabbit he saw during the day. Su Liang, with surprise on his face, knelt down on one knee and looking at the moon rabbit, says that this is strange. According to the setting of this world, when under the moonlight, all normal moon-type beasts experience a big change in personality, becoming violent and hot-tempered. Of course, their fighting ability and physical performance also increase dramatically. Then why doesn't he react to the moon? The moon rabbit looks at him with a calm expression. Su Liang wonders with a surprised expression, is he also hiding his true strength? He stands up from his kneeling position with a horrified expression and steps back, thinking that he has an imperturbable expression, typical of kings. It is possible that he has encountered a big boss who can give a head start to the highest level beasts. Su Liang extends a trembling hand towards the moon rabbit and hums a song. He brings his hand to its face and thinks that now, with the encyclopedia function of the moon book, he will tear off its mask and find out what kind of deity it is. Su Liang kneels down and strokes the moon rabbit's head with his hand. He looks at the open book from which rays of light are emanating, and it says that this is the moon rabbit, his waning moon essence. The waning moon essence is a genetic defect caused by the body's innate weakness, due to which it is unable to strengthen at night by absorbing moonlight. The owner of the waning moon essence can only gain combat capability on the night of the full moon. Su Liang looks at the book in his hand with a surprised expression and thinks, so he is even worse than the low-level beasts. He puts his hand on his face with a disappointed look and says, what did he expect? Is it really destined for him to be destined to bypass luck? Baiyue stands behind the building next to Su Liang and a phone and beast treats fall from her hands to the ground. The phone that fell to the ground had a search for who the Moon King is. Su Liang turned his head towards the sounds with a surprised look. She hides behind the wall of the building and looks at him. Baiyue puts her hand on the wall of the building with an astonished expression and looks forward from behind it, and thinks, is it really the Moon King who is petting a low-level moon rabbit? Did she accidentally reveal the secret of the Moon King? After a while, Baiyue enters the dorm room. Su Jing turns his head towards her with a mask on and asks if she has finally come. She asks with an interested look what is the matter. Baiyue with a drop of sweat on her face asks her if she thinks there is a possibility that the Moon King actually likes small animals. Su Jing looks at her with a surprised look and asks if she really broke her brain during class. She clenches one of her hands into a fist with a smile on her face and says with a laugh that she is just joking. Baiyue walks into her room and thinks, what does it mean that the arrogant Moon King can be like this? She puts her hand on her chest with her mouth slightly open and wonders if she is the only one in the world who knows about this side of him. At the same time, there are buildings under the starry night sky. Su Liang calmly puts his hand on the door handle and thinks that although someone saw the scene of his deviation from the created image, after thinking carefully, he now thinks that it turned out to be a pretty good mo, built on contrast. Surely girls who read books about love for bad boys like such twists. Anyway, come what may, having suffered all day, the only thing he can think of now is how to quickly go to bed. He looks forward in amazement, and with a drop of sweat running down his face. In the dark room, a humanoid beast stands and clenches his fists, looking down. Su Liang with a surprised face wonders who it is? Something is wrong here. Such a physique cannot belong to a person. Could it be a humanoid beast? What is more important is this oppressive feeling, even stronger than the one emanating from the Moon Hunter. The humanoid beast confidently walks towards him. He can't even move with a terrified expression, and thinks that this terrifying aura is beyond all imaginable limits. The humanoid beast kneels down and bows its head to Su Liang. She says that she welcomes him, the Moon King and the Moon Sovereign. He looks at her with a calm expression, and thinks that he seems to know her. According to the memories of the previous owner, this must be one of the beasts of the 4 phases of the Twin Moon teachings. But which one is she? They stand opposite each other without saying a word. The humanoid beast with a drop of sweat on its face thinks that there is no doubt that this is the Moon King, the strongest beast tamer in this world, a living legend. Even without saying a single word, it exudes such majesty and holiness. Su Liang, with a confused expression, thinks that he really can't remember her. With a drop of sweat on his face, he brings his fist to his mouth and coughs, asking, "What's the matter?" She raises her head with confidence, and says that according to the information from their followers in the central region, the activity of the remnants of the Black Moon sect has increased sharply in the central continent recently. Moreover, it seems that they have come into close contact with the beast tamers of the Moon God Palace. Su Liang wonders with a puzzled expression, what is the Moon sect and why this name did not evoke any response in his memory. The humanoid beast looks at the kneeling lord with a surprised expression and asks what happened. He extends his hand towards her and loudly tells her to stand there and be quiet. She must not open her mouth under any circumstances. He will remember everything now. She looks at him with a puzzled expression and cannot say a word. In his phone search, it was written that the Black Moon sect was once a moon-type faction located in the northern region. The followers of the sect believed in the mythical Black Moon Death Palace, which contained a certain divine power that could turn the moon black for several days. 3 years ago, the Black Moon sect had an open confrontation with the newly prosperous Twin Moon teachings, and were completely destroyed in one full moon night. Su Liang looked at the phone in his hand with a smile on his face, and said that he remembered now. With a drop of sweat on his face, he thought that it turned out that the problem was not with him. They were such a weak teaching that even the original owner did not pay any attention to them. The humanoid beast kneeled with his hand on the floor and said that the Black Moon sect itself really did not deserve their concern. However, the Moon God Palace was also involved, so the nature of the matter changed. Su Liang thought about the Moon God Palace with a confused expression. Unlike the other second-rate factions, the Moon God Palace is the true ruler of the central continent, having united the world with the help of legendary beasts. Its rule has lasted for several thousand years. Even though their dominance has gradually faded over the past 1,000 years, they are still a force to be reckoned with. Therefore, it is all the more surprising that in just 3 years, the teachings of the Twin Moons, despite the palace's position, have significantly shaken its position. The humanoid beast looks at Su Liang standing by the window and says that the 4 lunar phases intend to act with a joint force. Therefore, even if it comes to an open clash with the Moon God Palace, they will still be able to get out of this situation without losses. However, in this case, he will be left without bodyguards. Therefore, the master sent her to him to ask his opinion and receive appropriate instructions. Su Liang sits down on the chair and says that this is not a problem, they can go. He crosses his legs with an arrogant expression and props up his face with his hand, saying that while he is under the moonlight. The humanoid beast, with enthusiasm on her face, rose from her knees and loudly said that she obeyed her master. In her life, she had the chance to hear this famous saying with her own ears. As long as the morpho moon butterfly favors the Moon King, no one in the world can do him the slightest harm. He is a dazzling moonlight. Su Liang sits on a chair and watches the girl leave. He puts his hands on his head with fear on his face and thinks that he is very ashamed. These 8th grader phrases almost made him sink into the ground. He barely restrained himself from hitting himself. In fact, the original owner constantly said phrases inherent in a person with 8th grader syndrome. But every time, due to some misunderstanding, they became famous sayings for his followers, even if it was something strange, devoid of any meaning. The previous owner of the body says that the moonlight has fixed its eyes on him. He feels the presence of the moon god. As long as he is under the moonlight will rise, the moonlight will fall. The moon is really round, the moonlight is really bright. All of the above phrases were taken from the classic collection of quotes of the Moon King. Su Liang puts his hand on his face with a tired look and thinks that now there is also the palace of the moon god. Only a day has passed since his reincarnation, and so many problems have already fallen on him. Although, from the position of the Moon King, the current palace of the moon god does not deserve to be worried about. However, the prerequisite for such a position is the possession of the moon butterfly morpho, and just a few minutes ago he said too much and now was left without bodyguards. If he encounters danger, the Moon King, the strongest in the world, will meet a tragic death. Su Liang remembers the book with a surprised expression and, looking at its glow, thinks that he should not forget that the Moon Book provides a reward for replenishing the reference book. Today, he visited the Moonlight Pavilion and touched many beasts. Surely, at least one opportunity for extraction has accumulated. The system window notifies that an exchange can be made. Su Liang looks at the system window with a smile on his face and loudly says that this is true. A reward can be pulled out. The system window notifies that the reward system provides a chance to get a beast of a random level. After concluding a contract, he will be automatically transferred to the space of tamed beasts. If the beast does not meet the preferences, there is a possibility of returning it and receiving compensation in the form of tamer strength points. He looks at the book with an astonished face and asks, in other words, if he draws a beast that does not suit him, he can terminate the contract in exchange for experience points. This is quite good. Su Liang looks at the system window with a tense expression and thinks that he will leave this aside for now. The most important thing now is to ensure safety. If he really manages to deal a critical hit and immediately draw a top-level beast, then he will have nothing to fear anymore. He moves his arms and legs, calling for good luck. Su Liang confidently extends his finger forward and loudly says that he is going to the top-level beast. He presses his finger on the system window and a strong yellow aura begins to emanate from the book. Su Liang covers his face with his hand from the strong and bright flow of aura. The pages of the book quickly flip forward and stop at one of the pages. The system window notifies that a new beast has been unlocked. The number of highlighted illustrations in the reference book has increased. He covers his face with his hand and looks at the page in the book with one eye. Su Liang looked at this with a drop of sweat on his face. The system window notifies that the beast he obtained is a high-level moon-type transparent shadow. Its ability is moon scale and darkening. He says with a surprised expression that it is a high-level support class beast, and it also has 2 skills, which is very rare. It seems that his luck is more or less good. Su Liang stretches out his hand towards the beast he obtained and thinks that if he were an ordinary disciple of the Tamer Academy, he would definitely jump for joy when he pulled out a rare high-level beast. But in the case of the Moon King Su Liang, the head of the Twin Moon teachings, an insignificant transparent shadow is not enough to change the status quo. The power of a high-level beast cannot resolve the situation he finds himself in. Su Liang looks at the book that is emitting a blue aura after the beast disappears. The system window notifies that the contract refusal has been confirmed. He has been given compensation in the form of Tamer strength points. He looks forward with a dumbfounded expression. The system window shows his level scale. Su Liang looks at the book with a happy expression and says that the compensation is quite fair and that he is about to become a 2-star tamer. He raises his hand in front of him with a blue aura emitting from it after the book disappears and thinks that even though he is not happy at all, he is not happy at all. In the past, the original owner had many opportunities to contract with the highest level beasts in the Twin Moon teaching domain. But as the owner of the Morpho Moon Butterfly, he did not need it at all, so he did not even deign to look at them. How did it come to this? Su Liang sits on the bed with a confused expression and thinks that although a high-level beast cannot solve the problems that have arisen, no matter what he says, it is much stronger than his flickering butterfly that lacks any fighting ability. If he really finds himself in some kind of situation, it might be useful. He stretches out his hands in front of him with a puzzled expression and wonders why he just gave it up. Is his character still influenced by the original owner? Su Liang turns his head from side to side and thinks that this can't be. There is at least one difference. At least he doesn't believe in the Moonlight Morpho Butterfly. He lies on the bed with his arms outstretched in sighs, thinking that next time, if he manages to pull out a high-level beast, he will still have to make a contract with it. Tomorrow, he will go to the Moonlight Pavilion again to raise more experience. There are still many beasts that have not been collected in the Book of the Moon. And let's not forget about that Snow-White Doe, or rather the Moon Huntress. He wonders if he can fool her if he treats her to something tasty. He closes his eyes and falls asleep. The next morning in the pavilion, the Moon Huntress opens her eyes. She looks ahead with horror on her face and wonders what is happening. The Moon Huntress gets up and looks around wondering what is wrong with her storage. Why is there nothing in it? Are they evicting her? The worker asks if she has already woken up. She brushes her fur and tells the Moon Huntress to wait until she gets to the Moon God's palace. Compared to these conditions, a much more luxurious life awaits her there. The worker, with a smile on her face, wipes a tear from her eye with her hand and says that messengers from the Moon God's palace will soon arrive here to take her away. She must definitely obey the new caretakers and under no circumstances be capricious. The Moon Huntress wonders with a surprised expression, what does this mean? Was she really sold to the Moon God Palace? At the same time, people look at the two enros and loudly say that they are the beast tamers of the Moon God Palace. Isn't this the super powerful faction of the Central Continent? What could have brought them here? Are they really here because of the Moon Rabbit? The red-haired tamer clenches her fist and looks to the side, saying that they say that the Moon King has chosen this place to hone his skills. She kept wondering what kind of promised land this is. In the end, all she sees is a bunch of freaks. She doesn't even know whether to laugh or cry. The blue-haired tamer tells her not to dare to start a conflict. They are only here for the Snow-White Doe. They must avoid trouble, especially with the Moon King and the teachings of the Twin Moons. The red-haired tamer walks forward and turns to look at her and says that she knows it, she didn't intend to do it herself. They just need to take the Snow-White Doe and it's done, right? Jinhee, with a smile on her face, clenches her hand into a fist and greets the envoys from distant lands, saying that she is the head of the Moonlight Pavilion. They put their hands on their chests and say that the moon will not fall, because the night is eternal. Jinhee, with a fake smile on her face, thinks that this is all the same arrogance. It's a pity to disappoint them, but the era of the Moon God Palace's dominance is now in the past. She turns to look at them and says that their business is urgent, and they would like to see the white doe as soon as possible. He asks them to follow her. The tamers look at her and say that this is not necessary. They have clearly seen the photos of the doe on the internet. The blue-haired tamer calmly says that they are willing to offer 10 times the price if she hands over the doe to them without further ado. She wonders with a surprised expression, could they really have offered 10 times the price? Due to their picky nature in choosing a mate, the snow-white doe is currently on the verge of extinction. Therefore, despite being of average quality, their price is now comparable to that of high-level beasts. Moreover, the state of preservation of their snow-white doe is beyond compare. They have come a long way and offered such a high price, it is easy to guess that they want to get it at all costs. Perhaps they should take advantage of this opportunity. He adjusted the glasses on her face with her hand and said that they should know that this individual's bloodline came from the beasts that the founders of their academy owned. Therefore, they raised it and treated it with luxury worthy of the highest level beasts. The tamer looks at her and asks, "What's the matter?" He sadly says that 10 times the price actually doesn't even compensate for the resources they spent on the doe for all these years. The red-haired tamer sighs loudly and laughs loudly and asks, "Which descendant of imperial blood is she talking about? Is she talking about that mid-level beast?" And they surrounded her with luxury, like for a top-level beast. Surely no one in their city has even met a real one. The second tamer loudly tells her to shut up. The red-haired tamer looks at her with a surprised expression. The blue-haired tamer seriously says that they will pay 20 times the price. Does she agree to this? He and the red-haired tamer look at her with surprised expressions. She asks, what is her sister talking about? The tamer looks at her with a tense expression and loudly says that 20 times the price is too much. Moreover, this amount is much more than the budget. The blue-haired tamer thinks that her companion beast Moon Voice is a rare, high-level beast. Its special ability allows it to foresee danger in advance, and right now Moon Voice is in a state of extreme irritation. It seems that something bad is about to happen. No matter what they say, they are currently outside the Moon God Palace. They must take the snow-white doe and leave here immediately, even if they have to lower the price. She thinks with fear and beads of sweat on her face that she feels a terrifying pressure that can kill all living things. Someone is approaching and that person is the Moon King. The blue-haired tamer looks at Su Liang with a terrified expression. He walks forward through the crowds of people retreating in different directions. The blue-haired tamer trembles with fear and wonders why the Moon King is in a place like the Moonlight Pavilion. What should they do now? The red-haired tamer with beads of sweat on her face trembles and cannot say a word. The blue-haired tamer thinks that things are bad for them. The Moon King has firmly bound and suppressed her will. She asks her sister in her mind if she can hear her voice. She should quickly bow her head and not meet his gaze. She asks her sister to quickly wake up, bow her head and not look at him. The blue-haired tamer holds the falling red-haired tamer with her hands. She sighs with red cheeks and can barely stand. The red-haired tamer with beads of sweat running down her face asks in a trembling voice, did she really just meet the gaze of the Moon King? They look forward with horror on their faces and beads of sweat running down their bodies. Su Liang looks down at them with a terrifying gaze. They are unable to say a word due to Su Liang's extremely suppressive aura. The tamers kneel before him. The blue-haired tamer with fear on her face thinks that this cold manner is of a bad person to whom everything in the world is just dust, and she can't raise her head. It seems that there is a true divine spirit in his body. Su Liang looks at them with an arrogant expression. Are these two people from the Moon God Palace? What are they doing here? He is very curious to know, but his current status is comparable to the head of the Moon God Palace. He can't just talk to the two envoys. The blue-haired tamer looks down and wonders why the Moon King is staring at them. Is he in a bad mood right now and thinking about killing them? Su Liang looks at them with a false calm expression and wonders what he should do. He asks for someone to help him. Let someone talk to him and fill him in. He is already at his limit. He ran up to him with a smile on her face and raised her hand up loudly greeting the Moon King. She happily crosses her arms in front of her and bends over to tell him that she is the head of the Moonlight Pavilion. It is an honor for her to see him with her own eyes. He pointed at the mark on her hand and said loudly that to tell the truth, she has been a follower of the Twin Moon's teachings for 3 months now. Su Liang looks forward with a calm expression and thinks that there is someone who has taken the initiative to approach him. This is not bad. She says that they are envoys from the Moon God Palace, who have come to buy a mid-level beast. It is about that snow-white doe he saw yesterday. Since its condition is beyond measure, they have offered a high price for it. Su Liang, with a surprised expression, thinks that it is about that moon huntress. So no one except him knows that this is actually a moon huntress? Could it be that the reason they almost blew dust off her is because they think her bloodline is related to her ancestors? He looks down with a creepy expression and thinks that the moon huntress is not an existence that can be bought with money. Su Liang cannot allow the pavilion to sell a top-level beast to the moon god palace like this. He turns to the exit and walks forward. The blue-haired tamer wonders with a fearful expression, has the Moon King finally left and spared them? Su Liang tells them to go back as he leaves, they shouldn't have come here. He says without turning around that the moon will soon fall. Qin He raised her hand to her face with a surprised expression and thought, it's daytime now, how could there be a moon here? All the people around him look forward with horrified expressions and wonder what he just said. Will the moon soon fall? If an ordinary person had said this sentence, it would probably be considered nonsense. But the person who said it is the Moon King, known as the strongest in this world. The blue-haired tamer with beads of sweat on her face thinks that then the hidden meaning of this sentence addressed to the Moon God Palace is that the Moon God Palace may be facing a terrible disaster. The red-haired tamer kneels down and puts her hand on her heart, and says that the moon will not fall because it is night. She looks down with horror on her face, and tries to continue speaking with a trembling voice. The boy from the academy looks at her, and raises his hand in front of him, and asks loudly if she can really contradict the Moon King. The red-haired tamer looks forward with beads of sweat on her face in fear. Su Liang looks down at her with a terrifying expression. She puts her hand on her chest with fear on her face and trembles with fear. The red-haired tamer falls to her knees in front of Su Liang, who is walking forward. The blue-haired tamer holds her fallen sister in her hands and loudly calls her by her status. She thinks with horror on her face that they will have to forget about her for now. The solution to the current situation is already far beyond their capabilities. The blue-haired tamer stands up with her sister's hand on her back and walks forward, thinking that she should immediately return to the palace and convey the Moon King's words to the 10 pillars. She looks forward with an anxious expression, thinking that a disaster is coming. Qin He stood outside under the clear sky with a smile on her face, and wondered if the moon didn't fall because the night was eternal. What are they even talking about? The dim light of their moon should have faded long ago, don't they think? The true light of the moon is constantly dozing in the eyes of the Moon King Su Liang. After a while, Su Liang puts his hand on his clothes with a tired expression, and says loudly that it was dangerous. He was lucky that junior envoy stuttered and did not finish her sentence. Otherwise, he has no idea how he would have gotten out of this. He walks forward with a drop of sweat on his face and thinks that he cannot say for sure whether he gave himself away or not. But after all that has been said, it is unlikely that the palace of the moon god will want to take this snow-white doe again. At the same time, in the room, the moon huntress assistant looks forward with a surprised face, hearing loud sounds. The moon huntress with a menacing look holds the assistant by the shirt with her teeth, and pulling her aside loudly speaks in her language so that she does not touch her things. One assistant looks at them with a surprised face and asks, "What is wrong with her today?" The second assistant says that she does not understand it either. Usually the moon huntress is very obedient. The assistant with tears in her eyes puts her hands on her chest and loudly says that she probably cannot bear the thought of parting with her mother. That is the point, isn't it? With a smile on her face and a tear running down her face, she hugs the moon huntress and tells her not to worry. Even when she ends up in the moon god's palace, her mother will still visit her often. The moon huntress holds the cloth in her teeth with a confused expression and says in her own language that she can do without it. The assistant, with a smile on her face, brings her hands to the doe's bed and tells her to be good, and she will clean up here in the meantime. She lifts the blanket with her hand with a surprised expression and looks at the doe's things. The assistant, with a confused expression on her face, asks if pet animals really like things like this. She puts her hand on the doe's pink phone and asks what is this. The assistant holds the phone in her hand and asks if someone really dropped their communicator here. The moon huntress looks at her with a frightened expression, holding the cloth of the second assistant's clothes in her teeth, and thinks that she will see her browser history. She gets into a fighting stance with an angry expression and thinks that rather than let her browser history be revealed, she will rather go over to the dark side. The moon huntress with a red aura in her eyes jumps towards her assistant with the intention of attacking. She hits the assistant and the phone from her hands flies to the side. The moon huntress looks at the hand in which her phone fell with surprise on her face, She thinks with a drop of sweat on her face that it is he. The Moon Huntress looks at Su Liang holding her phone in his hand and thinks that it is the Moon King. She asks loudly in her language with fear on her face, why, as luck would have it, was he the one who caught it? Su Liang looks at the phone in his hand with a surprised look. He squints at it and makes a sound. The assistants look at him with surprise on their faces, while the Moon Huntress hides behind her bed trying not to be seen by him. The page with the book The Beast Tyrant, Chapter 106 is open on the phone. The Beast Emperor from the book with the corners of his mouth curled up, showing a fake smile, says loudly that the young lady managed to interest him. He stretched out his hand to the charming and graceful representative of the humanoid beast standing in front of him and pressed her against the wall. Su Liang looks at the phone with a malicious smile on his face, and after reading what was written on the phone, he wonders if he should say the same phrase. She managed to interest him. He confidently enters the room of the snow-white doe. She hides behind the bed with a red face and does not say a word. Su Liang calmly closed his eyes and holding the phone in his hand does not say a word. He throws the phone down and says that the deal with the Moon God Palace is cancelled, they can go their separate ways. Su Liang stands under the moonlight coming from the window in the room and says that later the Twin Moon Teaching will send a representative to negotiate the acquisition of the Moonlight Pavilion. The assistants ask loudly with surprise on their faces, is the Twin Moon Teachings really going to buy the pavilion? Su Liang thinks with a grin on his face that this is the reason he originally came here. The cover of the Moonlight Pavilion will give him an excuse to touch many moon-type beasts. No one will be surprised by the owner of the pavilion wanting to expand his collection. Now it's time for him to return to the situation of publicly disgracing one top-tier beast. For safety's sake, he thinks he should still make a tactical retreat. Su Liang leaves the room, slamming the door behind him loudly. The assistants look around with surprise on their faces. One of the assistants is sitting on the doe's bed and loudly says that out of nowhere, the Moon King announced that the deal was cancelled. What was that anyway? So he had already met with the envoys of the Moon God Palace? This is very curious. The assistant holds out his finger and loudly says that the deal has been cancelled unilaterally. The second assistant, smiling, punches the air and loudly says that these gods do not seek any compromises and the Moon King is in his repertoire. The pink-haired assistant, looking frightened, puts her fist on her chin and asks if this means that war has been publicly declared on the Moon God's palace. Now they will undoubtedly find themselves under the patronage of the teachings of the Twin Moons. The assistant, with a surprised face, sits on the bed and says that she is more worried about that communicator. Did they even see the expression on the Moon King's face when the phone was in his hands? What did he see there? The Moon Hunter runs past the assistant at great speed. She grabs her phone with her teeth and runs out of the room. The assistant holds out her hand in her direction and loudly tells her not to run so fast. And what happened to the Moon Hunter today? Is she really going through a rebellious period? After some time, the Moon Huntress runs down the corridor of the Moonlight Pavilion among the beasts with an angry look and thinks that this Moon King definitely knows everything. She looks at Su Liang running down the hallway and thinks that not only does he know who she really is, he has also seen her history. She cannot let him leave the pavilion, otherwise she will only have to move to live on another planet. Su Liang turns his head in her direction with surprise on his face. The Moon Huntress loudly tells him to stop. She takes a fighting stance and loudly asks the Moon King, he saw everything, right? He looks at her with amazement on his face and thinks after hearing her voice, does that mean she really is a girl? This explains her choice of books. The Moon Huntress with a menacing look loudly says that if he tells anyone her secret, then he must be sure she will not leave it just like that. Su Liang looks at her with a calm face. She wonders if she really succeeded and her threat worked. Su Liang raises his hand in front of her with a malicious smile on his face and tells her not to be sad. Sometimes public shame is a great incentive to change the past version of yourself. Moon Hunter looks at him with horror on her face after hearing this. He looks down at her with a smile on his face and laughingly says in words from a book that this young lady managed to interest him. She puts her hands on her face with a bashful look and shouts loudly at him to shut up and not to say anything. Moon Hunter with an irritated look says in a trembling voice so that he does not think that because he is the Moon King, she will not do anything to him. If she finds out that he told anyone about her or said those words, she will break out of the Moonlight Pavilion, rush to his house, and then trample it. And his blood will fly everywhere. Su Liang looks at the Moon Huntress with a calm expression and thinks that the highest level beasts have a special sixth sense. If they are within a certain radius, and you summon them using their real name, they will instantly sense it. He says that if that is the case, then in other words, if he summons her while he is nearby, will she be able to instantly appear next to him? The moon huntress confidently says loudly that this is true. She wonders with a drop of sweat on her face, what are they talking about now? Su Liang says that in that case, she can consider it an agreement. He leans closer to her with a smile on his face, and says that if he summons her, and she does not show herself, then he will tell everyone her secret. The moon huntress looks at him with a surprised look and a red face, and says that she agrees to this. He closes his eyes with a satisfied look. Su Liang leaves and says goodbye to her, telling her to remember this, and now it is time for him to go. She loudly tells him to stop with a menacing look. He turns to look at her with a surprised expression. The moon huntress with glittering horns tells him to remember to be wary of the full moon. Su Liang turns his head forward and agrees with her. He leaves the moonlight pavilion. The moon huntress looks at him with a puzzled expression and recalls his words. Su Liang asks if he summons her while he is nearby, will she be able to instantly appear next to him? She returns from her memories with an angry expression and wonders if these words are too much like a twisted confession. Just like the incidents of chance encounters in books about bad people. After a while, there is a building under the night sky. Su Liang puts his hand on his chest with a frightened expression and says that this can't be. Did he manage to intimidate a beast of the highest level? With a drop of sweat on his face, he recalls how the moon huntress looked during their conversation and thinks that to tell him the truth, she looked so funny that he wanted to tease her a little. In the end, he accidentally said that phrase. After all, according to the customs of this world, if a contract is made between a beast tamer and a pet beast, they will stay with each other until death. And it's not like it's much different from a confession and a marriage proposal. If he really incurs her wrath, then it's possible that his life will end there. Which proves that she's very worried about the prospect of social death. After all, it was a funny incident. Just what did she mean by that phrase about being wary of the full moon? Besides, it seems strange for a person known as the Moon King to give such a warning. Su Liang calmly stretches out his hand with the floating book in front of him, and wonders if something bad will happen in 3 days, on the night of the full moon. There are no bodyguards around him now. If he gets into any danger, no one will help him. He puts his hand on his chin with an interested look and looks at the book, thinking that in general, just in case, he needs to strengthen his fighting force. Sometime later, in the main hall of the Moon God Palace, the 10 princesses of the Moon God Palace pillars are sitting around the table. 10 beast tamers, standing at the top of the hierarchy of the Moon God Palace. Their true identities are unknown, but according to rumors, they are all very beautiful girls. The tamers are kneeling on one knee and say that the moon will soon fall. The pillar asks if the Moon King really said that. They look down and say that they conveyed word for word as he said. The 4th princess, with a drop of sweat on her face, sits on the throne and says that his words really made her remember something. She raises her finger with a smile on her face and says that the last time the season changed, the time of the full moon was different. The 4th princess asks them not to forget to adjust their watches. The princesses loudly tell her to adjust her brain, that there is something wrong with her head. The 4th princess, with an angry look, loudly asks what is wrong with them. Did she say something wrong? One of the princesses says that this is not good. The Moon King is not the type of person to get close to low-level beasts. His appearance in the Moonlight Pavilion completely goes against common sense. Therefore, she believes that there must be something in the Moonlight Pavilion that managed to attract the attention of the Moon King. And she can say with a high probability that it is the Emperor. The 2nd princess asks with a surprised face, did she really say the Emperor? But if the Moon King manages to subdue an Emperor-level being, it will be bad. The princess confidently says that this is exactly it. This will prove that the Moon King has a divine spirit in his body, and it is very likely that he will awaken soon. If the miracle of awakening happens, then the Moon God Palace will lose all ability to resist. After some time, the 4th princess sits at the table with a calm face. A screen appeared in front of her face, from which the followers of the Black Moon sect ask if she really decided to help them. She looks at the screen with a sad expression and asks, will they still think they have a chance of success if it turns out that the Moon King has made a contract with an imperial beast? They ask loudly, which imperial beast is she talking about? The 4th princess sits on the throne and asks, looking at the screen, is there anyone there? Are they really scared? The man speaks to the screen to let him talk to her. She looks forward with a surprised expression. He tells her not to worry, the Moon King is not the only person in the world who is favored by the moon. In the past few days after the Moon King acquired the Moonlight Pavilion, the followers of the Twin Moon's teachings began to search for moon-type beasts everywhere and bring them to the Tamer Academy. All this commotion caught the entire northern region in a panic. Each faction was shaking in fear and forgot about sleep. Some believed that this was the Moon King's way of increasing his power by devouring small beasts alive to raise his energy. There were even rumors that all this was happening was nothing more than the phantoms of the awakening of the divine spirit hidden in the Moon King's body. Due to all sorts of guesses, the northern region became quite tense. Everyone thought that they were in danger. As for the man who was at the epicenter of this storm, bright light rays were emitted from the window of the academy dormitory. The system window notified that a new beast had been unlocked and the number of illuminated illustrations in the reference book had been increased. 5 beast cards of different levels were hanging in the air. Su Liang scratched his head with a puzzled look and looking at the 5 cards in front of his face said that this time he managed to pull out a high-level beast in one try, but now he got one only on the 5th try. He puts his fist on his mouth with a thoughtful expression and says that 3 days is too short. Even with the help of the Twin Moon's teaching, accumulating 5 attempts has already proven to be difficult. Su Liang throws his hand aside in front of the cards and thinks that there is no point in making a contract with low-level and mid-level beasts. The only benefit from them is the tamer's strength points and replenishing the Moon Book collection. He extends his hand towards the remaining card with an interested expression and thinks about the high-level beast. Of course, he said that if he draws a high-level beast, he will make a contract with it, but from what he understands, the Lake Moon belongs to the support class. He has a feeling that it will not help him in any way. He holds the card in his hand with a sad expression and scratches the back of his head looking at it. Su Liang holds the phone in his hand and thinks that, moreover, the name of this beast is not in the memories of the original owner, so it probably belongs to some niche group. He types in the phone search what is a Lake Moon and gets no results. Su Liang looks at the phone with a surprised expression and wonders how this is possible. Are there really beasts in their day that are not included in the encyclopedia? He confidently reaches out his hand towards the card and thinks that since he opened it, he can see information about it in the Moon Book. Su Liang flips through the book in his hands with a surprised expression. He looks at the book with a surprised expression and thinks that he has found it. The book says that the high-level lunar-type Lake Moon is an abnormal beast that was discovered once 13,000 years ago and is listed in the Lunar Book. Due to the lack of reproduction function, it is completely extinct and there is no information about its ancestors. Its combat skill is diving, a special innate skill that can absorb all shock pulses and wave vibrations at close range. Reaching the limit leads to the rupture of the body and the death of the Lake Moon. After a certain amount of time, the pet beast that has made a contract with the tamer will be resurrected. This is also one of the reasons why relatively weak people were able to coexist with beasts. Su Liang trembled and held a book in his hand, saying that 13,000 years ago was a long time ago. He showed 2 fingers of his hand with a surprised expression and asked loudly, "So it appeared before the Moon God Palace?" Su Liang put his hands on his head with a tense expression and said that it was no wonder that there was no information about it on the internet. This creature was not even from the current era. He wondered with a surprised expression, how could this creature not be from the current era? Su Liang looked forward with an unconscious expression and clenched his hands into fists. He looked down with a drop of sweat on his face and thought that the main reason he was unwilling to make contracts with high-level beasts was because he was afraid that others might find out. No matter what you say, high-level beasts are completely unsuitable for a person who has the status of the world's strongest beast tamer. But what if it is an unknown high-level beast? Since the Lake Moon has long been extinct, no one will be able to detect its true level. Moreover, its ability will be very useful in overcoming a sudden crisis. In addition, its presence is difficult to detect. Yes, it lacks combat capability, but it is quite suitable for the current situation. Su Liang confidently clenches his fists and looks at the system window. He calmly closes his eyes and spreads his arms out to the sides, loudly saying that he is entering into a contract with the Lake Moon. At the same time, in the companion beast space in Su Liang's mind, a butterfly opens its eyes and flies forward under the night sky. It looks at the sea wave with a surprised look. The butterfly trembles in fear as it flies over the vast sea. Su Liang, with a surprised look on his face, appears in this place, shrouded in a white aura. He stands on the Lake Moon and asks, "Is it really him?" Su Liang puts his hand on his chest and thinks that the mystical feeling coming from him is very different from the characteristics of other high-level beasts. Now he has a second companion beast. He hopes that it will be able to help him. The full moon will come soon. Sometime later, on the night of the full moon, under the night sky, the abnormal mentor He Jing stands on the roof of the building and looks at the full moon. He thinks with a drop of sweat on his face that this is a curse. Why was he assigned to guard this particular area? He Jing stands on one knee with an angry look and communicates with someone through the system window. The person says that according to the secret information received from the Moon God Temple, the Emperor has come to this world, so on this full moon, the Moon King will not be idle. He asks loudly, "Did they say Emperor?" The person says that he is one of the strongest members of the sect. He had a good chance of getting into the academy, but he had to be careful this time. He Jing, with an angry expression, clenched his teeth and said that he understood everything. He looked at the tall building and thought that this area was the closest to the Moon King. If he showed even a hint of hostile intent, he would be immediately detected. He Jing, with a fearful expression, thought that he would be doomed then. A butterfly flew into the dorm room through the window. Su Liang loudly called for the flickering butterfly to return to him. He looked at the butterfly flying past him with a surprised expression and thought that this was strange. It had never behaved like this on previous full moons. The lake moon was currently fast asleep, and nothing strange seemed to be happening to it. Most likely, there was an extremely strong beast on the academy grounds, causing panic among the low-level pet beasts. Su Liang looks at the butterfly hanging near the door and tells her not to worry. He will take her outside to see what's what. Now she must be happy? He walks forward calmly with the butterfly sitting on his shoulder and thinks that the academy has a ban on moving around at night during the full moon, but for the Moon King, it doesn't matter. Su Liang puts his hand on the door handle with a tense face and thinks that since something strange has appeared on the academy grounds, it is more or less related to him. And if he is in danger, it is better to meet it in the open than in a closed dormitory room. Besides, this way he will not drag other students into trouble. He comes out of his room and sees several students running after their beasts. People are loudly shouting for the moon shadow to come back. Where did the moon fish go? You can't leave the dormitory during the full moon. Su Liang wonders with a surprised expression, what is going on here? The prediction of the moon hunter really came true. Apparently an unknown wild beast has gotten in here, and he is going after it? People stand in the room with horror on their faces and hide from the angry beasts, shouting loudly. He walks past the people with interest on his face and wonders what kind of noise that is. A huge explosion blows off the roof of the building outside. Su Liang looks out the window with a smile on his face at what is happening and thinks that apparently this is not for him. At the same time, He Jing sits near the rubble of the building with fear on his face and hides. He looks at the huge moon rabbit among the clouds of smoke and thinks that he is joking. He Jing says with a smile on his face that although he looks like an ordinary low-level moon rabbit, but this size and overwhelming strength change everything. He looks at the huge moon rabbit with red eyes and asks, what is he? The moon rabbit with light from its eyes walks along the streets of the city under the night sky. He Jing looks at it with a grin on his face, and a stone flies towards him and makes a sound as it falls. The moon rabbit stands next to him with an angry look and makes a loud sound when he hears the stone fall. He confidently looks at it, preparing to attack it. The moon rabbit hits the building with its ear and breaks it. The students sit on the floor with fear on their faces and put their hands on their heads and shout loudly. Su Liang, with a surprised expression, thinks that all the low-level beasts have panicked because of the noise outside. What is going on there? Loud sounds are heard on the streets of the city under the night sky. The beasts run forward at great speed towards the moonlight pavilion. They look at the door of the Snow-White Doe's room. It makes a loud sound that blows away the other beasts with its power. They are frozen in place in fear. The moon huntress asks them why they are making so much noise in the middle of the night. She stands confidently by the window where the full moon can be seen and tells them to go to bed. The beasts bow to her with calm faces. The assistant, with a surprised expression, holds her hands on the plate on her head and watches the beasts leave and asks loudly, has the panic really stopped? They obediently return to their place. She stretches out her hands towards the beast and looks forward and thinks, isn't this the Snow-White Doe's room? Why have all the beasts that came running here calmed down? All the beasts and assistants came out of the Snow-White Doe's room. She buried them in her blanket with a red face and made a loud sound. The moon huntress looks down and wonders, what did he mean back then? She falls into her memory of the dialogue with Su Liang. He looks at her and tells her to consider that they have an agreement. If he summons her and she does not show herself, then he will tell everyone her secret. The moon huntress comes out of her memories with an angry look and turns her head thinking that he is, after all, on the same level as the cold moon lord. What is the need for him to summon her? But what if there is a possibility, Is it possible that in fact his strength has not yet reached its true peak and then he really might need her help? The moon huntress, with red cheeks, buries her face in the blanket and squeezes it, making a loud noise. She shyly wonders if it's possible that he will actually say her name tonight. At the same time, the city is shrouded in smoke from strong impacts and broken buildings. The moon rabbit, with a mischievous smile on his face, stands amidst the gray smoke. He stands on the broken ground under the night sky with red eyes. The moon rabbit looks into the bushes and hears some strange sounds from there. He Jing, with a grin on his face, asks what kind of abnormal power is this. The moon rabbit is much stronger than he imagined. He Jing stands on the flying whale next to him and says that since he dared to break buildings and make noise in the academy, he clearly does not belong to the teachings of the twin moons. After all, if he was sent for him by the Moon King, he would not have had a chance to resist in the first place. He Jing, with a sly grin on his face, says that the moon rabbit is probably just an ordinary animal that has gone wild under the light of the full moon, and that he was scared for nothing. He looks at the moon rabbit and, waving his arms, asks loudly, does he really not know that this is the territory of the Moon King? If his peace is disturbed, they will both be dead. The moon rabbit looks at He Jing, who is standing on the whales. He says loudly that even though he is strong and big, he advises him to leave, and as soon as possible. The moon rabbit, with an angry look, prepares to attack and makes a loud sound. He points his ear towards the flying whales with great force. He Jing, with a grin on his face, looks in his direction and makes a loud sound. The whales fly off to the side from the strong recoil of the air after the moon rabbit's attack. A strong stream of air breaks the ground beneath it, raising clouds of smoke in the air above the buildings. The moon rabbit looks at the strong flow of energy and clouds of smoke after his attack. The whales, with light in their eyes shrouded in light smoke, merge together. The wounds on their bodies healed as if nothing had happened. He Jing knelt on the whale and raised his hand to the side, telling the floating moon that he had done a good job. He looks at the formidable moon rabbit and thinks that despite its terrifying power, it seems to be quite clumsy and does not resemble high-level beasts with intelligence at all. And even more so, it cannot belong to the highest level. Otherwise, the floating moon would not be able to withstand his attack. He Jing rubs his chin with a smile on his face and says loudly that this is quite interesting. Since they did not disturb the Moon King, he knows what Su Liang is like. He jumps to the ground and loudly tells the floating moon to release the restriction. He Jing allows them to absorb the moonlight. The floating moon releases the restrictions and absorbs the moonlight. One of them transforms into a black whale with sharp teeth and a crescent moon for an eye. He Jing, with a drop of sweat on his face, kneels down and places one hand on his heart, loudly telling the floating moon to stop absorbing. He thinks with an exhausted expression that he has almost reached his limit. Apart from the cold moon lord and the moon god palace, there are no people who can absorb moonlight in unlimited quantities, and exceeding the limit can lead to death. As for the Moon King, his existence has long been beyond the point. However, his abilities are more than enough to deal with him. He Jing looks at the moon rabbit and laughs, saying that since he became an abnormal mentor, he has never had to fight at full strength. He stretches out his hand with a smile on his face and loudly says that tonight will be an exception. The moon rabbit is not the only one who can become a monster under the full moon. He Jing stretches out his hand and with it, his floating moon jumps forward to attack him. A strong gust of air and smoke rushes between the buildings. The academy teacher stretches out his hand towards several people and loudly tells them to keep up and be very careful. A female student puts her hand on her chest with a confused look and asks if the academy was really attacked by a hostile faction. The academy teacher asks if that is possible. The Moon King lives here. Probably some beast went berserk because of the full moon. The student does not notice how a person runs past her at high speed and says that it is quite possible. On the night of the full moon, moon-type beasts become very dangerous. In this state, they are able to defeat even abnormal teachers. The academy teacher looked in the direction Su Liang ran with a surprised expression on her face. She stretches out her hand with a serious look and loudly tells him to stop. The students are not allowed to run far from her. The academy teacher looks forward with a surprised expression. She looks at Su Liang standing there with a dumbfounded expression and asks loudly, "Is this really the Moon King?" He confidently extends his finger in front of him and turns his head towards her, saying that the moon will soon rise. Su Liang walks forward and thinks that despite the fact that he only has the lake moon at his disposal against the impending threat, For some reason there has always been a feeling of inexplicable confidence in his strength, in his heart. And under this full moon, it has only grown stronger. In the language of the original owner, this feeling can be described in words: the moon favors him. He looks forward with a confident expression and a butterfly sitting on his shoulder. At the same time, the floating moon with a malicious smile on its face hung between the clouds of smoke. He Jing looks at the flying floating moon and laughingly says that it made a merciless attack and there is no chance of survival after it. The floating moon opened its toothy mouth wide and stuck out its tongue. He looks at it with fear on his face and loudly shouts the floating moon. A huge moon rabbit shrouded in gray smoke stands near the buildings. He Jing looks around and thinks that thanks to his strength, he has achieved one of the highest positions in the Black Moon sect. How did it come to the point that he cannot defeat one wild beast that went mad under the full moon? He thinks with an angry look that he is just a monster. The moon rabbit turns towards the sounds near the buildings. Bayur says in a trembling voice that they are scared. She hides behind the building with a frightened look and, looking at what is happening, loudly says that the fights between students are not even close to this. Su Jing, looking angry, loudly asks, did she really just realize this? And since she is scared, then she should not approach the epicenter of events. Bayur, smiling on her face, says that the roof of the dormitory was blown off, and who would not want to see such an event with their own eyes? Su Jing slapped her face with her hand and said loudly that as she could see, she was completely tired of living. She puts her hands on her head with a pitiful look and asks why she feels like she has seen this beast somewhere before. Su Jing, looking interested, puts her hand on her chin and looks at the moon rabbit and asks, judging by its appearance, is this a high-level moon rabbit? But for this species, it has a rather unusual physique. They look forward at the events with surprise on their faces. A huge moon rabbit holds a floating moon with its ears. He slams it with all his might onto the ground, breaking the earth's crust beneath him. He screams loudly in pain, opening his mouth wide with drool oozing out. He Jing, with fear on his face, asks loudly, is it possible that his regeneration speed can no longer compensate for the damage? He stretches out his hand with an angry look and loudly says that a wild beast has cornered his floating moon. He cannot loosen his grip. The floating moon must use the martial skill moon absorption. He lies on the ground, opening his mouth wide with drool oozing out. The floating moon rises into the air and makes a loud sound, from which a huge stream of energy emanates. Moon absorption. The floating moon spews a huge amount of energy at the target, causing loss of control and death. The moon rabbit looks down with a bewildered expression on his face at the ground beneath him collapsing with great force. He turns back with a puzzled look. He Jing stretches out his hand with a smile on his face, and says loudly that no one has been able to repel this powerful attack yet. Moon absorption is unmatched. He looks at the enraged, screaming moon rabbit with fear on his face. He Jing stretches out his hands with sweat on his face and asks, what is this? Is this a martial skill? Does a low-level wild beast also have a martial skill? The moon rabbit throws its head back and opens its mouth wide, spewing energy from it. Bayua looks at this with a surprised face and is speechless. Su Jing presses her against the wall with a sweat on her face. She asks with a puzzled expression, what is she doing? Su Jing loudly tells her to be quiet and not move. She loudly calls out to the silver fox. The silver fox stands on them and covers their bodies with its tails. The moon rabbit has grown even larger and created a light sphere around itself, the power of which creates streams of smoke around it. He screams loudly, preparing to attack. A huge sphere surrounds the entire city and a strong, bright explosion occurs in it. The moon rabbit with red eyes looks at the floating moon disappearing after the impact. He stands in the middle of the empty land and looks at the debris surrounded by smoke. The moon rabbit turns his head to the side, hearing sounds. Su Jing and Bayur are lying on the ground and coughing after a strong impact. Su Jing says with an angry look that now she understands why they survived. Bayur managed to summon the beast of the moonshine. Xiaobai stood in front of the huge moon rabbit, guarding them. He looks down at him with a surprised expression on his face. Bayur put her hand on Xiaobai's face with a pitiful expression and loudly told him to stop making him angry. The moon rabbit looks at the screaming Bayur with an aggressive look. Su Jing hugs her with a frightened expression and loudly says that they are finished. The moon rabbit looks at them without preparing to attack. She looks at him with one eye and a surprised expression. Su Jing asks with a fearful expression, why did he suddenly stop? She turns her head to the side and wonders if she is imagining things, but he is watching Bayur's expression. A beam of light hits the ground near them at high speed. The moon rabbit holds the screaming He Jing upside down in his ear. Su Jing looks at him with a surprised expression and loudly says that this is an abnormal mentor, and he is still alive. He looks at him and says that this monster was not a high level. Does he really think that he can leave here safely? The Moon King will appear here soon. The moon rabbit throws He Jing to the ground with great force. He raises his paw up to attack him. Baiyu looks at them with a frightened look and loudly says that he is about to be killed. What should she do? Should she order Xiaobai to intervene? Su Jing asked loudly with a menacing expression. Was she joking? She herself knew that he couldn't contain this monster. Xiaobai was a high-level monster, and if he died in battle, his loyalty level would drop after he was resurrected. Baiyu raised her hand in front of her with a fearful expression, clenching her fist and asking loudly, were they really just going to stand by? Even if the loyalty level drops, it will still be better than indifferently watching a person being killed. Su Jing looks down and sighs heavily, saying that she agrees to at least try. They will do what they can, but they will not act rashly. Baiyu, with a drop of sweat on her face, crosses her arms in front of her and tremblingly says loudly that she will do it then. She looks at the hand that appeared in front of her with surprise on her face. Baiyu, with admiration on her face, loudly asks, is it really the Moon King Su Liang? He confidently covers them with his hand and tells them to retreat. They are not in a position to interfere in this battle. Su Liang straightened his cloak and walked forward, saying that the moonlight was flowing. The moon rabbit looked at Su Liang, who was surrounded by bright light, who was walking towards him. Baiyu looked at the bright light coming from it with admiration on his face, and said loudly that it was dazzling. Is it possible for a human to achieve this? He walked up to the body of the huge moon rabbit. Su Liang looked up at it, and thought that among the highest level, there was no beast with such a size and appearance. He thought with a smile on his face, so after thinking about it, he realized that there was one explanation for this. About 10 minutes ago. Although Su Liang was inspired and filled with indescribable self-confidence, he could not defeat it at all. Even the high-level beast of the 4-star abnormal mentor was instantly killed. And his lake moon and shimmering butterfly would not be able to leave a scratch on him. He needs to touch it so that the Book of the Moon can determine its level, but no matter how he looks at it, it is impossible now. What should he do? Is he really going to retreat like this? Su Liang looks ahead with a surprised expression and thinks that something is wrong. Why didn't this monster attack the two of them? Loss of control combined with common sense, such contradictions never occur in high-level beasts. He looks at the moon rabbit with a smile on his face and thinks that therefore there is only one explanation left. He Jing, with a wounded face, crawls on the ground and looks at it, and wonders, is this really the Moon King? Has it been so close all this time? He thinks with a smile on his face, is this really the beast of the Moon King that he will see with his own eyes? The information about the Moon King's beast, unknown to everyone, is capable of shaking up this world. And only he will be able to witness it personally. Xiaobai picks He Jing up from the ground and places him on his back. Baiyu looks at them with an excited expression and gives a thumbs up loudly saying that Xiaobai is great. Su Jing confidently points her finger at them and loudly says that they should leave while they have the chance. He Jing looks angry and stretches out his hand towards them and loudly asks what are they doing. He loudly asks them to leave him here. He Jing lies down on Xiaobai and runs forward, loudly shouting that he does not need to be saved. Su Liang confidently walks towards the huge moon rabbit. He looks at it with a thoughtful expression and says that animals that go crazy on the night of the full moon are not able to maintain clarity of mind, which means that the moon rabbit is not crazy at all. Is it true that he simply acted on instinct? Only low-level beasts rely on instinct, so there is no need to speculate anymore. Su Liang extends his hand to the moon rabbit with a smile on his face and asks if it has been looking for him all this time. Baiyu and Su Jing are watching from behind the rocks and ask what the Moon King is doing. Baiyu, with a surprised expression, shouted loudly for her to look forward. The red-eyed moon rabbit shouted loudly, preparing to attack. Su Liang confidently extended his hand towards him. They, with horror on their faces, ask loudly why the Moon King has not summoned any beasts to fight him. He is about to be crushed. Su Liang, with a drop of sweat on his face, closes his eyes and stands under the flow of energy. He reaches out to touch the ear of the moon rabbit flying towards him. Su Liang walks on the water, causing bubbles in it. The lake moon, with its eyes closed, places its hands on his body. Su Liang, with a drop of sweat on his face, closed his eyes and stood surrounded by the lake moon and water. They looked at what was happening with surprise on their faces. He Jing, with a look of amazement, clenched his fist while lying on the ground and thought about what this was. Ancient, mystical and unknown, there can be no mistake. Everything is according to the information mentioned by the Black Moon sect. He opened his eyes wide with horror on his face and wondered, could this really be the Emperor? The Imperial Beast has come to this world. Su Liang, with a drop of sweat on his face, closed one of his eyes and looked forward. He looked at his hand surrounded by water with a smile on his face and thought that it worked. The Lake Moon successfully managed to repel the attack. But, to tell the truth, the attack was really strong, it will not be enough for a second time. Su Liang, with a grin on his face, looked at the card that appeared, which said that the moon rabbit is an essence of the waning moon, a low-level lunar type. He thinks that, however, there is no need to continue the fight. It is indeed him, the little moon rabbit he saw. He did not attack them because he saw them as familiar, his guess was correct. Su Liang puts his hand on the moon rabbit's fur and says that so that's it. He strokes its ear and says that those with the essence of the waning moon can only absorb power without limit during the full moon. That is the reason why he was so hungry for moonlight. So much so that he grew to such a size and managed to defeat a high-level beast. The projector of the Moon Beast Tamer Academy, Tsang Ryu, jumps to the ground and asks what is going on here. Are they too late? He Jing lies on the ground and looks at them loudly, says that they are not too late. There was no point in them coming here at all. The people who appeared ask what he is talking about. He says loudly with a smirk on his face that the Moon King's peace has been disturbed and now it's all over for them. Tseng Zhu asked with fear on her face, is this really true? Su Liang looks at them with a serious expression and wonders if reinforcements have arrived. He should hurry. He looks at the moon rabbit and asks if it's because of him that he's here. The moon rabbit slams his paw on the ground. He falls to the ground with great force and lies in clouds of smoke. The girls who have arrived look ahead with surprise on their faces. Su Liang says loudly with a smile on his face that seeing such an obsession with the moonlight, he was able to understand his thoughts. And he will grant him what he so desires. Su Liang approaches the moon rabbit with a serious expression and says loudly that they will meet again a little later at the place where they first met. The moon rabbit rises from the ground and looks at him. He turns around and leaves the scene of the battle. The girl asks if they will pursue him. The second girl loudly says that even the Moon King has not moved, and she still wants to go somewhere. He Jing, looking angry, pushes them aside and loudly asks, is that all? He thinks that he almost died, and he was still unable to see the Imperial Beast properly. He Jing looks at the leaving Su Liang and loudly says that that strange beast attacked him. Can he really do this so easily? Su Liang, looking arrogant, turns in his direction and interrupts him, asking, does he really consider this an attack? He thinks with surprise on his face that the crescent moons in his eyes have transformed and taken the form of perfect full moons. In the darkness, He Jing stands and he hears someone calling him. The mediator of moons and dreams loudly asks what he saw there. He turns back with fear on his face and does not say a word. The mediator of moons and dreams loudly asks him to answer if he can hear. He Jing falls into memories. His floating moon dies after being attacked by a giant moon rabbit. Su Liang stands surrounded by water and the lake moon. He turns to look at it with an arrogant expression, full moons in his eyes. He Jing shakes with a doomed expression and hears someone say that it is the Emperor. He kneels down and puts his hands on his head and says loudly that it was the Emperor, he saw him. He Jing clutches his face with his hands with a fearful expression and shouts loudly that the Moon King is terrible. The Dream Grassland mediator tells him that he has done enough for today. Continuing may have a negative impact on him. Last night, a sunken crescent moon appeared in the northern region. He looks forward with a surprised expression. The Dream Moon Mediator says that the deputy head of the 3rd Department of the Black Moon Sect is already heading to the northern region. He will be required to continue the task of their internal agent. He Jing falls down with a surprised expression. He falls down with a frightened expression on his face, stretching out his hands forward and shouting. The Dong and Dream Mediator says that he must monitor the Moon King's movements as much as possible. If he deviates from the routine, he must report immediately. He Jing wakes up with beads of sweat on his face and stretches out his hands, shouting loudly. He looks around and asks, is this really the Academy's infirmary? Was he just having a nightmare? He Jing looks down with a puzzled expression and thinks that it was not a dream. It was the Moon and Dream Mediator beast that belonged to the sect's High Command. This was an order from the High Command. A sunken crescent has appeared in the northern region, and one of the deputies will also arrive here. But who will decide the matter with the Moon King Emperor? This simply cannot be. He looks out the window of the academy and wonders, is it really that group that will do this? Some time later, in the academy's dormitory, Su Liang rubs his eyes with his hand and makes sounds. The moon rabbit looks at him with a smile on his face. He gets up from the bed with an excited look and stretches out his hand towards the moon rabbit and shouts loudly. Su Liang looks at him with a surprised expression. He sighs in calmness and thinks that he remembered everything. Su Liang made a contract with this beast. Last night on the full moon. He goes to the appointed place and thinks that he told the moon rabbit that they would meet at the place where they first met. Didn't he understand him? Su Liang looks forward with a surprised expression. He looks at the moon rabbit running on the grass and says loudly that it is really here. If after such a lot of pathos, everyone present found out how weak the Moon King was, something bad would happen. So for safety reasons, it would be better to make a contract away from prying eyes. Su Liang confidently stretches out his hand and loudly tells the moon rabbit to make a contract with him. Returning to the present, he calmly looks at all his beasts and thinks that this panel does not match the appearance of the Moon King. However, on the night of the full moon, this low-level moon rabbit is capable of killing high-level beasts. Only he doesn't know its limits, whether it will be able to obtain even more power than last night. Su Liang looks at the moon rabbit running to his feet. He puts his face on its leg and makes a sound while looking at it. He puts his hand on his face and thinks that it doesn't matter. He should go to the Moonlight Pavilion and confirm with the Moon Hunter about the moon rabbit. Su Liang opens the door of his room with a surprised expression and looks at the running girls and wonders what's going on here. It doesn't seem like this noise is related to yesterday's incident. The female students are loudly saying in the corridor that an untamed moon beast of the highest level has been discovered in the northern region. Moreover, it's not far from the academy. One of them asks her not to say that she also wants to go there and try to make a contract. The second female student loudly says that it's worth trying. What if she can tame it after all? Su Liang asks with a surprised expression, is it really a supreme beast? He looks at the phone in his hand and asks loudly, does an untamed supreme go from place to place? Su Liang searches for information about the emergence of the supreme in the northern region. The search says that today at dawn, the supreme beast's sunken crescent came to the lands of the northern region. The moon-type factions have jointly established a blockade within a radius of several hundred kilometers. The number of people gathered at the scene of the incident has already reached several 100,000. Currently, the sunken crescent moon is the only untamed moon supreme beast that has taken the form of a weapon. The sunken crescent moon has never met a beast tamer that it would like to approve of. For this reason, it is always asleep. In the end, even the cold moon lord and the 10 pillars of the moon god palace were unable to awaken it. And last night, it suddenly woke up from its sleep and came to the northern region. As a result, there is not a single faction that does not associate this incident with a certain person, and his name is Moon King Su Liang. He calmly puts his hand under his clothes and thinks that this is the case. It seems that everyone thinks that the sunken crescent moon is here for him. 2 people watch him with surprised expressions from behind the wall. People run forward and ask loudly, did the Moon King show no interest in the sunken crescent moon? Su Liang, looking puzzled, thinks that of course he would like to take it over. But would he really go and tame the sunken crescent moon under the gaze of hundreds of thousands of people? If he doesn't have the strength to tame it, it will all end in public disgrace. Just in case, he'd better not tempt fate once again. Besides, there's another, more beautiful supreme right next to him. The moon hunter calmly rests her face on her hand and lies on the bed. She turns to face the opening door with a surprised expression. Su Liang, smiling, raises his hand up in greeting and says that they haven't seen each other for a long time. He wonders, why should he give up something close in pursuit of something far away? The moon hunter sits on the bed and asks him if he will regret it later if he ends up in the wrong hands. Su Liang, smiling, twirls his finger in front of her face and says that they do not understand anything. A frozen weapon cannot compare to the charm of a real beast. He puts his hand in his pocket while sitting on the bed. Su Liang holds out his hand with the ball in it and tells her to consider it a gift as a token of his gratitude. The moon huntress, surprised, asks what gratitude for. He, smiling, brings his fist to his mouth and thinks that in the end, it was only thanks to her warning that he was able to successfully tame the moon rabbit. But in order to maintain his image, he will not reveal the details to her. The moon huntress, with a drop of sweat on her face, leans towards the ball in his hand and asks, isn't this a special food made especially for the highest level beasts? It must be quite expensive, right? The system window notifies that he has 5,010 balls for the highest level beasts. Su Lian with a sly grin on his face says that if she likes them, he will bring more tomorrow. He thinks that one way or another, his pet beast space contains several thousand of the same. All this was given to him by the teaching of the twin moons. The moon huntress holds a ball in her hand with an interested face and examines it. She puts the ball in a box with other food. Su Liang looks at her with a surprised face and asks what's the matter. She doesn't want to eat it. The moon huntress closes her box with an angry look and says loudly that snacks should be eaten while watching movies or reading books. He leans his hand on the bed with a smile on his face and says that it's time for him to go. If he stays for a long time, others will easily be able to reveal her status. Su Liang with a surprised face thinks that there is another way to maintain contact. He holds the phone in his hand with a smile on his face and asks her if she will add him as a friend. The moon huntress calmly takes the phone in her hand and says that she will. Su Liang looks at the phone in her hand, which makes a sound. A message comes on the phone that the Dream and Cloud Broker wants to add him as a friend. He looks at the phone with a surprised expression on his face and thinks that the Dream and Cloud Broker is the founder of the Moon Beast Tamer Academy who lived several hundred years ago. Could this legendary Emperor-level beast be her ancestor? Is it possible that after the transformation, the Moon Huntress will have the same appearance? The Moon Huntress asks him with a surprised expression on her face, "What's the matter?" He looks at her with a drop of sweat dripping down his face and is unable to say a word. Su Liang raises his hand in the air with a smile on his face and walks away loudly saying that nothing happened. It's time for him to go, and they will see each other tomorrow. He wonders what kind of thoughts are creeping into his head. The Moon Huntress raises her hand with a calm expression and agrees with him. She closes her eyes with a flushed face and thinks that the appearance of the sunken crescent moon did not excite him at all. Instead, he came to her. The Moon Huntress claps her hands with an astonished expression and says loudly that she understands everything. This technique is called a game of cat and mouse. He planned to lure her over to the side of the teachings of the twin moons. That's what it is. She raises her hand with an angry expression and loudly says that she understands his plans. The Moon Huntress lies on her back on her bed with a flushed face and wonders if he really said that he would come tomorrow too. Over the past 3 days, the Moon King has not shown even the slightest interest in the sunken crescent moon. There have been no signs of activity behind the teachings of the twin moons either. As a result, the situation in the northern region has become more and more confused. People are standing in line among many rocks. Tsang Zhu slams her fist on the table with a menacing expression and loudly tells them not to push each other. They were only allowed here to broaden their horizons. Surely no one thinks they can make a contract with the sunken crescent? She hands over a piece of paper and loudly says that they can guarantee basic safety for those who register. Those who do not register can only rely on themselves. Tsang Zhu, looking tired, supports her face with one hand and shows them where to fill out the registration with the other, and wonders why she was assigned to monitor the safety of the juniors. She looks forward with a surprised expression. Tsang Zhu looks at He Jing with a broken arm and asks, "Is this really the abnormal mentor He Jing? Why is he here? Shouldn't he be on bed rest?" He says with a smile on his face that he himself is fine and has already turned to healers to resurrect his beast. He Jing asks her for help. She turns to him and asks, "Is this really so?" Tsang Zhu steps away from the table and says that since he insists, then she will entrust it to him. She closes her eyes with a smile on her face, thinking that he is just another dreamer. The girl raises her hand in front of her and clenches her fist, asking if the abnormal mentor He Jing is okay. He says with a smile on his face that he is fine. He Jing sits at the table and thinks that the high-ranking person is already here. He has never met her before, but he is sure that she will find a way to notify him. He Jing loudly says for the next person to go and write their full name, student number, and rank on this form. The Snake Queen brings her hand to the pen on the table. A purple mark with a snake is visible on her hand. He Jing looked at the girl with astonishment on his face. He loudly says for the next person to go. He Jing looks down with a frightened look, thinking that this means it is her. After a while, the central region of the Mountain River School of the Otherworldly Teaching looks at the huge green sphere between the mountains and asks, "So the beast long called the Star Crusher appeared here?" She says with a serious expression that it has such a strange aura. The Otherworldly Teaching leans her hand on a tree and says loudly that one look is enough to understand that its glory is completely and utterly deserved. The man from the northern region of the Academy of Moon Beast Tamers looks at her and asks, "Now does she understand?" He says loudly with a serious expression that the barrier will reject any beasts that are not of the moon type, and their tamers who decide to recklessly break in will doom themselves to death. The girl from the northern region of the teaching of the fallen moon loudly says that this is an empty dream. The second girl with an arrogant expression from the northern region of the spiritual moon school says that to think that non-lunar tamers are deceiving themselves with the hope of conquering the sunken crescent. The otherworldly teaching looks at them with a sad look. She walks forward with a smile on her face, putting her hands in different directions, and says that she has understood everything. She will order all their students to return, but she herself intends to stay. She will be interested to see how many arrogant fools will die. The spiritualized moon with a menacing look loudly says that she is a very bad woman. She herself is afraid to die, and she still laughs at others. The fallen moon teaching says loudly with a menacing look that if the otherworldly teaching did not have such a huge influence, no one would let her blabber on about anything she wants. The moon beast tamer puts his hands on their shoulders and says that they need to stop. They have no business waiting for them. It is time for them to start selecting people who will cross the barrier. First of all, to avoid rejection, all the tamer's beasts must be of the lunar type. Next, if the highest level beasts enter, the sunken crescent will immediately react and put up an equal resistance. The girls look at each other with surprise on their faces. He says with confidence that everything is correct, only beasts of a level lower than the highest can enter the barrier. The fallen moon teaching put her hand on her chin with a thoughtful expression and asked, was it really for this reason that the moon king didn't show up here? The moon beast tamer says that it is quite possible. Sungju walks forward and loudly announces that they have arrived. They look forward with arrogant expressions. The otherworldly teaching thinks that she is afraid that the disciples may be seriously injured. Sungshu turns his head in her direction with a serious expression. She looks at her with an angry expression and does not say a word. Sungju looks at the disciples and says that very soon they will enter the domain of the sunken crescent. But first, she will explain to them the rules and the general state of affairs. First, while the sunken crescent is asleep, she is completely invulnerable. Second, as soon as she wakes up from sleep, she will carry out indiscriminate attacks that will instantly cause all matter in the affected area to disintegrate. At the same time, Su Liang looked at the phone in his hand with an interested expression and said that even though it was a living being with intelligence, there was no way to interact with it. A message from the Moon Hunter arrives on his phone, saying that the Cold Moon Lord and the Moon God Palace had also failed in the past. Everyone who tried had failed. He lies on the bed with his beasts and reads the message, thinking that if she is not sleeping, she is doing something. Are all the highest level beasts this wild? Su Liang asks her in her messages, is there really no way to bring her to a state of clear mind for at least a moment? The Moon Hunter writes that this is exactly how it is, although it is possible that everything is happening against her will. And the reason she came to the northern region is precisely because she discovered the key to her evolution here. Could he really not go? Su Liang turned off his phone with a confident look and thought that she was a naive moon hunter. There was such a thing as conquering the sunken crescent moon. He lies on the bed with a puzzled look, wondering what this has to do with him at all. The world-famous Moon King met a tragic death from an accidental attack by a top-level beast. He can already imagine how funny his name will be in the history books. Su Liang lies sadly on the bed with a sleeping moon rabbit on his chest. He lifts his entire body with a puzzled look, throwing off all the beasts, and looks forward. Su Liang picks up the phone and turns it on. He thinks with a drop of sweat on his face that it is possible. After some time, the disciples walk forward between the rocks. The Snake Queen looks around and thinks that the Moon King really did not come. This is a big surprise. In his place, she would try to find a way to conquer the sunken crescent. Once the sunken crescent is in her hands, she will need to kill all the tamers present. This is the only way to avoid information leakage. She looks down with a surprised face, bringing her hand to her dress. The Snake Queen holds the phone in her hand and wonders, is there really new information at a time like this? She looks at the phone with a dumbfounded expression and wonders, what is this? The Moon King has revealed his location. Moreover, he is now rapidly moving towards the hidden Moon Mountains? Why is this, and how come at the most inopportune moment? Sang Zhu points his finger at her with an angry expression and asks her loudly, does she really think that now is the time to play with the communicator? She puts her hands on her hips with a menacing expression and loudly tells her to concentrate. Does she really want to die here? The Snake Queen bows and says that she apologizes for this. Sang Shu walked forward with a calm expression and raised her hand in front of her, and said loudly that if she did not intend to change her attitude, then she recommended that she go back. The Snake Queen laughs and wonders, is she really going to teach her? Once she subdues the sunken crescent, they will have a proper talk with her. After a while, Zheng Shu tells the disciples something. She raises her hand in front of her with a smart look and holds a stone in it, saying that this time everyone will receive a teleportation stone. By crushing the stone, they will instantly be transported beyond the barrier. If they find that the sunken crescent begins to open its eyes, they must immediately use the stone. In the worst case, they will be doomed to die. The disciples hold stones in their hands. The Snake Queen thinks with a smile on her face that the Moon King will be here very soon. The otherworldly teaching stood behind the rock with her arms crossed. She thinks with a smile on her face, they can't seriously think that tamers with 1 or 2 stars can subdue the sunken crescent? Even the Cold Moon Lord, an 8-star beast tamer, failed to do this. Wherever you look here, even third-rate people are only 3 or 4 here. How boring it is here. Apparently, the entry of the Moon King into this academy does not make the others stronger at all. She notices the Queen of Snakes in the crowd of people. She turns to her side and pierces her with her green eyes. The otherworldly teaching looks at her with surprise on its face. The Queen of Snakes goes deeper into the crowd of people so as not to be noticed. She hides behind a tree with a frightened look and putting her hand on her cloak wonders, what is this? What rank is this tamer? Was such a monster hiding within the walls of the Moon Academy? The students pass through the green barrier between the rocks. The Queen of Snakes thinks that the Moon King will soon reach the hidden Moon Mountains. Before this happens, she must have time to understand the principles of the sunken crescent. She asks her Libra of Serenity to block the passage. As soon as the Moon King tries to enter, his imperial beast must be sealed. The Snake Queen steps into the barrier and disappears into it, while the other participants look at her. The otherworldly teaching asked Vice Principal Tsang Zhu with a smile on her face, why are all the first-second-tier mediocrities who passed through? Even the Moon King did not show up. Could it be that she realizes that it is impossible to subjugate the sunken crescent? She says with a smirk on her face that even though she knows this, she still sent them out. Is this really just for the students to realize the greatness of the highest level beast? Tsang Zhu asked with an angry expression and the veins on her face, and did she come here solely to laugh at them? Is this the only reason that brought her, a person with an inappropriate elemental affiliation? Or does she really think that belonging to a different element won't stop her from subduing the Moon Supreme? They look at each other with menacing expressions. The otherworldly teaching calmly thinks that she doesn't seem to know about that black-haired girl. She says that she's in their academy. And before she can finish listening to her words, everyone standing around looks forward with surprise on their faces. Su Liang stands in front of them, his cloak fluttering in the wind. Everyone looks at him and wonders why he's here. Sang Ru humbly puts her hands on her skirt and asks him if he really came here with the intention of subduing the sunken crescent moon. The girls with surprise on their faces say that if the Moon King Emperor disturbs the sunken crescent moon, Zheng Shu said with a smile on her face that they were ignorant. The Moon King's arrival clearly proves that he has enough control to hold the Emperor Beast, and that he can subdue the sunken crescent moon. Su Liang, with a mischievous grin on his face, thinks that it is actually simple. By touching the sunken crescent moon, he will unlock it in the reference book of the Moon Book. When this happens, he will be able to understand her actions and the reasons for her awakening. It is possible that with this information, he will even be able to tame her. He looks forward with a confident expression and tells them to keep their heads down and act according to his orders. They bow to him and loudly agree with him. Su Liang puts his foot into the green barrier. He looks forward with a surprised expression. Su Liang looked at the open book with interest on his face. It says that the Serenity Scale is the highest level with the combat abilities of balance and silence. The highest beast, belonging to the extremely rare pure attribute in this world. It has no offensive abilities. It has a large set of skills of the restrictive type. For the sake of its survival, it has to rely on the owners of great strength. Balance is an ability that, when activated, makes the Serenity Scale vulnerable only to attacks from highest level beasts. In addition, the tamer who finds himself in the area of the ability loses the ability to summon an Emperor-level beast. Silence is an ability when facing superior opponents. The ability allows you to completely hide your presence even from Emperor-level beasts. Su Liang, with fear on his face, wonders if this is really a highest-level beast. He takes his foot out of the barrier and looks at it. Tsang Zhu looks at him with a confused look and wonders what is going on here and why the Moon King suddenly froze. Su Liang holds his phone in his hand and writes something on it. She clasps her hands in front of her with a puzzled expression and approaches him, calling him by his status. He turns his head towards her with a smile on his face and asks, "Is it really that easy for them to let the parasites from the Black Moon sect in here?" They ask loudly with surprise on their faces, "Is it really the Black Moon sect?" Su Liang goes forward and says that from now on, entry is prohibited here. The Twin Moon teaching will take charge of the solution to this situation. He turns towards them with a grin on his face and says that he will personally handle the rest. They look forward with confusion on their faces. The otherworldly teaching with a drop of sweat on her face remembered the face of the Snake Queen and thought that this meant that the terrible woman was the beast tamer of the Black Moon Order. The spiritual moon with a frightened look asks loudly, "Didn't the Twin Moon teaching drive them out of the northern region? Are they planning to take revenge with the Sunken Crescent?" The fallen moon teaching said loudly and solemnly that the Moon King said that those who had infiltrated here were nothing but parasites. However, what should they do with the disciples? Sangru said thoughtfully that they had the teleportation stones. There should be no serious danger. Su Liang walked forward with a serious expression and thought that the Serenity Scale specialization were Emperor-level beasts. Could it be that the Black Moon sect really thought that they owned the Emperor? In other words, one top-level beast was not the only thing waiting for him inside the barrier. He had never encountered such a dangerous situation in his life. Surely, the him who had just arrived in this world would not have had the courage to step forward, but now it was a different story. Su Liang walked into the green barrier with a determined expression. They looked at him and said loudly that he really was the Moon King. His charisma was simply astounding. He Jing confidently thinks that the Moon King has really entered. He loudly says that the freaks of the Black Moon Order have arrived here. They must hurry to help. He Jing angrily raises his fist in front of him and loudly says that the Moon King is also a student of their academy. Sung Zhu put her hand on her chin with a thoughtful look and said that it was indeed so. The Moon Beast Tamer asks her what they will do then. Will they go together to help? He Jing puzzledly shakes his head in different directions and raises his hand in front of him loudly says that there is no need to do that. Such a number of powerful tamers can disturb the Sunken Crescent. He confidently steps forward and loudly says that one of him will be enough. His beast has only recently been revived and is still in decline, so there will be no problems. The girls with incomprehension on their faces ask if they can really rely on him. Sung Zhu looks at him with a serious expression and wonders why he is acting so strangely. He is not even a follower of the Twin Moons. But he is so concerned about the safety of the Moon King? He Jing puts his hand to the barrier and is struck by strong yellow lightning. A huge stream of energy hits him, throwing his body aside and breaking the earth's crust beneath it. They ask loudly with astonishment on their faces, "What was that?" He lies on the ground in clouds of gray smoke and coughs loudly. The seventh of the Twin Moons looks down at him with a confident expression and asks if he is taking on too much. Even if his beast was at the peak of its powers, it would only be possible for him to disturb the Sunken Crescent in his dreams. He Jing looks at her tattoo with a frightened expression and thinks that it is the wings of a butterfly. She is one of the 12 months of the Twin Moons. Besides, the seventh seat, the Queen of Snakes, is in big trouble. The seventh girl puts her hand on her thigh with a menacing look and asks, "Did they not hear the Lord's order? From now on, this area is under the control of the Twin Moon teachings. And whoever it is, no one will pass." He sits on his knees near the tree with a fearful expression and looks at her and thinks that it seems that she has not found the Libra of Serenity and does not intend to pass through the barrier. The situation has changed for him again. At the same time, inside the barrier, the Sunken Crescent Moon. The Snake Queen strides forward among the green grass and steam. She thinks with a menacing look that 10 minutes have already passed, and she still has not attacked the Sunken Crescent Moon's trail. And the bugs with which she entered here are also not visible. Low-level beasts initially cannot enter the zone of control of the highest. The Snake Queen looks at the students shaking with fear and thinks that this bunch of freaks must have used the teleportation stones a long time ago and fled in fear. But this is only to her advantage, no one will get in the way. The Snake Queen confidently walks forward, clenching her palms into fists. She looks ahead with surprise on her face, noticing a light beam flying behind her. The Snake Queen turns back and loudly says that this is a beast aura of incomparable power. With determination on her face, she pushes off the ground with her feet and jumps forward, spreading her arms to the sides. The Snake Queen looks at the Sunken Crescent weapon and thinks that there can be no mistake, she has finally found it. Here it is, the dazzling splendor of the highest beast that has taken the form of a weapon. She looks at the weapon with a fascinated look and loudly says that for the sake of preserving the purity of the attributes, she did not even enter into a contract with the Scales of Serenity, and it turned out not to be in vain. The Snake Queen, with a smile on her face, spreading her arms to the sides, approaches the weapon and loudly tells it to join her. She knows what it is striving for. In the past, he was rejected by the Cold Moon Lord and Moon Reflection Saint of the Moon God Palace, because they have Imperial Beast companions since birth. As an arrogant weapon-type beast, he can't accept being looked down upon, can he? She puts her hand on her chest with a smile on her face, and says loudly that she is not like them at all. The Snake Queen holds the title of 6th rank Beast Tamer. She reaches out to the weapon and says loudly that she will never let him down. The Snake Queen confidently reaches out her hand and says loudly to make the sunken crescent moon hers. The weapon begins to illuminate her hand with a bright light. She looks at the outgoing light with a surprised expression and asks, "What is this?" The Snake Queen cannot touch the sword because of the light barrier, and says with a trembling voice that this cannot be. Could it be that she was rejected? She puts her hands on her head with an angry look and asks loudly, "Was the Holy Sun wrong? It's impossible. He personally said that she is the best fit to tame the sunken crescent moon. So what's the problem?" The Snake Queen puts her hands on her face and turns around when she hears the sounds. The boy loudly calls out to the woman from the Moon Academy. He takes a fighting stance with a menacing look and asks loudly, "Wasn't she the one who beat up more than 20 students from their school of the spiritual moon? They will avenge their comrades." The boy remembers how he runs towards his comrades lying on the ground. He holds his wounded comrade in his arms with an angry look and asks loudly, "How did it come to this and what happened here?" The man, cringing in pain, says that they were attacked. He says that it was a girl from the Tamer Academy. She had black hair and eyes like a snake. The boy comes out of his memories and says loudly that first they will deal with her, and then subdue the sunken crescent. The Snake Queen, with a smirk on her face, covers her face with her hand and laughs. He, with a menacing look, clenches his hands into fists and loudly asks, "What's funny here?" She stands slightly crouched and, covering her face with her hand, says that she is already bad, and now ignorant children have come to look for death. And freaks like them still hope to touch the sunken crescent moon? The Snake Queen holds out her hand in front of her with an ominous look and loudly tells them to come out. An ominous purple aura flies from her body. She summons her beasts, the Devil Moon King, Wandering Shadow, and Thunder Moon. The boy looks at them with a frightened look and says in a trembling voice that they are all high level. Summoning 3 beasts at once in one breath is completely beyond the level that a student can achieve. In addition, this terrifying aura, it is impossible to imagine how many fierce battles they had to endure. She walks forward with a smile on her face, surrounded by her beasts, and says that there is no need to praise her. Does the Snake Queen think that there are high-level owners among them too? If they do not hurry with the summoning of them, every single one of them will die. The Snake Queen holds out her hand forward and all the beasts fly forward, attacking them. She looks up and sees the Thunder Moon holding a bleeding bull in its jaws. The Snake Queen raises her hands and asks if Sunken Crescent Moon has seen this. There are several corpses of the boy beasts lying around her. She confidently stretches out her hands and asks if he has acknowledged her power now. Sunken Crescent Moon does not make a sound. The Snake Queen looks at him with an angry expression. She clenches her hands into fists and shakes with anger. Su Liang says that she is a freak from the Black Moon sect. He calmly says that even he is amused by her panicked look. The Snake Queen turns her head towards him and says that he, the Moon King, has already arrived. Su Liang stands next to the beast holding the bull in its jaws. She asks with a drop of sweat on her face, is he really alone? As a one-star beast tamer, he did not even bring bodyguards with him? He doesn't think that owning the Emperor Beast makes him all-powerful, does he? Su Liang smiles and thinks that these bunch of freaks actually think that he owns the Emperor. No wonder they used the Serenity Scale. They are absolutely sure of his helplessness now. Since he can't summon the Emperor Beast. He asks if she is the Snake Queen? Indeed, the Emperor Beast alone is not enough to possess everything. With or without the Serenity Scale, the answer is the same. Su Liang says loudly with a calm face that this is why, before the Twin Moon teaching seals this place, he advises her to crush the teleportation stone and run very quickly. She asks with a frightened look and shaking legs, what is he talking about? The Snake Queen wonders with beads of sweat on her face, was the presence of the Serenity Scale really revealed so quickly? He knew that his Emperor Beast was blocked, and he deliberately came here alone. Should she run or attack him? Su Liang happily thinks that she should continue to stand there in a daze and let him touch the Sunken Crescent Moon. He confidently walks towards the weapon. Su Liang looks up with a charming expression and says that this is what it is, the beast that has long cut down the stars. He stretches out his hand towards the weapon and freezes in place. The Snake Queen loudly tells him not to even dream of touching it. She stretches out her hand forward, attacking him with her beasts. They direct many streams of energy towards him. The wandering shadow claps its palms and spreads its arms to the sides at great speed, directing a stream of energy. Su Liang surrounds himself with a water shield, the Lake Moon. The Snake Queen asks with a surprised expression, "What is this? How is this even possible? Did neither thunder nor physical attacks have any effect? He did not even summon a beast." Su Liang puts his hand on his chest with a frightened look and thinks that she scared him. Her attacks look scary, but in fact they were just a show. Although he cannot attack back, the Lake Moon's skill can instill genuine fear in others. She shakes with an angry look and her veins bulging with anger, and calls him by his status. The Snake Queen stands with her arms wide apart, and loudly tells him not to dare to look down on her. She places her trembling red hands in front of her, and says that without the Imperial Beast, he can only throw empty threats. The Snake Queen slams her palms together. Drops of blood flow down her face, trembling with anger. She stands on the red seal with her legs wide apart with a terrifying look, surrounded by black streams of energy. The Snake Queen raises her hands and loudly tells the Moon Devourer to come out. All the disciples turn their heads towards the shaking ground with frightened expressions. Su Liang stands next to the weapon with a surprised expression as the ground beneath it begins to split. He thinks that the Serenity Scale's ability has silenced the aura. Only if the sunken crescent moon does not detect anything can another top-tier beast be summoned. The Moon Devourer stands behind the Snake Queen, shrouded in smoke. She asks with a smile on her face, what does he think of her strongest beast? Has he finally felt fear now? Su Liang looks at them with a calm expression. The Snake Queen wonders with a surprised expression, why is there such a complete indifference on his face? Is it possible that even top-tier beasts are not worthy of attention in his eyes? He calmly looks at the Moon Devourer and thinks that he actually came across a post on the forum recently. It said that when meeting the gaze of a ferocious big beast, one should make an angry expression and thus die more honorably. She points her finger at him with an angry expression and asks loudly, is it possible that even now he refuses to summon his beast? The Moon Devourer with an angry expression hisses loudly, preparing to attack. He hits the ground with great force, breaking it into many pieces. The Moon Devourer raises its tail, from which sand falls. Su Liang looks at this with a calm expression, thinking that this is what one would expect from a beast of the highest level. Even in madness, each of them falls in their own way. The Snake Queen confidently stretches out her hand forward and loudly orders the Moon Devourer to kill him. The Moon Devourer opens its mouth wide and attacks with a huge stream of energy threads. Su Liang closes his eyes, thinking that no matter what happens, he is counting on the Lake Moon. He stands on the sea water, and only small waves are moving forward. A huge stream of purple energy hits the ground, breaking the earth's crust into pieces. Su Liang stands surrounded by purple smoke and rock fragments without receiving a single scratch. He looks forward with a fake grin on his face. Su Liang thinks that hello to the day and the sun, he was able to survive. During the daytime, moon-type beasts can only exert half of their strength, so this attack did not even deal 30% of the damage. If she wants to break through the defense of the Lake Moon, she will have to work hard. He looks at the Snake Queen who has fallen to her knees and thinks that it probably won't come to that. She shakes with an exhausted look and asks, was this really a mythical blessing from the moon god? Su Liang looks down at her with an arrogant expression and loudly tells her not to worry. Once he deals with the sunken crescent moon, her turn will come. The Snake Queen, with a surprised expression, thinks, what does it mean? The Moon King ignored her all this time, so as not to disturb the sunken crescent. She looks at Su Liang, who is bringing his hand to the weapon, and thinks she does not know what kind of crazy shapeless shield surrounds him, but will he be able to withstand a blow that can cut through the stars? The Snake Queen loudly asks the Libra of Serenity to cancel the effect of the skill. Su Liang looked down with a drop of sweat on his face. The Moon Devourer with red eyes looks at the radiating light. The weapon is enveloped in green energy and bright light. He looks at it with an angry expression and thinks that she has torn the barrier, and now nothing hides the aura of her supreme beast. The hand easily takes the weapon and pulls it out of the ground. The sunken crescent holds her weapon with her hands and opened her eyes. The weapon begins to shake and shrink in size. The sunken crescent grabbed the weapon with her hands and, lifting her leg, opened her light eyes. Huge stones fly around from a powerful explosion. The students, with surprise on their faces, shake with fear and ask what is happening here. One of them runs away and loudly says that this is a sunken crescent. She opened her eyes and they need to leave quickly. Su Liang wraps himself in water and looks at the strong green explosion next to the sunken crescent. He thinks with a drop of sweat on his face that the attack of the Moon Devourer barely dealt 30% of the damage. The remaining defense of the Lake Moon can withstand it, right? Su Liang, with surprise on his face, looks forward and sees a whirlpool of water with his two beasts. He looks at his shoulder with a dumbfounded expression that is hugged by the Lake Moon and thinks that there is no chance. The probability of repelling her attack is less than 1%. Is the difference really that big? Su Liang looks back with a tense expression and wonders how the Snake Queen decided to defend herself. He looks at the curled-up Moon Devourer and says nothing. The sunken crescent with a weapon in her hands jumped on top of him. Su Liang looks down with a doomed expression and thinks, what does it mean there is no chance? He looks forward with a sad expression and tells the Moon Hunter to rescue him. A few minutes ago, a boy loudly asks if the elder is listening to him. He tells them that a girl from the Moon Academy attacked them. The boy asks with an angry expression how the people of the academy could do such a thing. The spiritual moon, with a drop of sweat on her face, puts her hand on her forehead and tells him to calm down. It was not an academy student who attacked them, but a high-ranking member of the Black Moon sect. She sighs and thinks that the fact that ordinary disciples managed to survive an encounter with a high-ranking sect member is actually an unprecedented success. Spiritual Moon looks at Seven and wonders why that girl is showing absolute calm despite the situation. Is she not worried about the safety of the Moon King? Seven looks forward with a surprised expression. She turns back with a menacing look and asks loudly, has the sunken crescent's peace been disturbed? The sunken crescent opens its eyes. Seven confidently jumps on them and holds out her hand in front of her, loudly telling everyone to retreat immediately. The people cover their heads with their hands with horror on their faces and scream loudly as they run away. Seven raised her hands in front of her and thinks that for a moment she felt another aura surge. Could it be the Overlord's Imperial Beast? At the same time, Su Liang blocks the attacks with a water shield. He covers his face with his hands with a tense expression and thinks he said her name, so why didn't anything happen? Did the barrier combined with the Libra of Serenity's ability completely block out the sounds? Just 3 seconds and the sunken crescent will unleash its power. Su Liang looks ahead with a smirk on his face and counts the moments until the collision, thinking that everything has changed. He holds his phone in his hands and quickly writes something on it. Su Liang types a message for the Moon Hunter to save him. The sunken crescent jumps at him with an angry expression. She holds a weapon in her hands and flies above his head, preparing to attack. Su Liang confidently raises his hand in front of him and spreads his fingers wide on his palm. He quickly stretches his hand out towards her. The sunken crescent, with anger on her face, flew closer to Su Liang and, holding a weapon in her hands, was about to attack. He stretches his hand out towards the angry sunken crescent. A bright ball of energy surrounds them after the collision. A huge explosion resounded on the battlefield, breaking the ground into many pieces. People were thrown back by the strong air flow and screaming loudly. Seven covered her face with her hand and put up a shield in front of the people, wondering if that was really the emperor just now. Sanju, with a drop of sweat on her face, raised her hand in front of her and asked her loudly, was the Moon King still there? Seven confidently thought that if her intuition was not deceiving her, the situation there had become 100 times more complicated. Smoke enveloped the broken earth's crust and stones. The Snake Queen, shrouded in smoke, coughed loudly. She climbed out of her beast and loudly said that she almost suffocated. The Snake Queen moved her hands as she climbed out of the snake body and thought that she no longer felt the Libra of Serenity. They probably did not escape the attack of the sunken crescent. She looks at the rising glittering weapon and thinks that the sunken crescent itself has already restored peace. The Snake Queen looks forward with a surprised face and wonders where the Moon King is. She stands and looks around, thinking that he was closest to the sunken crescent. The Snake Queen does not feel any hint of his presence. Did the sunken crescent cut him down so badly that not even his bones were left? She raises her hands in front of her with a doomed look and trembling thinks that disturbing the sunken crescent was her plan. The Snake Queen puts her hands on her face with a fascinated look and wonders if she has really defeated the Moon King. She covers it with a smile on her face and laughs loudly, says that who would have thought the Moon King really fell under the onslaught of the sunken crescent. He met the last moment of his life looking at the phone. How funny. The Snake Queen spreads her arms in front of her with a smile on her face and says loudly that she has defeated the renowned Moon King. She confidently turns her head back and says that the sunken crescent will now be hers. The Snake Queen looks at the weapon from which a bright light emanates. She looks forward with a surprised expression and wonders why she woke up again. The sunken crescent holds her weapon with one hand and leans back with her eyes closed. The Snake Queen stands next to her beast with a puzzled expression and says that in its current state, the Moon Devourer cannot do it. She does not have time to finish speaking and turns back. The Snake Queen looks at the cloud of smoke in the air from which rays of green energy are emanating. Su Liang stands calmly among the smoke without receiving a scratch. She, with an amazed look and beads of sweat running down her face, says that this is impossible. Not only did he not receive serious injuries, but there is not a single scratch on him. He walks out of the smoke clouds with a confident look. The Moon Hunter places her foot shrouded in gray smoke forward. The Snake Queen asks with a confused expression, "What is going on here?" She looks at the shadow of the red-eyed Moon Hunter in the smoke and wonders if this beast is too huge. Isn't it an emperor-level young beast? This beast is too huge for a top-level beast. But if an emperor beast really came down here, its appearance would shake the entire northern region. If it is not an emperor beast, then what is it? The Snake Queen looks forward with beads of sweat on her face in fear. She holds the teleportation stone in her hand and trembles in fear. The Snake Queen clenches the stone with her fingers and thinks that it is not time to run away yet. With a terrifying look and furious eyes, she thinks that even if she is to die, she must still see the Emperor of the Moon King. There may never be another chance again. From the clouds of smoke, the Moon Huntress's horn and half of her body appear. The ultimate Moon Huntress walks out of the smoke with a light in her eyes. She looks forward with a confident expression, and her human form appears behind her. The Snake Queen kneels down with a dumbfounded expression, looking at her and wondering, how is this even possible? The Moon Huntress is 5 times bigger than the Moon Devourer. In terms of size, the Moon Devourer is one of the most terrifying beasts of the Black Moon Order. This is the first time she has seen such a huge ultimate in her life. The Snake Queen kneels down with her hands on the ground and looks at Su Liang and wonders, how could a one-star tamer be able to display the full power of an ultimate beast? After all, it is obvious that the low rank should be his weakness, even if it is his only one. Su Liang thinks with a smile on his face, this is a sight to behold. Who would have thought that such a small moon huntress would be able to display such magnificence? Even his heart jumped. Still, why did she come so quickly? It was like an instant, it all happened so fast that he didn't even have time to see her save him. He looks at the girl behind him, Moon Hunter, and wonders if she is her ancestor. Could she become like her in the future? Moon Hunter asks with a pitiful look, will Su Liang be able to stop the sunken crescent? She doesn't want to take another hit at all. He stutters with a frightened look, asking what does stop mean. Moon Hunter asks, if he is here, he should have prepared attacks against her, right? Su Liang warily thinks that the blow just now was essentially no different from a touch. He confidently reaches out his hand towards the book, thinking that the information about the sunken crescent should have already appeared in the Moon Book. However, he is not sure that she will help him resolve the situation. If she doesn't give him anything, he will have to ask Moon Hunter to help him escape. The book says that the sunken crescent is a lunar type, the highest. A mythical beast that has existed since ancient times. After the split of the moonlight, it lost its scabbard. As a result, it devoted itself to searching for it for the next millennium, constantly alternating cycles of deep sleep and awakening. After losing its scabbard, it completely abandoned its connections with living beings. The former scabbard is a sunken crescent moon, the frost of the first moon is blocked. Su Liang puts his hand on his chin with an interested expression and thinks, so the scabbard still exists? If we find out the information about it, it will probably not be difficult to contact the sunken crescent. But even the most ancient moon god palace was unable to contact her. In other words, the era of the sunken crescent's birth was even earlier than the founding of the moon god palace? He looks at the sunken crescent floating on his weapon with a surprised expression. Su Liang thinks that it is possible that even the current owner of the first moon frost is not fully aware of its origins. Sunken Crescent opened her bright green eyes. The Snake Queen runs to the side with a frightened look and loudly says that things are bad. She wakes up again. She runs to the sleeping beast and loudly says for the Moon Devourer to protect her. He wakes up in the dying phase and wraps his body in black thorns, opens his mouth and sticks out his tongue. The Sunken Crescent looks at the Moon Hunter with a fierce look. She looks at her with an arrogant expression and asks why she is looking at her like that. The energy beams of the moon hunter and the sunken crescent are directed towards each other. Su Liang runs towards the sunken crescent at great speed among the white smoke. The Snake Queen sits on her beast with a surprised expression and loudly asks what the Moon King is up to. After all, he has left the protection zone of the highest beast. With a confident smile on his face, he loudly tells the sunken crescent to submit to him. Su Liang holds his hand at the green barrier, and the sunken crescent moon looked at him questioningly, and he says that he knows about the frost of the first moon. She looks at him in surprise and he asks, "She is looking for this scabbard, right?" She looks at him with a kind look, and he says that he will call Su Liang by the name of the morpho moon butterfly and promises that within 3 years he will bring her to them. He offers to make a deal. In exchange for this service, he will also need something from her. She looks at him silently for a while, and then closes her eyes and returns to the form of a weapon. He stretches out his hand to her zone, and the Snake Queen looked at him irritably and asked how he was able to break through. "Is it possible?" Water appears at his feet, and it began to surround the sunken crescent moon, and the power of the water and the weapon merged and gathered at Su Liang's chest. And she thought, did the sunken crescent moon really accept the Moon King? The Snow-White Doe looked at him in surprise and said that everything that happened here would definitely cause a sensation throughout the world. Su Liang clenched his hand into a fist and looked up with a satisfied expression, and the Snake Queen looked at this in surprise and thought that this couldn't be true. After all, tens of thousands of famous beast tamers tried, but they couldn't do it. Because the sunken crescent moon had an unchangeable feature: if she made a contract with a person, the death of that person would also lead to her own destruction. Therefore, the sunken crescent moon could only agree to make a contract if she thought that person could not lose to anyone, and such a person turned out to be the Moon King. The Snake Queen said that she could only know this truth by being here, in the center of events. She gets irritated, and her eye becomes like a snake's, and she said that she must at all costs pass this information on to the Black Moon sect, even if it costs her own life. She summons Moon Devourer and uses Crimson Full Moon, and Su Liang stands next to the Snow-White Doe, and then turns around and says that that girl saw too much. Although it is not in his habit to eliminate witnesses, he will have to do it. The Snow-White Doe stomps her hoof and spits. Her attack knocks down a mountain, and Su Liang thinks that he wonders if he was too wrong with the gifts he brought her last time. The Snake Queen is bleeding, and she thought that since the Moon God Palace, the Moonlight Pavilion, the Snow-White Doe are connected to him, everything fell into place. She looked at the Snake Queen with a serious expression and thought that this was not an ordinary supreme beast, but a descendant of the Emperor. She took out the teleportation crystal and thought that she could not die, and this information was much more important than the information about the sunken crescent moon. They must know about it. She looked at them with a serious expression, and she thought that if she could distract their attention, then she would still have a chance to escape. She summoned her creatures, and holding the crystal in her hand, she thought that this area had not yet been completely blocked. If she could increase the distance between her and the Moon King, then she would have a chance to escape. The teleportation crystal began to dissolve, and then she looked at her hand in shock and thought, "Where is the crystal?" The Snow-White Doe looked at her in surprise and said, "Was it really stolen by a low-ranking shimmer butterfly?" There is a crystal in the butterfly's paws, and she gives it to Su Liang, who asks with a satisfied look, "Is it true that in the midst of the battle of the highest, hardly anyone will pay attention to a small low-ranking moth?" She looks at him in shock, and then her face changes and says with a smile that maybe it is too late now, but she finally understands why he is called the Moon King. The Snow-White Doe is about to make another attack, and before it hits, the Snake Queen thinks that it was an honor for her to fight the Moon King. After a while, the butterfly wings look forward in surprise and says loudly that the Lord is here. She kneels before him, and he comes up to them and says that the Snake Queen is dead and it is possible to lift the blockade. He wanted to say something else, and they look at him in surprise, and then he says with a serious look that from now on he will take charge of the sunken crescent moon. The news that the Moon King managed to subjugate the sunken crescent moon shocked all the Moon-type factions. After some time, the southern region, the Cold Moon's sacred school. A girl with pink hair is bathing among the sakura trees, and someone says that he has news for the Cold Moon Lord. They are in trouble, because the Moon King subjugated the sunken crescent moon. The girl runs up to her, and the Cold Moon Lord takes water in his hands and says that there is no point in panicking, because she has long known that this will happen. She gets up from the water and says that he is the face of moonlight and the current owner of the Book of the Moon, so everything that happened was quite natural. She looks at her in surprise, and then says that all this also applies to her, because as soon as she was born, she was immediately a 4-star tamer, and her beast companion belongs to the imperial rank. and her moonlit eyes can encompass everything in this world. She says with a satisfied look that she is also curious about which of them the moon shines brighter. The Moon God Festival is about to begin and all the school's applicants must withdraw. Hearing this, she is surprised and asks why this must be done. After some time, a seashore somewhere on the border of the central and northern regions. A man with a crutch stands in front of the sea, and a girl with horns bows before him and says that the great holy sun should know that those two will arrive soon. He asks her if the Antelope Queen thinks that he can lose to the Moon King. She closes her eyes and says that even if there are no followers left of the royal level sect, there is no one left except her. She never doubted that he was able to defeat the Moon King and return the Black Moon sect to its former glory. A whirlpool is created in the sea in front of them, and a voice comes from it saying that he hopes that the Holy Sun's plan will not disappoint them. The branch of the moon worship from the Nine Abysses says that if the coming battle ends in their destruction, then all their schools will voluntarily submit to the Moon King. The otherworldly teaching from the Nine Abysses says that he himself should understand that no man is capable of resisting the divine power. He says with a serious look that they can rest easy because the plan is bound to succeed. They approach him and he says that they should go to the Moon Tamer Academy and wait for the festival to begin, and then kill the Moon King. After some time, the Moonlight Pavilion, the Star Hall. The Divine Doe asks in surprise, is the Moon God Festival really going to begin soon? Only during the times when the moonlight reaches its peak can the Moon God descend and bestow his wisdom, and the last Moon God Festival was over 1,000 years ago. He presses his hand to his face and says that he already knows this, as the principal of the academy has already contacted him about it. During the festival, select moon-type tamers may become victims and engage in a fierce battle with the ultimate goal being the Moon Throne. And the rewards bestowed upon the victors of the battles can allow the tamers to achieve terrifying growth rates. They can even provide an excuse for multiple battles between emperors. The festival itself will last until someone ascends to the throne, or until the remaining contenders give up their claims. For this reason, the current Moon God Festival will not end until they defeat the Cold Moon Sovereign in 3 years. He is silent for a while, and then he reads from his phone with an irritated look and says that the victims will be able to locate each other. And for this reason, he had to respond to the rector's request to protect the two participants from their academy. The Snow-White Doe looks at his phone, and he grabs his head and thinks with a surprised look that he does not understand why he has to be the one to fulfill the promises of his predecessor. And how many people has he already managed to fool during all this time? The Snow-White Doe laughs, and he looks at her with a stunned look, and she says that he does not need to worry so much, because there are rewards for fighting. No one knows the future, because it is possible that in 3 years the ruler of the Cold Moon will only be able to crawl at his feet. And besides, there is a chance, albeit extremely small, but he can get a piece of a page from the Book of the Moon. He looks at her in surprise, and she asks if he didn't know that, according to legend, the owners of fragments of the Book of the Moon are able to increase their limits in the number of possible contracts with beasts up to several dozen. He keeps looking at her, and then looks up in surprise and thinks if you can make so many contracts with just a piece of a book, then what about the whole book? The Snow-White Doe yawns, and he puts his hand to his chin and thinks with a thoughtful look that he is interested in one thing. If he has the Book of the Moon, then where do the others get the pieces of pages from it? She hits him in the back and says discontentedly that he should stop winding himself up, and it would be better if he talked to the staff so that she would be given more freedom. She clenches her hooves with a contented look and says that if she is allowed to bask in the moonlight outside, she could also keep an eye on that couple of girls. She opens one eye and looks at him questioningly, and he crashes into the wall, and they are silent for a while. He leaves the building and, holding his lower back, says with displeasure that she has a blow like that of a tall beast, and if it were a little stronger, it would have broken through the wall. She sends her a post with 100 ways to cook venison, and she answers him with ellipses. Suddenly he receives a message and she asks in surprise, has he already received information about those two students? A photo and information appear on the screen. One of the students is called Bayur, and she is 16 years old. She is the daughter of the ruler of the Western Sacred Bai clan. She is a hybrid of man and tiger. Her companion beast has the highest rank, but for an unknown reason it is always in a state of deep sleep, and in all likelihood this is because her level is too low. He holds his chin with his hand and says that he initially thought she was a cat girl, but in fact she turned out to be a tigress. Then there is information about the second student. Her name is Bai Yao and she is 16 years old. She is the fourth princess of the most prosperous human country in the northern region called the Azure Moon Empire. She was already distinguished at a young age by the fact that she was able to summon a beast of the highest rank. He cautiously scrolls through the pages on his phone and says that since she is a princess and a representative of the sacred family, then only problems can be expected from such people. But first he needs to forward everything. He forwards information about them to the Snow White Doe, and she writes that the first one looks quite interesting and he can provide it for her. After a while, Yua looks ahead with displeasure and swinging on a swing with another student. She says that the sunken crescent moon submitted to the Moon King, and this is amazing, because she cannot achieve this even in her wildest fantasies. She gets up from the swing and says that they already need to go to the academic building, because soon they will announce something important there. The Snow White Doe watches them from she thought that perhaps this is the mestiza girl from the Sacred by clan. She has a rather memorable aura, but apparently she is not smart enough. A drop of water falls on her nose and she asks in surprise, "Is it really starting to rain already?" She turns around and says that she should still go back, because in rainy weather her abilities are significantly reduced, and if something suddenly happens, it will be unpleasant. She turns around questioningly, and sees a water projectile flying towards her and a water explosion occurs in the bushes. The Lord of Torrential Rain of the highest rank appears in front of Ur and the other student, and he puts his hand on his chest and says that one of the 5 target highest ranks has been found. He looks at them with a serious look, and says that she only has 10 seconds to summon all of her beasts. They are scared by this and hold on to each other, and he says that killing tamers by the element of surprise is not his style. 7 stars are visible on his shoulder, and the Snow White Doe looks at him in surprise and thinks, "Is this elemental really a 7th rank tamer's beast?" This rank is proof that the tamer owns an imperial beast. After a while, Yao walks with her servants and adjusting her hair she asks, apparently something happened, because she does not understand what they are thinking when they force them to gather in the training area in such weather. She is surprised, because a moth flies next to her and she asks in surprise, "What is a low-ranking flickering butterfly doing here?" She takes it in her hand and the servant says that this is a low-ranking beast and she should not touch it. She holds the butterfly with an emotionless face and asks if she really wants to start a conversation about the strange trend that came from the Moon King again. Nothing will happen to her if she plays with it for a while, and it is also possible that the Moon King himself secretly pets the small animals. Suddenly, they are called out and asked if they are really discussing the Moon King. They turn around questioningly and the girl comes up to them and says that she wants to join their conversation, because she must say that the Moon King is her favorite topic of conversation. The girl with horns on her head walks towards them, and one of the maids steps forward and asks who is walking towards them. Yao, looking scared, says that she should leave here, because if she did not notice, then they are about to go to a study meeting now. She closed her eyes and with an irritated look says that she would not mind participating in it too. Her horned beast appears next to her, and she covers her face with her hand and says that before that she needs to deal with one girl who owns the highest beast, and it offends her. The maids look at them in surprise and they say that next to her is a girl called the highest rank Corruption Eye. Yao clasps her hands to her chest in fear and thinks, what is the Black Moon Order doing here? After a while, the training area of the Tamer Academy, the platform. Ruyua stands on the platform and thinks that for some reason Yu and Yao are not among those present, and she has a bad feeling. She holds a flower microphone in her hands and coughs, and then says that she asks the respected students to listen carefully to what she is about to say. Everyone looks at her in surprise and she says that after more than 1,000 years, the Moon God Festival will soon begin again. She turns around and says that after the festival begins, Moon-type tamers with relatively high potential will be chosen as sacrifices and will take part in battles in order to win the favor of the god. And for each victory, the participants will receive an unimaginable reward. She wanted to say something else, but she is interrupted by a voice that says that the winner will be determined in the midst of a mutual massacre among the victims until only one person remains alive. A beast with 7 stars appears above them, who says that that person will become the true Moon King for this era. Everyone is very surprised by this and Ryuya says that all people need to leave the site immediately. An explosion occurs in the training area from which she flies away and thinks that it was a combat skill of a 7-star Supreme and, as luck would have it, her Supreme Veil of the Hidden Moon is capable of protecting only her, and all the participants need to defend themselves. She looks at the students in surprise and they ask what just happened. Luna smiles and says that she feels like her attack was absorbed and that the Moon King must have intervened. He hides behind his hood with a serious expression and Luna says that at this very moment the Moon King is looking at her. Su Liang thinks that thanks to the recent battle in the Hidden Moon Mountains, Lake Crescent was able to strengthen her shield 3 times. She holds on to it, and he thinks that even so, this attack penetrated 40% of the defense, and if her abilities were at the same level, everyone here would have turned to ashes. He laughs and thinks that he almost forgot how long it has been since he had to intercept over the edge. Red lightning appears next to Moon, and she asks what is happening and has space really torn apart. An angel with a blindfold and 7 stars on his chest appears from the lightning, and Ryua thinks that she does not understand why the second 7-star supreme is here. She is surprised and thinks that the presence of the 7th rank indicates that the enemy has at least one imperial beast. The angel asks irritably, what is he doing, and what should they do if someone here dies unnecessarily? Moon looked away and asked why she didn't understand that the Moon King didn't care about these pathetic lives at all. She says that he is an idiot, and this is the territory of the Twin Moons training. Besides, their mission is only to detain the 2 vice principals. Ryua comes closer to them and puts her hands forward and asks, does it mean that since the Star Guardian and the Moon Attraction Fairy are here, does this mean that the person from the Moon Worship branch is behind this? 5 years ago, she was an exchange student there and was lucky enough to see that person in action, and she does not understand why they attacked them. The Star Guard says that he doesn't understand what they're going to do, since she's kind of one of their own. The Moon Attraction Fairy sighs and says that they have 1 minute to take the students away. The students run away and she says that after that, they won't hold back. Su Liang walks towards them and asks, so they're from the Moon Worship branch, right? They turn towards him in surprise. He says that the culprit of the pilgrim himself didn't dare show himself, and didn't even undertake to demonstrate his emperor. He asks with a serious look, are they still deceiving themselves with the hope of getting away unharmed after everything they've done? A sunken crescent appears from the sky and they are surprised and ask, is he really using the highest sunken crescent? She rushes towards them with burning eyes and Ryua thinks that from her look it's clear that she's not going to figure out who's a friend and who's an enemy. The sunken crescent raises its hand back and she asks if it really intends to destroy everyone present. A bright light illuminates the enemies and a crater appears at the meeting place. Ryua sits on the rocks and holds her mouth with her hand and coughs. She looks down and thinks that since she survived, it seems that the Moon King still takes into account the lives of his people. They lie in the crater struck by the attack of the lunar crescent, and the Fairy of Lunar Attraction says that they did not have a chance to attack in response. She did not expect that the lunar crescent was so strong. Su Liang stands in front of them, and the lunar crescent flies above him, and the fairy gets to her feet, and without a mask on her face says that even if they are destined to fall in battle, they are only the first wave. The Star Guard flies up with glowing eyes and says that he wants to warn that the Imperial Beast will soon appear in front of him. They rise up and shine, and the crescent moon opens its eyes. Su Liang looks at them with an irritated look. He thinks that after 2 attacks, only 4% of the Lake Moon's shield power remains, and it can no longer be used. There are 3 seconds left before the sunken crescent's next attack, and if those 2 do not reflect it, everyone here will turn to ashes. What should he do? She looks at them with a serious look and after a while attacks them, and the fairy looks at this in fear, and a second later there is an explosion. The students far from what is happening cover their heads with their hands from the force of the explosion, and the others say that it was a powerful impulse, and perhaps it was the great beast of the Moon King. One of the villagers points into the distance, and asks what is there in the distance. A second moon appeared in the sky and the Star Guard asks if she has gone crazy. Why is she using an ability that creates a full moon for 5 minutes? Why was it necessary to use it? She looks forward with an irritated expression, and she says that she understands that she has decided to use the transformation that is only possible under the full moon in order to survive. But did she even think about how serious the consequences of this would be for everyone? She cries and says that she is sorry, because she did it automatically and of course she is ready to sacrifice her life. She wanted to say something else, but he interrupts her and says that she is an idiot, and now they are forced to confront the Moon King under the light of the full moon. They look ahead in silence for a while, stunned, and see that a huge rabbit has appeared in front of them. She says that she thinks that the highest jade stone looks completely different. The fairy holds her hand and says that the sunken crescent has also transformed and now they will have to fight both at once. The sunken crescent moon looks at them with an irritated look and after a while they swing, and she cuts the rabbit in half. They look at this in surprise and ask, did she really kill her own ally? After Lunar Crescent deals with the rabbit, she turns to them with a serious look. Some time later, the Lunar Tamer Academy, outside the Imperial residence. A ball of dark energy is visible from the ground and the maids look at it tiredly, and she leans towards them and asks, did they really manage to hold out for a whole minute? She says with a smile that Goral should use the Eye of Corruption against them. Several red beams appear from Goral's eyes, which pierce through the maid's beasts. One of the beasts falls to the floor with a hole in its stomach and the maid fearfully asks, what just happened? Yao with a serious look summons Azure Hawk, and Queen Antelope looks at them with a smile and she asks, did she finally summon her highest? She pierces her hawk with the eye of corruption and says that it is not bad, but the Azure Hawk does not belong to the moon type and there is no compatibility between them. She believes that because of this it never reached adulthood. Suddenly, a beast of one of the maids appears under Yao and she, stretching out her hand to them, says that Her Highness must run to the border of the dark fog and if she escapes beyond its borders, then she will be able to get help. The Queen of Antelopes yawns and asks with her eyes closed, are they really not capable of more? The Goro opens its mouth for a new attack and it pierces all the maids with its projectiles, and Yao and the beast fall to the ground. She looks fearfully at the Queen of Antelopes, who approaches her with a smile and asks, is this really the end of it? A shimmering butterfly appears from under Yao's hand and she looks at it in surprise, and the Queen of Antelopes looks at her fearfully, and her Goro froze. Her legs are shaking and then she falls to her knees holding her face with her hands and thinks, where did the shimmering butterfly come from? She fearfully covers her face with her hands and asks why did it appear at the most inopportune moment. Yao looks at the butterfly in surprise and thinks, did this shimmering butterfly come to save her? She runs away and thinks that it doesn't matter anyway, she needs to get out. The Antelope Queen holds her head and thinks that she is asking for forgiveness from the great Holy Sun, because she can't go on anymore. She and Goro hug and cry, and she thinks that shimmering butterflies are what the Black Moon Order is most afraid of. At the same time, the torrential rain lord counts down from 10 and Yor and the other student are sitting on their knees in fear and holding on to each other. The Snow-White Doe watches from the bushes and thinks that the 7-star supreme is the torrential rain lord, which means otherworldly teachings. That is, that water-type imperial beast is also somewhere in this place. It would be completely inconvenient if, after beating the junior, she also attracts the senior. He finishes his countdown, and then puts his hand in front of himself and says that this is a pitiful sight, and they can only blame themselves for their powerlessness. He casts water magic and a second later, Yor and the other student are carried away by a wave, but suddenly there is an explosion and the torrential rain lord covers himself with his hand and asks what is happening. They are flying on the clouds and the student looks down questioningly. He says that he does not understand where the clouds came from, because the members of the Sacred By clan do not have such an ability. Apparently he has some unknown variables that they couldn't figure out, and she asks who she is. They turn around in surprise and see a snow-white doe flying up to them on a cloud, and the student asks if it was really a mid-ranking snow-white doe that pulled them out of the clutches of the highest. She closes her eyes and says tiredly that she promised the Moon King to keep an eye on them, and now she will have to keep her promise. The Lord of the Pouring Rain holds his hand to his chest and bows and says that he is from the otherworldly teaching. He is the third subordinate of His Excellency the Eternal King of the Waves, and his name is the Lord of the Pouring Rain. She looks around thoughtfully and asks if that guy didn't come with him. He looks at her irritably and thinks that since she called His Excellency that guy, she doesn't respect him. He says that according to the rules of the Tyrant of the Twin Moon Doctrine, Imperial beasts cannot appear here, and even more so, this is just a battle of the greatest. She brought a hoof to her face and said that since this is the case, then there are no problems. She stood on 2 hooves and coughed proudly, and then said that if she was to speak honestly, then she was not the type who would not mind sometimes giving weaklings a beating. He slapped his hands in irritation and said furiously that she should watch what she said. He uses a martial skill under the deep sea and a cube of water is formed above the snow-white doe, and she ends up underwater. She disappears from the cube and emitting a purple ore as she flies in the sky. He looks at her questioningly, and then asks if she, like him, does not have a material body? He folded his arms across his chest and said that if that was the case, then he had only one option left. She looks up questioningly and sees a whirlpool forming above her. When the attack was ready, he releases his attack and after it there is only a crater, and he says that after that, it seems like there is nothing left of her. He looks questioningly to the other side and sees that a second moon has appeared in the sky, and he thinks that he does not understand what the followers of the moon worship branch are doing there. What are they thinking? Arbitrarily changing the phase of the moon. Doing something like that in an area where there are so many moon-type beasts is madness, and it can have a serious effect on him, the owner of the water element. He turns back and thinks that everything is fine, because he has already crushed his enemies. He walks away and thinks that upon his return, someone will have to provide serious explanations. A woman's hair flutters behind him and a voice is heard that addresses him. He turns around in surprise and sees a snow-white doe in human form standing in front of him. She holds her head and asks if they can continue fighting when the full moon sets. If she speaks honestly, she doesn't need a full moon to playfully deal with him. He jumps towards her with an irritated expression and swings at her, saying that he doesn't understand what she's saying and doesn't care about her words because he will fight her under the full moon. He looks at her in surprise, and then a huge horn pierces him through and through, with houses still standing nearby. The Lord of the Torrential Rain thinks that this is impossible, and that her power surpasses the highest. Perhaps she is a descendant of the Imperial Beast, and there was a highest here who couldn't be challenged. The Snow-White Doe holds her hand in front of her, and then says with a serious expression that she really didn't want to crush him using the power of the full moon. He begins to disappear and thinks that now the master should know that they must be extremely careful in their future actions at all costs. He disappeared and the people stare at her in silence for a while with surprised looks, and she presses her hand to her face and thinks, did she really attract a little attention? She looks into the distance in surprise and thinks that the backstage instigator and the Moon King are both there now. She brings her hands together at her chest and closes her eyes thinking, what should she do now? 3 minutes ago in the square of the training area. Everything around is in ruins, and the fairy and the star guard are lying on the ground and the moon crescent entered into a fighting spirit. The sunken crescent looks down questioningly, and sees that the low-ranking moon rabbit is recovering. He is the essence of the waning moon in a full moon state. His fighting skills include super regeneration and physical enhancement. She goes down to him and a second later she is eager to fight the rabbit, and he irritably hits her, and she is surprised by his strength. She is thrown into the ground. The Holy Sun and 2 girls are walking next to him, and one of the moon worship branch asks if the Holy Sun is sure that the moon twins' teachings won't track them down on this road. He laughs and says that she underestimates him too much. A comet flies to his right and he says that he received information about this path in an exceptional manner, and there shouldn't be any problems. An explosion occurs next to them and they see the sunken crescent fighting the moon rabbit, and they look at them in silence for a while and then they ask if the Moon King has discovered them. The Holy Sun looks down and says that they should be calmer because the situation here is too chaotic, and it's not a fact that it's the Moon King. The moon rabbit sticks its ear into its mouth and pulls Su Liang out of it, and they are silent for a while and look at it in surprise. He turned to face them and said that he did not expect the Black Moon Order, a branch of moon worship and an otherworldly teaching, to be here. The water elemental tamer looked at him in fear and thought that she did not understand why she was in front of the Moon King. She held her hands to her chest and said that the venerable Moon King should know that she was here simply to guard the Holy Sun of the Black Moon and had no intention of challenging him. The Holy Sun, looking irritated, said loudly that he had come here to declare war on the Moon King. The water elemental tamer looked down in resignation and said that now they were definitely finished. Su Liang looked at them haughtily and then smiled and asked if he was seriously talking about declaring war. He backed away and said that on the next full moon night after the Moon God Festival began, he would put an end to this by having the emperors fight. He would defeat him in the name of his followers. He trembles and thinks that 3 years ago, the foundation of the Black Moon sect was wiped off the ground, and he also lost his eyes because Su Liang stared straight into the face of an incomprehensible entity. He recalls the past, where the Moon King is standing on the ground, and next to him are the defeated members of the sect. The Holy Sun thinks that now he looks exactly like that moment. He looked at them with a pitiful look, as if there were insects in front of him, and this is the true essence of the Moon King. Su Liang looks at him with confusion and thinks that he does not understand what he is talking about, and why there is nothing left in the memories of the previous owner about this. Has he completely forgotten everything? He looks away and thinks that one way or another, the most important thing now is to find some excuse. After all, the sunken crescent will soon become impossible to contain. He says that the desperate struggle of insects for survival is a very unsightly sight, and yet he can give him a chance. They look at him in surprise and he says with a serious expression that there is a price to pay for this challenge. He will order the Twin Moon teachings to hunt him down madly, and if he manages to escape with all his limbs intact, he will give his consent. He turns away from them and calls upon the sunken crescent to act. She hits the ground and an explosion occurs. About 10 minutes later, they are all sitting in the mud and one of the girls asks if the Moon King has left or not. She looks into the distance with annoyance and says that the sunken crescent simply has abnormal strength. If it were not for the hidden intervention of her imperial beasts, there is no way they would have survived. She looks at the Holy Sun and says that such a gross violation of the rules probably did not escape the attention of the tyrant of the Twin Moon teachings. She thinks that now they should split up and act on their own until everything calms down. The water element tamer sighs and says that now they will have to think hard to escape the pursuit of the Twin Moon teachings. She looks back and thinks that there is no need to talk about the sunken crescent, because her highest ruler of the pouring rain did not even manage to save his own life. And this indicates that there's another mysterious owner of powerful power hiding in the middle of the Lunar Academy. After a while, Su Liang returned to the academy, and looking around he says that because of this battle, the academy was seriously damaged. He put his hand to his mouth and thinks that he could not even imagine that the sunken crescent moon and the moon hunter were able to easily defeat the 7-star highest. He thinks with a satisfied look that although he did not make a contract with any of them, for some reason he got the feeling that he almost casually defeated a lot of cool characters. Suddenly he hears shouts from the side and someone knocks him down. A snow-white doe with tears in her eyes sits on him and says that he must listen to her. She has just encountered a 7-star beast tamer. She almost lost to him and she was very scared, but now he is with her and everything is fine. He silently looks at her and she says that if she had not been there, the entire academy would have sunk to the bottom and that girl from the Bai clan would have drowned too. She looks away in shock and thinks, did she really forget to return to her previous appearance? She is surprised, because he strokes her head and they look at each other with satisfied faces. Su Liang said with a smile on his face that in a few days he would be going to the Twin Moon teaching. He would be glad if she would accompany him. There he has a serious matter that needs to be discussed with one of the tyrants. She looks away and wonders if he is really going to meet him? A second later, she realizes who he was talking about and thinks sheepishly, is this really going to be a legendary meeting with the head of the family? She is happy to hear this in her heart, and then holds her hand to her mouth and asks if he is rushing things too much. After a while, in the main domain of the Twin Moon teachings, there is a floating island. The pink-haired girl says that this island was created in the image and likeness of the legendary imperial beast named Ephemeral Vision, and this is truly an amazing scale. It is not for nothing that the Twin Moon teachings is a faction that stands on the same level as the Cold Moon Sacred School. Tao Xiaojiu from the March Moon Hermitage of the Cold Moon Sacred School turns to look at the people walking next to her and asks if they have forgotten the purpose that brought them here. She stamps her foot and says that the treasure of the Lord of the Eastern region is right here in the domain of the Twin Moons. She says with an excited look that today they must get it at any cost. After a while, they look ahead in surprise and seeing the city she asks where such luxury comes from. She chews on her handkerchief with an irritated look and thinks that she thought that the lands of the Twin Moon teachings would be under strict and careful protection. But in fact, they turned out to be a paradise for tourists. She wonders how much money they make daily from this place. Su Liang walks past them in a mask, and then he turns around and taking off his mask he asks what the tamer from the Third Month Hermitage, which is in the southern region, is doing here? A snow-white doe appears behind him and she asks in surprise who is he talking about. She looks at her and asks if that person is Tao Xiaojiu. She holds onto his cloak with an irritated expression and says that she is a candidate for the position of the Saint of the March Moon Hermitage. She is also a crazy fan of the Cold Moon Lord and is currently madly throwing mud at him online. She stands in a fighting pose and holds her hooves in front of her and says that when she wrote her a few words in a private message, she banned her. The great thing is that she is here now. They can grab her and make her apologize for what she did. He looks at her in shock and thinks that grabbing people because of an online squabble would be a bit criminal. Doesn't she think so? He happily brings his hand to her and tells her that she needs to calm down, and instead of getting angry, she should say if she wants to have fun somewhere. He thinks that the moon won't rise for a long time, so they have enough time for this kind of thing now. She looks around thoughtfully and sees a sign that says that there is a great beast appetite contest going on there. The number of participants is unlimited, anonymous participation is allowed in the competition, and registration will last up to 5 o'clock. She points her hoof towards the sign, and Su Liang puts his hand to his mask and she says that she wants to participate in it. He thinks that he doesn't know what people will say if the news of the Moon King beast participating in the eating contest spreads throughout the world. He looks away in surprise, and she says that they should act quickly, because registration will end soon and they need to have time to sign up for it. He silently watches as Xiaojiu happily registers for the same competition. She says eagerly that if she can get the grand prize, her strength will definitely stand out from the other candidates for sainthood. He looks at her questioningly and thinks, what kind of prize is she talking about now? He sees a signboard that has prizes for absolute gluttons written on it. First place will receive 1 drop of purple cherry blossom bodily fluid, second place will receive a box of face masks, and third place will receive a bottle of protective hand cream. He looks at it in surprise and thinks, what kind of weird thing is with this award ranking? He imagines a butterfly flying alongside the flowers and thinks that the purple cherry blossom eye is not the famous imperial beast of the eastern region. According to legend, Wherever this beast flies, everything around it turns purple from the cherry blossoms fluttering in the wind. However, because the eastern region is isolated from electronic signals, very few people have seen it in person. He says that the organizer of this competition is an idiot. After all, who would think of putting the bodily fluid of an imperial beast on the same level as face masks and hand cream? She asks him questioningly why he thinks so. After all, it was supposedly his teaching that organized it, and all for the sake of revenge against the purple cherry eye. He looks at her in surprise, and then she says that there is word on the internet that recently the Twin Moon teaching has been collecting rare delicacies required by the butterfly-type great beasts in large quantities. Such activities have created a lot of friction with the purple cherry eye, didn't he know? She says that she originally thought that this was his order that he issued for his own purposes. He looks away and thinks that it is not so. After all, what use would his low-level flickering butterfly have for emperor rank food? He looked at the reward list again and thinks that if he were to tell the truth, then this matter would interest him a little. The Moon Book gains a second level and has a new function. If he spends a certain number of lottery tickets, he can obtain key information to understanding undiscovered beasts. The required number of tickets to obtain information about a high-ranking beast is 5. For the highest rank you need 30, and for the imperial rank you need all 100. Su Liang thinks that by opening a large number of images of the highest beasts, he also raised the level of the Moon Book. He looks forward with a smile on his face and thinks that it is possible that in the future it will have other interesting functions. A girl in an apron and a cap holds a microphone in her hand and points her hand back and says that she welcomes everyone to the Great Stomach Competition, which was organized by the teachings of the Twin Moons, and she is the host, whose name is Yule. He walks between the tables at which the participants in the competition in cloaks are standing, and she says that she thanks everyone for such an active registration. The villagers look on from the sidelines and someone asks, who would want to get involved in the conflict between the Twin Moon teachings and the Eye of the Purple Cherry? Those who decided to participate are either complete idiots or actors who were hired by the Twin Moon teachings. Yule holds up 2 fingers and says with a happy expression that during the competition, each participant can summon a maximum of 2 beasts. But they must be careful, because the competition will involve food of the highest rank and, in addition, only beasts that can withstand the unreal spiciness will be able to cope with it. Xiaojiu listens to her attentively, and the girls standing next to her open their mouths in surprise, and then several trays of food are placed on the table. The 2 girls look at their beasts in fear, who burst into tears just from the smell and stopped wanting to participate, and the snow-white doe stuck out her tongue in anticipation and looks at the buns. Xiaojiu says with a serious expression that they don't have to force themselves to participate, because she can't lose anyway. She puts out her hand and orders a top-ranking fire-type flame turnip to appear. She looks at the audience with satisfaction and thinks that this may be the land of the Twin Moon's teachings, but there aren't that many people who own top-ranking beasts here. She looks at Su Liang in surprise and thinks why her opponent would use a mid-ranking beast to participate in the competition. She exhales with satisfaction and thinks that he really wanted to kill his beast with sharpness. Su Liang looks at the shining Xiaojiu and thinks that even though she only summoned 1 top-ranking one, if she's so confident in her victory, her beast is clearly not that simple. He looks at the drooling snow-white doe and thinks that even though he can also summon a sunken crescent, no matter how you look at it, it's clearly superfluous here. He looks at her with a serious expression and thinks that no matter what, he still has another trump card. Xiaojiu looks at him silently for a while, and then Yule picks up the timer and says that there is only 1 round in the current confrontation and the maximum time is 10 minutes. The tension between Xiaojiu and Su Liang grows and the referee says that the competition begins. The flame turnip easily eats 1 bun, and the other beasts look at them with tears and try to eat them. The snow-white doe happily eats 1 bun after another, and Xiaoji thinks, can his beast be the highest? She looks at the flame turnip with a satisfied expression and thinks that he is trying in vain to hide the power of his beast, because in their time no one resorts to such banality. He clenches his fist and says with a serious expression that she will not lose no matter what. In 3 minutes. Some animals couldn't handle the buns and were lying on the floor. The fiery turnip had already eaten its fill and its result was 30 buns. Xiaojiu looked at her in surprise and thought, is she really at her limit? He looked at Su Liang and saw that the snow-white doe was finishing another treat, and he asked, is she really still able to fit in? She didn't have to force herself, didn't she just eat a bunch of snacks recently? She said that it was nothing, because snacks and normal food go into different stomachs. Xiaojiu looked at her in surprise and thought, is this impossible? Is it really that nothing had happened to her? She was a 4th-rank tamer, and if 2 of the highest were summoned at the same time, she would only be able to hold out for 5 minutes. She is irritated and thinks that for the sake of the Imperial Beast's bodily fluid, she will do everything and win. She says loudly that the waning moon spirit must appear in front of her. The highest-ranking lunar-type waning moon spirit appears behind her, and he takes a plate of buns and throws them all into his mouth. They look at him in surprise and see him throwing one plate after another, and the Snow-White Doe asks if he will get indigestion if he eats at this rate, right? Su Liang looks at him silently and Shizhuo trembles and clenches his fist, and then says that in terms of the amount of food eaten, they have surpassed the others by as much as twice and now the victory will definitely be hers. Yule says that there is 1 minute left in the competition and the tallest Xiaojiu has eaten 72 buns and the Snow-White Doe has only eaten 34. Su Liang looks away and thinks that one Snow-White Doe is not enough. He summons the Lake Moon, which eats all the food and the people ask in confusion what just happened and why did several hundred buns just disappear in an instant. Xiaojiu looks at him in shock and says that this can't be happening. Yule holds up the timer and says that the competition is over and the winner is Su Liang. She points at it, and Shizhuo falls to her knees and says that this should not have happened. Yule steps aside and says that he should follow her backstage to receive his reward. After a while, she hands him the Imperial Beast's fluid and says that the Lord should know that they have about 10 more drops of the purple Vichy Eyes bodily fluid in their warehouse, and that she can get them if he needs them. He takes the bottle from her, and asks if she was able to recognize him. The Snow-White Doe looks at her questioningly, and she says that at first she only had suspicions, because lately there were rumors that she and the Snow-White Doe had become close. She lowers her head and says that just a couple of minutes ago the tyrant woke up and he ordered her to quickly inform him that he would go to the main palace as soon as possible to discuss an important matter. And after that, her suspicions about him were finally confirmed. He pretends to be unperturbed and thoughtfully looks at the bottle and says that as soon as the first ray of the moon appeared in the sky, she immediately woke up. He opens the cork and sniffs it and gets very scared, and Yule leans over to him and asks if the Lord is okay. He opens a book that says he has opened an Emperor rank, Sky-type Purple Cherry Blossom Eye, and for that he gets 50 lottery tickets. Now the unlocking properties have been changed, and any moon-type beast that appears in his field of vision will automatically open in the reference book. The Purple Cherry Blossom Eye is an imperial beast that has settled in the eastern region of the Great Continent, and has existed in this world for over 10,000 years. He is one of the 3 representatives of the Azure Sky, and his combat capability has already approached the scale of a tyrant. He thinks that since she has approached the tyrant, it means that this is no longer an ordinary imperial beast. He takes off his mask and thinks that this information is too much for him now, and isn't it too early for the Twin Moon's teachings to conflict with the Purple Cherry Blossom Eye? Some time later, in the main palace of the Twin Moon teachings, he walks through the palace with a Snow-White Doe, which looks around and sees that the servants bow their heads in front of him, and she thinks that if he is received like this, it means that the title of Moon King has considerable weight. There is a portal in front of them and they enter it. He opens his eyes and sees a girl sitting on the moon and a Snow-White Doe looks at her in surprise and says that apparently this is the tyrant. Su Liang says that this is a true statement, because she is an unrivaled tyrant, whose equal cannot be found in the entire northern region. She is the guardian beast of the Twin Moon teachings, as well as the guardian of the 12 courtyards of the moonlight, and her name is the Sickle of the Azure Sea. She does not look at him, and says that it looks like he has finally made a decision. She says that because of waiting for his answer, the Moon God Festival has been postponed for 3 whole years. And the old junk from the western region is happy with evil, and the divine spirit is not happy either. He looks at her silently for a while, and then brings his fist to his mouth and thinks that judging by the memories of the Moon King, he was waiting for a certain turning point, but after he was moved, these memories had time to be erased. He coughed and said that he came for precisely this reason, so the Moon God Festival can be started soon, but before that, he has one question. She looks ahead questioningly and he confidently and consciously asks, how can he win the imperial battle? She turned to him and asked, what level of emperor is he asking her about now? He warns in advance that during the festival, she will not have the opportunity to intervene in the battle. He thought about it and said that he definitely cannot say this now, but he clearly belongs to the Black Moon Order. She says that he shouldn't joke around with her like that. He is a miracle of the moonlight after all. He wouldn't seriously approach her over such a boring trifle, would he? He looks at her dumbfoundedly, and then covers his face with his hand and thinks with tears in his eyes that he wasn't joking. After all, being a 1-star tamer, he really has no chance of defeating the Emperor. Suddenly, a ring appears in front of him, and she says that it is a certificate of the northern region called the Moon God's Mark. They look at the ring in surprise, and she says that as soon as he puts it on, the Moon God Festival will officially begin. The ring hits his hand, and he takes one of his off his hand and agrees with her, putting the ring on his hand. Suddenly, he disappears, and the system reports that the Moon God Festival ceremony is now in the process of starting. The Moon God's Mark and the Moon representative of the northern region have been detected. The system reports that an error occurred during detection and is restarting. The owner of the Book of the Moon was exposed, and now his authority level has been increased. The system asks him if he wants to hide his identity from other participants. Su Liang looks around and thinks where he is now and where he was transferred. Another system window appears in front of him, which says that his name is Su Liang and it can be hidden. His 1-star rank cannot be hidden, and his gender and appearance can be changed. 3 character models were found in the character panel that can be selected to implement identity concealment, and the note says that if not used, the actual rank will be visible to other representatives. He looks at this in shock and thinks that he is a representative of the northern region with the first rank, and this information speaks volumes about his identity. 3 emperor panels appear in front of him, which say about the sickle of the azure sea, the sunken crescent moon, and the moon huntress. He looks at it thoughtfully and thinks that the most important thing at the moment is to not let others detect his low rank, otherwise things will take an unpleasant turn once the festival starts. He chooses the Azure Emperor's sickle, and he thinks that the best choice would be to adopt a stronger panel. The system starts the panel change initialization, and Su Liang looks at the particles that appear around him in surprise. In the great hall from the center of which a light comes, a female figure appears who says that the moon will not fall, for the night is eternal. She sits on her throne, and from the south side comes a girl who says that they have not seen the holy maiden Zhao Yu for a long time. She covers part of her face with a fan and says that the Moon God Festival will begin soon. She looks at her silently for a while, and next to the throne of the west appears a little girl who yawns and rubs her eyes. She waves her hand at her and says that she has not seen the Queen of the West for a long time and is glad to see her again. She agrees with her and tries to climb onto her throne, but as soon as she climbs onto it, she immediately falls asleep. A blue-haired girl approaches from the east and arrogantly says that it is too boring here, because there are only women in front of her. Yu looks at her with an emotionless expression and asks what the representative of the frost people of the eastern region is doing here. After all, the presence of those who do not belong to the moon element will only defile the purity of the moonlight. She sits on her throne and says that once the sign of the moon god was in her possession, she did not have much choice in this. They sit in silence for a while, but then the representative of the frost people asks why not everyone has come yet. Since the representative of the northern region is not here yet, when can they already proceed to the next step? The pink-haired girl lies down on her arm and says with her eyes closed that there is only one representative from the northern region left, who must be the Moon King. The West Queen, with only one eye open, says that it was he who caused the fuss 3 years ago, and also made it so that the full moon lasted for a whole month. Yu looks at her with a satisfied look and laughs and says that it turns out that the rumors about him are clearly exaggerated. Suddenly, a woman's foot in shoes appears from the north and everyone looks at her in surprise, and then the representative of the frost people asks who she is. The southern representative looks at her in surprise and says that this can't be. The girl looks at them and she thinks that the moon lit the wrong path for them. She asks why the moonlight gave them the wrong answer and how could the representative of the northern region not be the Moon King. Yu closes her eyes and says that in all likelihood, the Moon King is just an ordinary mediocre person, and there are many more worthy candidates. She looks away and remains silent for a while, then thinks that since she has no reaction to her words, does she really have no connection with the Moon King at all? Su Liang thinks that although she is cute in appearance, her tongue says terrible things. The appearance of the Azure Sea sickle helped lead them astray, and it seems that the authority given to him by the Book of the Moon is an order of magnitude higher than the Moon God's Mark. Suddenly, a voice announces to them that after several thousand years, the Moon God Festival will soon be held again and the final winner will be determined from among the rulers present. But it seems to him that the Moon God wants to enjoy the fun before the fierce final battle takes place. Yu covered one ear and gritted her teeth, thinking that the voice was too loud. He says that he asks everyone to nominate their trusted strong victims who will meet in battle, and until the battle is over, the rulers are forbidden to attack each other. The Queen of the West lies on the throne with one eye open, and then a voice says that if the ruler personally goes out to fight against victims from other regions, he will be disqualified. The representative of the Frost people looked at her nails with a satisfied expression, and then the voice says that it is forbidden to put up tyrant rank beasts as victims. Also, they must belong to their camp, otherwise the selection will be done again, and now each ruler must announce their special victims. Su Liang is frightened, thinking that if he needs to put up a special victim, who can he choose, except for the beasts of the twin moon teaching? He sweats and thinks that it will be too shameful if he is discovered after all the effort he has put into his disguise. The representative of the Frost Nation yawns and says that there is no fun in this, because she hoped to judge the strength of their victims herself, but in the end she will not even be able to personally participate. She summons a special sacrifice from the eastern region, a heavenly type, an emperor rank, and a name, Eye of the Purple Cherry. Su Liang thinks that if she can summon such a powerful emperor beast right away, it proves that she must have contracts with more terrifying creatures. Yu summons a special sacrifice from the central region, a moon type, an emperor rank, and a name, Full Moon Fall. Su Liang thinks that Full Moon Fall is the renowned moon type emperor, who symbolizes the moon god palace. The Western Queen yawns, and a silhouette of a beast appears behind her, and she says that they have already gotten her. The system reports that the special sacrifice from the Western region is the Emperor rank, moon type, primordial white sage. He is stunned, thinking that the primordial white sage is the progenitor of the Sacred Bai clan, and he doubts that his strength has gone far beyond the tyrants. The representative of the southern region stares at Su Liang, and the voice says that within a minute he asks the other rulers to make their choice. She ignores these words and looks at him silently for a while, and he thinks in surprise, wondering what if he makes his choice the emperor who once existed in the northern region, but is now missing? Ideally, he needs to be somehow connected to him. An idea comes to him, and he orders the Book of the Moon to spend 100 lottery tickets. The book turns its pages and he says that it should open the information in the reference book about one imperial beast. The page of the Dream and Cloud Broker opens in the book. She is an imperial rank beast of the ancient era from the northern region and the founder of the Lunar Tamer Academy. He receives the first paid information. 10,000 years ago, the Dream and Cloud Broker was the guardian of the Snow-White Doe Palace of one of the 12 palaces of the moon's shine. After the split of the moonlight, her power descended from a tyrant to an ordinary emperor, after which she sank into a state of thanatosis. The mediator of dreams and clouds fell into a deep hibernation, the place of which became the misty lake of the northern region, waiting for the day of awakening, the day when the moonlight converges again. In the paid information, number 2, it is written that the 12 tyrants of the palaces of the moonlight are 12 puzzle pieces of the Morpho-Moon butterfly system, of which only the guardian of the Sagittarius Palace, the 9th palace of the moonlight, namely the sickle of the Azure Sea, currently exists. Su Liang is surprised because the voice says that there are only 5 seconds left, and if they do not make their choice, they will be disqualified. In the third tablet, it is written that the descendants of the mediator of dreams and clouds in the direct line are called the highest-ranking moon hunters. After obtaining the Snow-White Doe Palace moonshine fragment, they are able to upgrade their rank to emperor. The voice starts the countdown, and the last window says that a dream and cloud broker who is part of the owner's camp has been found, suitable for the role of the special sacrifice of this moon god festival. He is surprised, and at the end of the countdown, he and the representatives of the south put their hands forward. He calls for a special sacrifice of the northern region under the name of Dream and Cloud Broker with an emperor rank and a moon type. She looks at the message in surprise and thinks that in the end it really was not a beast of the twin moon teachings. Su Liang looks at the message in surprise and thinks that he does not understand what is happening, and why did the Cold Moon Lord choose the highest one as the special sacrifice. The special sacrifice of the southern region is the first moon of Nile with the highest rank and a moon type. Su Liang thinks that on top of all this, the initial part of this beast's name is the same as the frost of the first moon, the very scabbard that the sunken crescent is looking for. The voice says that all the special sacrifices have been decided and the moon god festival will soon begin, so they should enjoy themselves with all their hearts, and it starts the teleportation. The Queen of the West wakes up and asks in surprise how she can summon the mediator of dreams and clouds. How is this possible, and who is she? The Moon King appears at the place where he met the crescent of the Azure Sea, and he looks at her in surprise, and she looks at him and asks if the Moon King feels the same as she does. The Moon God Festival had started a few seconds earlier, so he should go and win the throne that is rightfully his. He looks at her silently for a while and then turns around and leaves, saying that he himself would do well to make preparations, and that the conversation is over for today. He glances back with one eye and she agrees with him and says that the Moon God Festival will probably be over by the time they meet again. Su Liang and the Snow White Doe disappear, and she says that she hopes that their pact can be fulfilled by then as well. Why did the Moon King suddenly ask her how to defeat a small thing like the Holy Son of Darkness? Apparently he feels uncertain about his own strength, he doubts the choice the Book of the Moon made, he feels fear towards the other emperors. She smiles and says that it looks like his memories will finally return, and she is really looking forward to how the scoundrels from the Moon God Palace will react to this. After a while, a red beam appears from the sky in the city, and the residents ask in fear what was that. One girl points her finger at the sky and says that they should look in that direction because the color of the moon has suddenly turned red. She screams loudly as a red mark appears on her hand and asks what it is. Has some kind of celestial disaster descended upon the world? After some time, the girl is bathing in the springs and her servant says that the Lord must know that the Moon God Festival has officially begun. She looks downcast into the water and says that it is impossible, because the Moon King was the answer that the moonlight gave her. Wouldn't she just become a laughingstock in the eyes of the people because of what happened? The servant says cautiously that just recently she said that if the Moon God Festival were to begin, the students of the school would be ordered to refuse to participate. She looked at her and was silent for a while, then put her hand behind her ear and said that this was not so, because now her plans had changed. She stands up and says that they should leave the victims inside the school for now and that they should first send the 5-leaf clover to participate in the victim screening meeting that will soon be held in the northern region. She takes the towel and says that if we talk about her, then it wouldn't hurt for her to visit him too, because she needs to see what's going on with the Moon King and the moonlight in those parts. The servant looks at her in surprise and asks if the Lord really intends to turn all the victims of the 5-leaf clover into pawns. She is stunned and says that the day of the Northern Region's screening meeting just happens to be on the full moon, and this could serve as a pretext for the Battle of the Emperors. The Snow White Doe steps onto the roof of the house with her hoof, and Su Liang sits on her back, and later jumps off her onto the roof and thinks that there is an abnormal number of the highest present on the Academy's territory at the moment. It seems that the teaching of the twin moons has rushed here almost in full force. Suddenly he is called out and they turn around questioningly, where Qing He shouts that Lord Moon King has finally returned. She runs towards them and holds the phone in her hands, saying that they must definitely restore justice for them. That Cold Moon Lord suddenly declared war on them. He reads the post which says that the Cold Moon Lord has declared war on the Lunar Tamer Academy, and that the Southern Region Sinkful will be attending the Northern Region elimination meeting that will be held soon. She says fearfully that she plans to completely exterminate the victims of their academy. Su Liang looks at the post intently and thinks, is she really planning to do this? Apparently, she wants to test her, which is why she specially sent Sinkful to cause chaos. He turns away from her and brushes her off and says that they don't need to worry and that he will order the Twin Moon teaching to deal with this matter. He leaves and says that he now wants to go and rest, and all she needs to do is send him a list of the factions that will be attending the meeting. She looks at him in surprise and says that she understood his order. A few hours later, the Snow White Doe is sleeping and hugging the Moon Rabbit, and under her hoof lies a Moon Morpho butterfly. Su Liang is sitting at the table and looking at the sheets of paper. He thinks that this meeting was, first of all, the initiative of the Azure Moon Empire. But as direct descendants of the Azure Sea Crescent, it is unlikely that they have any plans to make trouble for him. The Spiritual Month Current and the Fallen Moon faction are their old friends and, most likely, they joined just for the company. It is written on the sheet that the participating parties from the Northern Region are the Azure Moon Empire, the Lunar Tamer Academy, the Spiritual Month Current and the Fallen Moon faction. The participating parties from the Central Region are the Moon Cross House and the Libra Guild. The participating parties from the Southern Region are just a Sinkful. He thinks that the Moon Cross House and the Libra Guild from the Central Region are small factions that once expressed their positive attitude towards the Twin Moon's teachings, so he can forget about them for now. The key point is the 5-leaf clover, because even Xiaojiu from the March Moon Hermitage, who is only a candidate for saints, owns 2 of the highest. So he can imagine how strong the true saints are, and it is not a fact that even the Moon Hunter and the Sunken Crescent will be rivals for them. He gets up from the chair and thinks that in solving this problem, he will have to count on 12 months. He sits down on the bed and holding his head, he thinks that he is very tired and fed up with everything. The Snow White Doe curled up on the bed and he thinks that now that the Moon Hunter, the Sunken Crescent, and the invincible Jade Rabbit under the full moon are on his side, he can clearly no longer be called weak. However, in the future, he will have to face one true emperor, as well as representatives. In his current situation, he will definitely not reach the final point of the Moon God Festival. Unless miracles occur, His only option is to get a shard of moonlight from the Snow-White Doe Palace for this little girl. He holds her ear and looks at her, and then thinks that she did not even take off her necklace before going to bed and he should take it off. After taking off her necklace, she turns into a human form, and he lies down on the bed and says that now it's time for him to take a nap too. After a while, he opens his eyes and thinks that this is strange, because it is still night, and he should not have woken up. He glances sideways at the Snow-White Doe in surprise, and she hugs him naked and he looks at her embarrassedly, and then thinks, perhaps this happened because he took off the necklace? He shyly reaches out to her with his hand and wonders if she will kill him when she wakes up. He is silent for a while and approaches her face with his lips, and she suddenly opens her eyes and looks at him questioningly. He looks at her fearfully, and she first looks at him questioningly, and then her face changes and asks where her necklace is. He thinks that he already knew that it would be a mistake to take off the necklace, and now he will definitely not live. He guiltily says that it is on the nightstand and she can take it. She looked at him calmly and then lay back down to sleep. He asks in surprise if she is not mad at him for taking off the necklace. She cuddles up to the bed and with one eye open says that she has nothing to be mad about since she can put it back on later. She looks at him with confusion and asks why he is so nervous. Did something happen? He becomes embarrassed and asks if she does not feel awkward about the situation they are in. She looks at him with confusion and asks what could be awkward about. He thinks, wasn't it said that only imperial beasts are able to take human form? Maybe it is their habit to go naked. After all, in beast form they are not dressed. She approaches him and asks in surprise what is this awkwardness. He says that he wanted to say that she looks too attractive in human form and that he has never seen anyone more beautiful before. She is so beautiful that he can hardly contain himself. She looks at him embarrassedly, and he thinks it is strange that she is embarrassed because of such words. The next day, the Snow-White Doe gets up and rubs her eyes and Su Liang pulls back the curtains and full of cheerfulness he asks if she is already awake. She says that she does not know what the reason is, but since their first meeting he has always been so tense and looked like he is very nervous. She looks away and says that today he seems to have changed. He has become very relaxed and contented. He closes his eyes and says with a satisfied look that she is right about that. He thinks that before he fully accepted his position as the Moon King, he was so nervous that he almost broke down completely. He thought a lot about how to mislead others or defeat enemies, but it was only after the previous exciting night that he finally realized the truth. He says with a satisfied look that thanks to her, he is now calm. She looks at him in surprise, and he turns away and raising his hands up, says that now it's time for them to start preparing for the first battle as part of the Moon God Festival. Perhaps he will be able to find a way to win against emperors. She puts her hand to her face and looks at him questioningly, and then asks if she did something. The Snow-White Doe says with a satisfied look that if they are going outside then she is glad. He says embarrassedly that she should wait a little since she is still naked. After a while, they are standing on the roof of the house and he asks if her necklace is really responsible for her appearance. She looked at him questioningly, and he guiltily says that he took off her necklace yesterday, and then she immediately changed, and even so seriously asked where it was. She says in surprise that her mother left her this necklace, and she couldn't help but ask where it was. And her unconscious transformation into a human is only connected with the approaching full moon. During this period, it becomes difficult for her to control her blood heritage, and the necklace has nothing to do with it. He looks ahead in shock and she asks if since he brought her here, he is going to prepare for the battles of the emperors. He says that this is the tallest building and it has a view of the entire academy, including the place where the meeting for the selection of victims is held, so he will start preparing here. She looks around and says that she does not understand why this place in particular, because there is nothing here. He turns to her with a satisfied look and he says that he wants to test whether he, as the Moon King, is able to establish a connection with the Divine Spirit. He summons a shimmering butterfly and the Snow-White Doe looks at her in surprise, and then asks if he just released a shimmering butterfly, then what kind of test is this? He points to the side and she looks in that direction questioningly, and he says that she should look at Su Liang again. And she is surprised because she sees myriads in front of her, and he says that the main purpose of low-ranking flickering butterflies is reconnaissance, but they have another feature: they like to gather together. He holds the butterfly on his hand with a smile, and says that every time his flickering butterfly goes somewhere, along the way it takes supremacy over a bunch of its wild brothers and thus, no one will be able to understand which one is his. She comes closer, and then sees a bright glow, and she spreads her hands in fear. She turns around at him and asks what he did, and why did they disappear. He holds his finger to his mouth and says that it is a secret, and she will find out when the full moon comes. She turns away from him and with an offended look says that after this she will not sleep with him. He stares at her in a daze, and then receives a message that the contracts have been completed. He receives information on the beasts, such as the high-ranking moon-type Lake Moon, the mid-ranking moon-type Jade Rabbit. It has the essence of the waning moon. He also receives information on the first to 1017 flickering butterflies, all of which are low-ranking moon-type. He thinks that by relying on the imbalanced property of the unlimited contracts of the Book of Moon, he was able to contract with more than 1,000 flickering butterflies in an instant. He looks at his hands and thinks that he didn't even remotely feel like he was close to reaching the limit. Since the Divine Spirit likes miracles, it will condescend if he presents it with a miracle of the highest scale, and he hopes that this is the case. The Snow White doe huddled in a corner, feeling offended, and suddenly she noticed someone shouting downstairs, saying that someone dared to sneak in here. Someone on the street said that there were 1 star, 2 stars, and 3 stars here. Although the 3 stars were barely visible, she couldn't even believe it. The Holy Maiden of the 5-leaf Chrysanthemum Tower said that the 3rd rank was only the minimum threshold for entering the Chrysanthemum Tower, so why did the Lord send them out? The Holy Maiden of the 5-leaf Plum Temple hides her face, and says that the Lord does as he sees fit. Besides, if it weren't for the Moon King, the Moon Tamer Academy wouldn't be worth paying attention to at all. She raises her hands and looks at her sadly, saying that no matter what, she's still too disappointed. The Snow White doe looks at her, and she's scared, thinking that someone strong has glared at her. The Holy Maiden of the March Moon Sinkful Skeet approaches her, and says that she too had a vague sense of the presence of someone beyond their power. It must be someone from the elite of the Twin Moon teachings, and they must not look back under any circumstances. The bored Snow White doe looks down silently, and Su Liang says that there are the highest everywhere, and this one has a scope worthy of the factions of the Cold Moon Sacred School. Apparently, this way it can come to the appearance of emperors. She says that he has read too many novels. After all, you can hardly see the battles of emperors once every few years. Does he understand? He approaches her and asks if she is still angry with him. He asks with a cheerful look, maybe she wants to make peace with him? She turns away from him resentfully, and he seriously thinks that since this is the case, then she cannot blame him for resorting to a fatal method. He says that the young lady managed to interest him. She clenches her teeth and looks at him with an embarrassed look, and then he presses his hand to his face and asks with a smile on his face if she is really so afraid that he will tell others about her passion for novels. She gets embarrassed and says loudly that everything is exactly like that, and it would be better for her to kill herself. He thinks about it and says that if so, then she can come up to him. She spreads her arms embarrassedly and asks why she should do that. He says with a sly look that she should come up and stand still, because he is going to appreciate her charms, and if she refuses, he will spread that quote throughout the academy. She embarrassedly lowers her head and silently approaches him. He waves his hand and says that he was just joking. She throws herself at him and hugs him. He sits down on the floor and looks at her embarrassedly, and she moves closer to him and breathes in his ear. She moves away and says that all he knows is how to take advantage of other people's weaknesses, and he pisses her off. She quickly runs away and says that she is going to go back to the Moonlight Pavilion. She jumps off the roof and says that he does not dare to follow her. Her silhouette disappears and he looks to the side where she was just standing, and he thinks that she left quickly enough. Someone jumps towards him from behind and he thinks that he does not understand why she even took his words seriously. Did she really decide to attach such importance to such a dubious threat? The girl in the rabbit mask lands on the roof and he thinks that at least she is not embarrassed at all by walking naked. He cannot understand at all how her sense of shame works. She looks at him and he gets scared, because she suddenly asks if she disturbed the head of the teaching? Silver Rabbit of the 12 months, she ranks second there and is in the teachings of the Twin Moons. Su Liang made a gesture with his hand and said that everything was fine and he was listening to her. He is frightened, thinking that she came just in time. If she had come a minute earlier, he does not even know how it would have ended. She bows her head and says that they seriously injured the holy son of the Black Moon, but they still let him escape. She wanted to say something else, but he interrupts her and says that it does not matter, because now it is enough to wait for the descent of the full moon. She agrees with him and jumps from the roof. He thinks that one way or another, he is the successor of the Black Moon sect, and it would be too naive to think that it will be possible to get rid of him so easily. Su Liang summons the sunken crescent moon and it says that it is offering her a deal. She must lend it her power on the night of the full moon, and in exchange it will provide her with information about its sheath. She opens her eyes and stares at it silently for a while. A green glow appears on the roof of the tower, and the maiden of the March Moon Hermitage says that something is happening in that direction again. Who is there? The sunken crescent moon rises into the air, and Su Liang exhales and thinks that it seems to him that she agrees. He takes out the Book of the Moon and says that he needs to spend 30 lottery tickets to obtain information about a high-ranking beast named the First Moon Frost. The pages of the book are rewound, and it tells him that it has been discovered that the owner lacks authority, and some of the information has been blocked. He looks at the message in surprise and sees that the First Moon Frost is of the highest rank and a lunar type. The main information says that it is the sunken crescent moon sheath and one of the 7 strings of the ancient era. In the paid information under the first number, it is written that the 7 strings are the greatest masterpiece, and each of the 7 strings is a great beast of the weapon type. In the second paid information, it is written that he has access to the list of the 7 strings in the order of birth. First is the Melody of the Phoenix, Heavenly Note, Purple Sky, Hoarfrost, Nayla, Lunar Ideal, Farewell Song, and the key abilities of each of the strings are different from each other. However, they all have a special characteristic, that is the ability to temporarily increase the rank of the owner. In the third paid information, it is written that 20,000 years ago, the Hoarfrost of the First Moon and the Sunken Crescent defeated the Guardian of the Twin Palace, one of the 12 palaces of the Moon's Shine. During the battle, they both received serious injuries and fell into a deep sleep. After 10,000 years, the Sunken Crescent awakened, but the Hoarfrost of the First Moon was still in a state of lethargy. At this moment, the First Moon Frost is in the eastern region in the treasury of the Ice Unicorn Empress. Suddenly, he receives a message saying that at this moment, the owner is not in a position to openly fight the camp of the Ice Unicorn Empress, the tyrant of the eastern region. In order to ensure a minimum chance of survival, the owner must form a contract with at least one great beast of the emperor rank. He is surprised, thinking that he did not expect the tyrant of the eastern region. Taking away his scabbard is a delusional fantasy. He says that the sunken crescent moon must know that the First Moon Frost is in the eastern region. She is surprised, and he says that if they want to get it back, they will have to face the Ice Unicorn Empress. She dumbfoundedly closes her eyes and remains silent for a while, and then turns away and clenches her fist. He thinks that the reality is that with the current strength of the Twin Moon's teachings, there is absolutely no way to compare to the Ice Unicorn Empress. This opponent is tens of thousands of times more dangerous than the Cold Moon Lord he will have to face in 3 years. But for some reason, looking at the incomparable despondency that the Sunken Crescent is currently accepting, he doesn't know what to do. He grits his teeth and says that then he will be able to take out her scabbard in 3 years. He presses his hand to his chest and says that she must give him 3 years, and after that time, he will defeat the Ice Unicorn Empress. She turns to him and remains silent for a while, and he is stunned, thinking, did he really say that just now? He looks away and asks guiltily, if he said that, would she believe him? She is silent for a while, and then says that during the ancient era, the 7 strings and the Morpho Moon Butterfly Camp were in a state of irreconcilable hostility, and she has also always been hostile to him. He is surprised, and she thanks him, and then opens her eyes and says that even if she will soon have to wake up, albeit briefly, but he gave her a beautiful dream. Su Liang clenched his fist and thought with an irritated expression, was she really able to communicate all this time? He remembers the past and thinks that those indiscriminate attacks were supposedly just to try to get revenge on him. If it weren't for the Lake Moon, she would have been cut into pieces several times already. He sighs and thinks that he should have been calm now, and what happened was, there is no point in him getting to the bottom of what happened now. He leaves and says that no matter what, he will try to make this dream last longer. He turns to look at her and asks her with a satisfied look if he really succeeds, will she marry him? She says that the era of hostility with the divine spirit has long since ended, and if he returns the scabbard to her, then marriage will be fine. However, if he intends to leave offspring, then without the scabbard it will be impossible for her. He is surprised and then thinks that she took this surprisingly seriously. Some time later, in the guest building of the Lunar Tamer Academy, the Holy Maiden of the Chrysanthemum Tower asks with an irritated look what she just said. In front of her is a girl in black clothes, and she asks if she is deaf. After all, she told them to go back to where they came from, but now she is standing in front of her again. She points her finger at her and says with a displeased look that the ruler of the Cold Moon has declared war on them, and in that case, she can scatter their ashes to the wind right there and then, right? The Holy Maiden of the Chrysanthemum Tower wanted to say something else, but her mouth was covered, and the Holy Maiden of the March Moon Hermitage said that she should be silent. She could cut her into pieces, but she had no right to call her names. This little girl was a descendant of the azure moon crescent in the collateral line, so she had to watch her words, because one wrong word and even the cold moon lord would not save them. She walked closer to her and asked, "Is she the seventh princess of the azure moon empire named by Xingxi, right? She may be the owner of the sacred moon essence, but it is too early for her to challenge them so openly, about 10 years too early." The holy maiden of the chrysanthemum tower was surprised and thought that this girl turned out to be the owner of the rarest essence that grants her beasts the ability to show their strength even during the day. Xingxi crossed her arms and said that whether it is too early for her or not is a different conversation, and the work of this guest house is sponsored by their empire. And if she said she wouldn't let them live here, then that's how it's going to be, so they can go sleep outside. The holy maiden of the March Moon Hermitage looks at her furiously and says she's overstepped her bounds now. She puts her hands in front of her and lets out a puff of air and says if Sinkful hits her again before the big meeting starts, they'll be disqualified. Silver Rabbit says she's asking the seventh princess to let them through because that's the Moon King's will. The holy maiden of the March Moon Hermitage says she's from the 12 months of the Twin Moon School. Silver Rabbit says she's asking the seventh princess to let them through. She looks away and is silent for a while, then agrees with a satisfied look and says she'll do it for the rabbit's sister. After some time in the guest house, Shenxia put her hand to her chin and asked, "What place does she occupy among the 12 moon disciples?" She says with a satisfied look that she is in second place, and why does she need this information? She looks up and says that now she understands what the bar is for second place, and it turns out that 12th place is about a little stronger than her. And if she can take first place in the next 3 years, then she will have the right to challenge the 4 lunar phases. The Silver Rabbit looks at her questioningly, and then Shenxia embarrassedly clasps her hands and says that if she had been born 3 or 4 years earlier, then right now she could have created the strongest bloodline in the world together with the Moon King. She says that she will wait for the day when she can fight with her on the same battlefield. She steps aside and thinks that she has become too arrogant, and be that as it may, the big meeting will take place the day after tomorrow, then she will find out what the true power of the sacred essence is. The night before the full moon. 2 people are walking on the streets and patrolling the area, and several tails are sticking out from behind a tree. The 9 Abyss Moon Worship Emperor rank 6-tailed Moon Fox laughs and says that they have not detected her aura at all and the security here is too mediocre. She says that she is talking to that person from the otherworldly teaching. Has she also come here to join in the fun? The 9 Abyss Moon Worship Emperor rank 1000-year wave lies on a leaf and says that she advises her to be quieter. After all, they are in the northern region now and there is a possibility that they might actually be discovered. The fox clicks and says that they can do without intimidation. Didn't she, like her, accept the Black Moon Sex Commission out of pure curiosity? Who does she think will ultimately win? She herself can't even imagine what the Moon King's beasts look like. He is just a 1-star tamer, and he can really tame the Emperor? The 1000-year wave is silent for a while, and the fox looks up questioningly and asks why she is always silent. She falls from the leaf and says that in her opinion, the fact that the Moon King has been a first-rank tamer all this time makes him even more terrifying. She does know the difference between a vessel and an apostle, right? She looks at her questioningly, and then asks if she is talking about the righteous of the divine will? Those who have never known defeat all their lives are apostles, and those who have been defeated are vessels. After all, this is because even after a single defeat, they are no longer worthy of the gaze of the divine spirit. She imagines a hand holding a puppet, and the 1000-year wave says that her statements cannot be called wrong, because apostles are indeed much more impressive than vessels. However, the essence is not in their final results. If we base ourselves on ancient works of otherworldly teaching, then the main difference between apostles and vessels is that vessels are able to receive instructions from gods in an unknown way, like characters in a game who receive a plot task. She imagines how the puppet takes a piece of paper from a hand, and then she says that in the world most conductors of divine will are vessels, while apostles can be said to be few. Their history is as follows: at a certain moment, having met with God in a dream, they seem to become a part of him. The puppet flies on the wings of a butterfly and she asks if she knows what the Moon King once said. The fox looks at her in surprise and she says that to this day she constantly remembers that phrase, and every time she shudders from it. The Moon King stands on the roof and looks into the distance, and sees someone attacking him. A fireball has flown into the building and the Antelope Queen is kneeling and laughing, and then says that the power of that attack had reached its maximum limit, but it had overextended her strength and affected her lifespan. She is sure that there was no way he could have stopped her. She looks back and says that He Jing did a great job and thanks to him she was able to get close enough to the Moon King. He looks at her in fear and asks how the Antelope Queen is suggesting that they get out of here. She says that they don't need that, because she has already defeated the Moon King. She gloats and spreads her arms and says that from now on the Divine Spirit and the moonlight will fix their gaze on her, and it cannot be otherwise. Suddenly she looks questioningly at the tower and sees that it is safe and sound, and Su Liang says that the Lake Moon did a good job. He says with a serious look that now the sunken crescent can open its eyes. She gets into a fighting stance and green lightning comes from her, and the Queen of Antelopes looks at this in fear and pressing her hand to the floor teleports from the scene. Jing stretches out her hand to the place where she was and thinks that she ran away, abandoning him and her beast. Her beast uses a fighting skill called Evil Look and All-Encompassing Gaze. A red field appears around it, and a defensive deployment occurs. Su Liang holds his hand up and a second later lowers it, and shoots a green beam to the side from which he was attacked, and incinerates Jing. The Queen of Antelopes laughs and says that she has already moved away several hundred kilometers, and now she thinks that she is safe. Suddenly she turns around and sees a green beam flying at her. She wants to say something with tears in her eyes, but she does not have time. Xiaojiu happily told the ladies and gentlemen loudly that the Grand Sacrifice selection meeting would be starting soon, and she would make sure that they could see it from beginning to end, so they should remember to subscribe and like. She thought with a smile that there were several tens of millions watching her live broadcast. That was several hundred times more than usual. After all, the battle lineup of the Moon King beasts would be announced today. The girls sitting in the stands asked, by the way, isn't the meeting starting too early? There's still quite a long time until the full moon. She herself doesn't understand it. How will they display their full strength without the full moon? The March Moon turned to them and said that within the framework of the Moon God Festival, their victories and defeats didn't matter much. As long as they could see the battle of the emperors and come back alive, that would be more than enough. She thought that even though their competition was just a prelude to the main act, it would be good if we could weed out this girl. If we continue to ignore her growth, it is possible that she will be able to influence the outcome of the Moon God Festival. A member of the royal family of the Azure Moon Empire, the breadwinner of the Tyrant of the Moon Twin Teachings, Bai Yu entered the arena and said that she was grateful to everyone who had come a long way to participate in this meeting to weed out victims. And now she will announce the rules once again. First, the participants must be no more than 20 years old. Second, the participants must summon their beasts before the battle begins. Summoning during the battle is prohibited. Third, the opposing sides may withdraw from the competition at any time, without losing the right to continue participating in the Moon God Festival. Fourth, attacking the spectators and the tamer himself is prohibited. And now, the competition is officially declared open. At your discretion, invite the opponent you want to fight. Shenxia entered the arena and happily told her aunt loudly that she was ready. Can she come into the arena? Yu patted her head and said that the full moon hadn't appeared yet, so she shouldn't do that for now. She shouldn't forget that in the future, she would be the one to help the Moon King crush the Cold Moon Lord. At the same time, Su Liang, who was sitting on the tower, looked at the arena from afar and thought that the battles had begun, but the true threat was not there. Right now, he could sense several powerful auras approaching. They were most likely from Emperor-ranked beasts. They must have come to witness the battle of emperors between him and the Black Moon sect. Sunken Crescent walked up to him, called his name, and asked if he could sense it. Su Liang turned to her and asked, was she talking about emperors now? She refused and said that she was talking about the Divine Spirit. He had already fixed his gaze on him. At the same time, in the arena, the moon beast that won the battle lets out a very loud roar and gives off a strong aura. The guy who lost the battle knelt down and started crying because his beast was defeated, and the crescent moon mark on his hand disappeared. Chrysanthemum yawned and said that the Libra Guild and the Spiritual Month Flow were having a great time fighting. They were even able to wake her up. Which high-ranking beast battle is this? The girls standing next to her said that this was the 5th battle. Chrysanthemum stretched and said that a lot of time had already been wasted. Their turn will come very soon, right? A smile appeared on her face and was about to say something about that noble girl, but she didn't finish speaking. She jumped down onto the arena and asked with a smirk, did she think there would be any problem if she vented her heart by eliminating a few other girls from the Azure Moon Empire? Shenxia was very dissatisfied with what she just said and wanted to say something to her with an angry look. She called out to her aunt, but Yu put her hand in front of her to stop her and said that it was too early. The old man standing next to them said that he asked them to rely on him. He walked into the arena and said that in the Sinkfall, the Holy Maiden of the Chrysanthemum Tower was only in 4th place. Leaving the seventh princess to deal with her was too wasteful. He was about to say something else, but he didn't finish his sentence. 5 minutes later, Shensia and Yu looked down with surprised faces and didn't say anything. This old man was lying on the ground with a frightened look, while the beasts he had summoned were lying next to him. Chrysanthemum, who had summoned 2 6th rank and highest ranked beasts, asked, "Is that all?" She said with a smug expression. The amount of tamer energy she had been awarded for defeating him was not impressive at all. 3 days of meditation would give her even more. Yu was very surprised when she saw Shensia leaping into the arena at great speed. She said loudly with a worried expression that it was not the right time yet and there was only a little time left. She landed on the arena and said that everything was fine. She was afraid that if she continued to delay, she would miss the arrival of the Black Moon's Saint Sun. Chrysanthemum asked with a smile, "Does she really want to fight her? Is she serious now?" Shensia agreed with a smile and said that after all, when the full moon rises, there will be no time for that. And she couldn't miss the opportunity to silence those lowlifes from the southern region. What she said made Chrysanthemum very angry, and she wanted to tell her something with an evil look. March Moon walked up to her, stood in front of her, and said that they were changing. Chrysanthemum looked at her with a slightly worried look and said that she was just a 3-star summoner. She had a hunch and wondered with a worried look, was she really going to accidentally kill her in this battle to get rid of the trouble that this girl might bring in the future? She asked with a confused look, even though she was the leader of the 5-leaf clover, didn't she think that this was too rash? March Moon looked at her with a very evil look and she immediately fell silent because of this. Chrysanthemum left with an upset look and she turned to her opponent and thought that something was wrong with this princess. There was no way Sinkful could afford to be eliminated at the beginning of the Moon God Festival. She would personally find out what she was worth. Shensia said with a smile that this was quite a wise choice. After all, that mediocrity wouldn't last even a second against her. This made Chrysanthemum very angry, and while the girls were holding her back, she loudly asked what she said. Shensia said that perhaps she could entertain her for a little while longer. March Moon didn't respond to this and released her beasts outside. They were all Moon type and of the highest rank, and their names were Moon Pearl, Moon Wanderer, and 6-leaf Peach, who had the fauna type. March Moon asked if she was going to summon her beasts. She hoped that she didn't mean to say that she had decided to withdraw from the battle out of fear. Shensia said with a smile that her embodiments of greatness were constipated, so she might have to wait a little longer. Chrysanthemum asked with a surprised look, "Is this possible?" March Moon stood still with a calm look and said that it was fine, she could stall for time if she wanted. After that, all the spectators stood still silently and waited for the start. After that, Shensia took out a small pill and ate it with a satisfied look. Chrysanthemum saw this and asked loudly with a very dissatisfied look, "What was that just now? This is clearly a violation of the rules." March Moon calmly said that it was not so. This pill does not belong to those that increase strength. It only gives a slight auxiliary effect in cultivation. The girl sitting on the stands asked, "Does it mean that she is stuck at the current level and wants to try to make a breakthrough before the battle?" At the same time, Shensia made a breakthrough of the limits and reached the 4th rank. The girl said with a thoughtful expression that having reached the 4th rank, she had gained the ability to fully unleash the power of the highest rank beasts. However, such a small amount was still not enough to defeat her, whose strength was at the 6th rank. Shensia said with a slight smile that she was almost ready. Immediately after that, she summoned her beasts. She summoned the highest rank moon-type Full Moon Spirit and the New Moon Song. March Moon asked with a calm expression, "Does she seriously think that this will be enough to defeat her? Will it not be that when her defeat becomes clear to everyone, the warriors of the Azure Moon Empire will intervene and turn everything upside down here to protect her position?" Shensia was surprised by what she just said and looked at her silently for a few seconds. Suddenly, she begins to laugh very loudly and said that after all, they, the people of the South, do not have the slightest idea what the essence of the sacred moon is. She calmed down and said that she didn't have to worry because she would soon understand the difference between them. March Moon was very surprised by what she had just seen in front of her. The full moon spirit was flying towards her at great speed, and as soon as it arrived, it immediately dealt a very strong blow. With this blow, she released a very strong energy that left destruction in the arena. Chrysanthemum asked with a surprised look, "What just happened? Is this the power of the highest 4th rank?" She didn't even use her fighting skills. The girl sitting next to her calmly asked, "Why are you so nervous?" It had just begun. 6-leaf Peach put up a barrier, and because of this, they didn't even have a scratch on them. The full moon spirit starts screaming loudly and dealing many quick blows with her weapon. The girls sitting in the stands covered their ears with their hands, and Chrysanthemum said loudly that she was going to go deaf. March Moon opened her eyes and asked with a serious look if she had played enough. Immediately after that, the moon pearl appeared in front of her and increased in size. It shot out a very strong beam that threw the full moon spirit to the other side. She hit the ground very hard and screamed loudly in pain. She picked up a stone lying on the ground with her tail and stared at the moon pearl. She threw this large stone and left a crack on the pearl with this attack. She turned around and saw the moon wanderer, who was already next to her. The full moon spirit moved very quickly towards her and made loud sounds with an angry look. The moon wanderer created a soap ball with an image of her opponent with a sly smile. She burst this soap bubble with her finger next to the full moon spirit and received very heavy damage from the energy explosion. Because of what happened, she fell to the ground and could not move. The surprised spectators asked, "Is it really over?" It was a very fierce battle. Chrysanthemum said that after all, her opponent was a 6th-tier holy maiden. No matter how people exaggerated the power of the holy moon essence, it was impossible for her to overcome the difference in level. This battle was coming to its logical end. Moon Wanderer looked at Shenxia, who was standing still, and a soap bubble appeared in front of her. She burst the bubble again with a sly smile to attack her with her magic. Unexpectedly, March Moon was hurt because of this and began to cough up blood because of it. Immediately after, a strong magical explosion occurred, which threw her back several meters. Chrysanthemum was very surprised by what happened and asked loudly, "How was this even possible?" March Moon was able to stand on her feet and wondered what just happened. Why did Moon Wanderer's attack turn against her? Six-Leaf Peach was very worried about this and immediately flew towards her. She used the absolute healing skill and quickly healed March Moon from her injuries. The surprised spectators asked, was a non-moon-type beast that strong? Could it really be that she could both protect and heal? March Moon raised her head and thought that she wouldn't be able to use the Moon Wanderer again for a while. Let the Moon Pearl test it for now. It possesses the rarest and most terrifying explosive power. It won't be that easy to repel this attack. At the same time, the full moon spirit rose up and her entire body recovered very quickly. March Moon asked loudly with a surprised look, "How can this be?" The full moon spirit struck the moon pearl with her weapon very quickly and powerfully. Her strike caused a large piece of the pearl to fall off. March Moon thought with a very worried look, how could the beast she had already killed have resurrected so quickly? This is definitely not normal. Is the sacred moon essence even capable of such a thing? Shanxi asked with a smile, "It seems like it's time to really start the battle, isn't it? This performance will be over very soon." The full moon descended and because of this, the full moon spirit began to evolve. Chrysanthemum pointed her finger at this with a surprised look and asked, "Of course, the full moon greatly increases the strength of moon-type beasts. But this is already too unrealistic, isn't it?" March Moon looked worried and wondered, could it be that the night of the full moon allowed the essence to jump over 3 ranks at once? At the same time, on the tower, Su Liang said with a smile, being able to equal the highest rank of the 7th rank while being at the 4th rank, the sacred moon essence was truly extraordinary. However, this child did not release beasts below the highest rank. It seemed that, unlike the essence of the waning moon, the sacred moon essence did not allow the beasts under its influence to fight against opponents of a higher rank. The full moon spirit increased in size greatly and looked at the beasts summoned by her opponent. She struck an extremely strong blow with her tail and threw many stones. March Moon covered her head with her hands to protect herself and cried out in fear. She fell to the ground and looked at the full moon spirit who was floating in the air. She looked at this beast with a surprised look and wondered why it didn't attack it and what it was thinking. The full moon spirit swung its tail to attack, but was stopped by a mysterious man in a cloak. He told the people of the Azure Moon Empire that having acquired the sacred essence made them too arrogant. But with such a small amount of power, they are far from the right to interfere. He waved his hand and created a stream of strong energy that hit the full moon spirit. She screamed loudly in pain, and the viewers' devices immediately turned off. Xiaojiu, with a surprised and dissatisfied look, said loudly that the broadcast had just reached its climax. Her dream of becoming an internet celebrity was now doomed. She looked at the audience sitting next to her and asked, did their equipment turn off too? She noticed a moon rabbit standing in the arena and asked, what is it? This beast immediately attacked the holy sun who was floating in the air with its big ears. He noticed this and immediately summoned the inkwell beast. Immediately after, a very strong energy appeared in front of the moon rabbit. It was a moon-type beast, the highest rank, the inkwell beast. He said with a thoughtful look that it suspiciously resembled an ordinary moon rabbit. Is it male or female and can it talk? It looks like it can't talk, so I'm not interested at all. 2 dark spots appear on its stomach, into which it sticks its ears. From these spots, it takes out 2 large balls with sharp spikes. The moon rabbit makes loud sounds and with an angry look runs very quickly towards its opponent. The inkwell beast jumped to the side with incredible speed and struck with a metal ball. The holy sun, hovering in the air, said with a serious look that they were getting closer. He turned towards the tower where Su Liang stood and called him the Moon King. Ado stood next to him and asked, "What will they do now?" He turned to her and told her that she didn't have to worry. The regeneration ability that the moon rabbit was given by the waning moon essence was even more abnormal than that of the sacred moon essence. The doe and the sunken crescent sensed something strange and were very surprised by it. A top-ranked moon-type beast, the Night Thunder Princess, flew to the arena and raised her hand and created a powerful bolt of lightning. She used the Thunder Crash, 4th exclusion zone ability, and began to strike lightning downwards. This attack was so powerful that it destroyed buildings in the city. Immediately after, a barrier appeared around the arena, protecting this place from the lightning. The extremely frightened holy maidens looked on in horror and couldn't say anything. Yu said with a worried expression that it was fortunate that the tyrant of the Twin Moon teachings had set up a protective barrier here in advance. She was very worried because the Moon King was outside the range of this barrier. She was very surprised when she saw that the tower where he was located was untouched and asked what was going on. The Holy Sun said with a worried look that this was a lie and that this simply couldn't be happening. Even with an attack of such strength, he couldn't attract the Moon King's imperial beast? Su Liang stood there with a very frightened look at this time, and thought that this scared him to death. Lake Moon even managed to hold back Sunken Crescent's chaotic strikes. But after one attack from Night Thunder Princess, she was completely exhausted. Sunken Crescent walked forward, called out his name and said that he should let her take charge. She flew up and streams of energy that she created appeared around her. She began to transform and a large amount of energy appeared around her. The Holy Sun said with a serious look that they needed to be careful because there was going to be a counterattack now. The 2 halberds that the Night Thunder Princess was holding began to tremble. They flew up and took on human form. They were moon-type beasts, the highest rank, the Dark Moon Twin Halberds. They called out to the Sunken Crescent Moon and loudly said that they would be her opponents. They had heard that she was called the strongest highest weapon type and that she had existed since the ancient era. It was a pity that they were born much later, otherwise, in that era, the championship would definitely have been theirs. They noticed a strong stream of bright energy that was directed at them and immediately fell silent. They both fell under this stream of energy and were simply annihilated by this attack. The spectators who saw this asked loudly with a surprised look, "What was that?" Several minutes had passed since the battle began, but an entire group of highest had already died. Because of what happened, the Holy Sun felt great pain and began to cough up blood loudly. He clutched his heart, and his whole body was shaking in pain. He felt something from above and immediately raised his head to see what was going on. He saw a lot of energy created by Sunken Crescent Moon and said loudly that she should quickly reflect it. Immediately after that, a barrier created by the highest-ranked moon-type beast, Ghost Moon Stream, appeared above them. Sunken Crescent Moon used the ability Absolute Onslaught, and the many projectiles she created began to strike in different directions. Shirjio covered her eyes with her hands in fear and began to loudly call out for her mother. When it was over, she finally opened her eyes to see what happened. Everything except the arena was destroyed and huge cracks were left on the ground. Ghost Moon Stream, who was hit by this attack, began to slowly disappear. Sunken Crescent Moon used the ability Repeated Drainage, and the energy she used flew back to her. Su Liang looked at her and thought that this meant that her fighting skills were not limited to simple strikes. Perhaps its completed form after merging with the scabbard would look far from a simple weapon. March Moon said with a worried look that after just a series of strikes, the Black Moon Saint Sun had lost 3 supreme ones. No wonder even the Cold Moon Lord. She didn't have time to finish speaking because she heard Shinchi's voice and became very angry when she said that this was the power of a supreme one that even the Cold Moon Lord couldn't subdue. This was the power of the strongest moon-type tamer, the power of the Moon King. Sunken Moon turned around and said that it was better not to interfere with them. Even with a full moon, she would only be able to repeat the attack she had just made once. Su Liang asked with a smile. Could she also repeat this? In that case, that would be enough. He looked to the side and said that it was her turn to take the stage now. She should delay the opponent's lineup as much as possible. The doe looked at him with a displeased expression and said that he was very good at forcing others to do things against their wishes. Su Liang caught one of the butterflies that were flying around him and said that the preparations for the upcoming battle of the emperors were almost complete. The holy sun began to cough up blood loudly and covered his mouth with his hand because of it. He removed his hand from his face and said that it had been a long time since he had felt the pain of his beasts dying. He thought that the last time was that full moon night 3 years ago. Back then, kneeling in front of the cold-blooded white-haired guy, he looked like a beaten dog. Would this time be any different? He opened his mouth wide and began to laugh very loudly. He raised his head, loudly called out to the Moon King, and said that it didn't matter whether he was the representative of the northern region at the Moon God Festival. What mattered was that he was sick. The illness had robbed him of the memories of many things. Did he still remember what he had once said to him? Why did he spare his life? What even happened after he lost consciousness? How did the territory of the northern region shrink by 1/3 after their battle? Why did one of his important beasts disappear? Had the divine spirit abandoned him? Su Liang grabbed his head at what he heard and thought that his head hurt really badly. He has no idea what this guy is talking about. There's nothing related to this in the previous owner's memory either. Whatever it is, in the face of a strong enemy, one cannot waste energy on talking. Su Liang looked around and thought that, by the way, he still doesn't know what she becomes like during the full moon. If she can safely deal with 3 of them by herself, then it will be good. At the same time, in the arena where Inkbeater was standing, his attention was attracted by sounds, and he immediately turned around to look at it. He saw that in a cloud of dust stood a moon rabbit, who was still intact after his attack. He asked, so it has super regeneration? In that case, they can play a little more. The moon rabbit ran towards him with an angry look, making loud sounds. Inkbeater began to spin the steel balls with his ears and said with a smirk that this is too primitive. He spins his ears very quickly and uses the Black Moon Dance, Star Jewel Chaos technique. The moon rabbit ignores what is happening and strikes with his ear. Inkbeater was able to cut off one of the rabbit's ears with one strike and it flew to the side. Thanks to super regeneration, this ear immediately grew back. Inkbeater clicked his tongue with a very dissatisfied look and asked, "What's wrong with this regeneration speed?" He made a few more quick strikes with his weapon and cut the moon rabbit's body. His body immediately recovered and his opponent, dissatisfied with what was happening, loudly asked, did he really grow on the meat of the Supremes? He was tired of attacking, lowered his weapon and said that this is one insignificant low-ranking creature. He had an idea and thought that he just needed to throw him somewhere from where he could not get out. He swung his ears and used the ability King Beater, Great Moon Crash. The moon rabbit stood there with a puzzled expression and looked at the metal balls flying towards him. Inkpumela landed an extremely strong attack and destroyed the ground with the attack. The impact was so strong that even the ground outside the barrier shook. March Moon looked at the scene with a surprised expression and asked, did the ground just settle? Inkpumela looked into the hole created by his attack and said, this meat chop had gone several thousand meters underground and now there was no way for him to get out. Su Liang looked at the arena from the tower and thought that he didn't expect the power of this rabbit to be so terrifying. At this rate, all he could do was send Sunken Crescent Moon to deal with it. Suddenly, the ground started shaking very violently, and this surprised him greatly. Due to this, Inkpumela began to lose his balance and asked loudly, what is this? Suddenly, the ears of the moon rabbit appeared from him, and he pulled himself up and climbed out, his body changing slightly. Inkbeater looked at this beast and wondered, how did it evolve into a mid-ranking jade rabbit? Was this beast really just a low-ranking moon rabbit before? The book said it was a moon-type, mid-ranking jade rabbit with the essence of the waning moon. Full moon state, second stage. Combat ability, super regeneration, physical enhancement, hardening, jumping enhancement, and split star. Note, the essence of the waning moon bestows a special ability to evolve and strengthen on the night of the full moon, and if there are emotional fluctuations, the evolution period can be greatly reduced. Su Liang looked at this with a surprised look and thought that it really had evolved. So as long as the owner of the essence of the waning moon is alive, he will be able to evolve without stopping? Inkbeater said with a dissatisfied look that there was no way that could be. How could he compare to him? He struck with his ear and loudly asked this crazy creature, is he really going to surpass the limits of the highest? The jade rabbit did not even have a scratch from his strike and said that he only needs a full moon. Each month lasts so long and he only needs one night. The Ink Thumper swung his ears and was about to use the ability King Thumper, Great Moon Crash. Suddenly, in one incredibly fast attack that he did not even notice, his ears were cut off and he cried out loudly in pain. Blood flowed down his head and he wanted to ask something, but stopped when he saw the jade rabbit's ear in front of his face. He used the skill Split Star and released an extremely strong stream of energy, which destroyed his opponent. The Holy Sun, with an enraged look, clutches his clothes with his hand and looking at the breach says that this is a curse, even the inkwell. The Moon Huntress descends down among the light energy. He looks at her with fear on his face. The Moon Huntress looks down at him with a confident look. The Holy Sun, with surprise on his face, wonders if this is really a beast capable of anthropomorphism? So she was the one who defeated the Lord of the Pouring Rain, the owner of Imperial Blood. The Princess of Night Thunder looks at the Moon Huntress sitting in the sphere. The Holy Sun, with a menacing look, loudly says that she cannot defeat him alone. If she did not notice his companions, she interrupts him and tells him to spare her from his conversations. The Moon Huntress looks away with an arrogant look and loudly says that she does not want to waste time on these three. She loudly asks the Holy Sun to summon his last companion. Map with an angry look loudly says that she is arrogant. Having defeated the highest, he appropriates his abilities. In other words, she will have to fight 10 highest at the same time. When she loses, he will think whether she is worthy of replacing one of them. Moon Hunter with a tired look looks towards the open map and says that she is already tired of him. She stretches her hands forward with light radiating from them and closing her eyes says that in this case, she will have to make them realize the difference between them. The Moon Hunter rises into the dark sky, enveloped in streams of energy, and stretching her folded hands up, loudly says that she will make them realize this with the ability available to her only on a full moon. People with fear on their faces cover their faces with their hands from the stream of light. The Moon Hunter with a confident look uses the foggy image of the cloud nobility, and holds swords in her hands. The girl with beads of sweat on her face thinks that these are Imperial-level weapons. She confidently looks at them and makes a sound. The Moon Hunter holds a weapon in her hand and jumps towards the girl, attacking her. She strikes with her sword and a huge stream of light energy hits everything with its rays. The rays of energy hit the girl's body and she disappears. The March Moon looks at their battle with a frightened look and says that everything ended very quickly. This is the Imperial Cloud Maiden. The purple sphere breaks into several pieces. Map heals the girl who died in battle and the purple sphere completely dissipates. The Moon Hunter turns her head to the side with surprise on her face and asks if this is a special kind of ability to transfer all damage to herself. Map, looking angry, loudly tells her not to get cocky. It opens and transfers the light-winged King Shimmer to the battle. She looks at this with amazement on her face. The Moon Hunter flies at high speed between the rays of light energy. She calmly looks down at the piece of fabric of her dress torn by the beam. A huge explosion from the stream of rays thundered over the ground. Moon Hunter stands behind Map with a bored expression and says that the abilities he has collected are far from outstanding. Is that the only reason he was able to defeat their owners? Map turns around with a surprised expression and wonders what is going on. Moon Hunter stands in a fighting stance with a calm expression and asks what is the point of taking the abilities of those who are much weaker than him. She cuts Map into several pieces with her swords. The Holy Sun clutches his clothes and says that after only a moment it happened that he was left with only one thing, this is his defeat. The Moon Hunter holds the swords in her hands and walks towards him and says that if he had immediately done as she suggested, it would not look so pathetic now. He holds the given piece of paper in his hand and says that he overestimated his strength too much, having convinced himself of the crazy idea that he could defeat the Moon King alone. The Holy Sun raises his hand with a serious expression, holding a burning piece of paper in it, and loudly tells the palace of the Moon God that it is time to sign the transfer contract. The fox sits among the rocks and brings his hand to his mouth loudly says that this is boring, everything ended too predictably. The 1,000-year wave says that the Moon Huntress may be able to become the next Ice Queen. She asks with a puzzled look, what kind of joke is this? And in what ways can the highest one achieve this status? She quickly looks forward with fear on her face. A powerful stream of red energy hits the ground with great force, spreading strong rays of light. All the buildings are destroyed due to the impact of the energy, and huge clouds of smoke rise in the air. Su Liang humbly flies forward surrounded by butterflies. He looks at the Moon Huntress sliding along the ground with great force. Su Liang looked at her with surprise on his face and feeling the aura asks, "Is this really an imperial beast?" The moon hunter sits on her knees and holds a sword in her hand, says that this is not true. She rises from her knees, leaning on her sword, and says that, however, it can be said that this is a creature. The moon hunter says loudly with a serious look that this creature is already half a step away from becoming an emperor. She looks at the huge stream of green energy accumulated in the sky. A leg descends from the huge green energy stream to the ground. The lunar type, the highest level Qilin of 9 turns, with a tired look, came out of the energy flow, clenching her palms into fists, and walked forward. The March moon looks forward with a surprised look on her face and asks, "What is this?" The fox says loudly with an angry look that this is a violation. This is the highest of the rear guard of the moon god palace. How could the holy son of the black moon summon him? Su Liang looked at the system window with an interested look. The system window notifies that a new beast has been unlocked and the number of highlighted illustrations in the reference book has been increased. Brief description: a top-level beast with highly concentrated imperial blood, which the moon god palace regards as a treasure. Even the holy maidens of this era cannot easily make a contract with her. Her ability has already approached that of an emperor-level beast. And in the world, she is called the strongest of the greatest. The highest level moon-type beast, the 9-turn Qilin. At the same time, Bai Xingxi raises his fist in the air with a frightened expression and says loudly that the moon god palace was able to brazenly interfere. This is simply shameless. In that case, let all the members of the Twin Moon teachings also attack at once. Bai Yu looks forward with a serious expression and says that this will not happen, since the Black Moon Holy Sun has made a contract with him. They cannot have any complaints. From now on, she is the Black Moon Holy Sun Beast. Qilin yawns and brings her hand to her mouth, making a sound. She looks up with a surprised expression. Night Thunder Princess looks forward with a serious expression and asks, "What happened?" Qilin looks up and says that the moonlight content here is too abnormal. The number of flickering butterflies present here is also very unusual. No matter how dense the concentration of moonlight is here, it is impossible for it to attract most of the flickering butterflies in the northern region. The Holy Sun asks with a thoughtful expression, "Could it really be most of the flickering butterflies?" Qilin looks down and sighs and says that whatever happens next is not her problem. She looks at the moon hunter and says that it is time for her to deal with the enemy who is right in front of her. Qilin looks at her hands holding weapons with a smirk on her face and asks, "Could these be the swords of the Cloud Maiden?" "So that is it." She holds her hands in front of her with a terrifying look, enveloped in green energy, and walks forward, preparing to attack. Her clawed hand is enveloped in bright green energy. Qilin stands in a confident fighting stance as the green lightning strikes. The moon hunter stands in a fighting stance, holding swords surrounded by pink energy in her hands. With great speed, her energy beams fly forward through the gray smoke. The pink and green energy beams hit each other, combining into a huge energy ball. Sang-Ru looks at the beams flying across the sky with a surprised expression, and says that it was so fast, it was impossible to follow. March Moon looks up with a fearful expression and asks, "Was the Moon King's beast really able to fight equally with the 9-turn Qilin, who was standing at half a step to the Emperor level?" Su Liang looks forward with a tense expression and thinks that this is the first time he has seen her fight at full strength since they met. Even he has never seen such a scale with which the battle of the highest erupted. Qilin looms over the huge stream of green energy, and the body of the moon huntress falling beneath it. Su Liang looks at the terrifying battle and thinks that perhaps, as a human, it is no longer possible for him to intervene. The moon huntress tensely slides along the ground and covers herself with 2 swords from the blow. She lowered her head with a tired look on her face and sighed. The Qilin, with an angry expression, stretches out her hands and creates a green ball, using the Jade Whirlwind skill. She sends a huge thunder ball of energy downwards with great force. The moon hunter looks at the light emitted by the ball with a fearful expression. A stream of strong energy from the Qilin's attack hits her body. It rushes forward at great speed. The moon hunter, with an angry expression, jumps to the ground near the burning rocks and gray smoke. She looks back with a tired expression and sighs. Su Liang, with a doomed expression, thinks that even the Jade Rabbit suffered damage. This is simply extraordinary power. He looks at the Jade Rabbit, barely standing on its feet, with a yellow aura oozing from its wounds. Su Liang thinks that if he remembers correctly, then as time passes and emotional fluctuations arise, the essence of the waning moon is able to bestow even greater power. The Jade Rabbit with red eyes lowers its head and opens its mouth wide, from which clouds of smoke emerge. It lands on the ground and looks down with its bright eyes. The jade rabbit pushes off with great force with its hind legs and jumps forward, breaking the ground beneath it into many pieces. Qilin hits the moon huntress with its big hand. She turns to the side with surprise on her face. The jade rabbit grabs her with its ears with a furious look. Qilin opens its mouth with anger on its face and cannot say a word. He stands under the dark sky from which green lightning strikes and lifts up Qilin's body, squeezed in his ears. She loudly tells him to stop. After all, they did not agree on attacks from behind. The jade rabbit throws her with great force to the ground, breaking the earth's crust beneath her. The moon huntress flies up to the rubble where Qilin lies. She crosses her swords in her hands with calmness on her face and light in her eyes. Moon Hunter holds a sword in her hands and raises it up, attacking her. She strikes with the sword and bright pink energy breaks the ground at the place of impact. Saint Sun with an angry look loudly tells Night Thunder Princess to help her. She raises her hand up and bright light emitted from it forms thunder clouds. Night Thunder Princess uses Thunder Crash, Falling Moon, and many purple lightning bolts appear from the dark clouds. She turns her head to the side with a drop of sweat on her face. Sunken Crescent Moon walks forward on broken stones. She looks forward with a confident look. Night Thunder Princess with a fear on her face thinks that it is Sunken Crescent Moon, but when did she have time? She with a grin on her face directs lightning bolts from her hand forward and thinks that first of all she needs to protect Saint Sun. The Sunken Crescent walked forward, leaving behind a green aura and completely ignoring the Princess of Night Thunder. A huge explosion breaks the earth's crust beneath it. Rabbit and Moon Hunter look at the place of the explosion from which smoke is coming. Qilin stands between clouds of smoke without receiving a scratch and says that he dared to attack her from behind. They are just insects. She raises her hand with an energy sphere in front of her with a furious look. Qilin with anger on her face opens her toothy mouth wide and loudly speaks to make them feel horror. She throws her head back and clenches her hands and attacks them with a boundless jade whirlwind. The whirlwind cuts the ground as it passes, leaving scratches and fire on it. Moon Hunter stands among the flow of the whirlwind and her body begins to disappear, turning into an aura. Her body from the aura is cut into two parts by a beam of green energy. The jade rabbit's body is struck by the rays of the whirlwind, while Moon Hunter flies up behind him. She stands on one knee behind him with a frightened look and sighs. The Moon Huntress thinks that this was quite dangerous. She barely managed to keep up with her attacks. A little more, and she would have been cut into pieces. Now she can only let the jade rabbit take the blow. Fortunately, no matter what wounds are inflicted on it, it is able to recover. She looks at Qilin from behind his back with a drop of sweat on her face and thinks that, however, this cannot continue, if only she can buy some time. The Moon Huntress looks forward with a surprised face. Many green energy things fly to the side. They hit the beams of the jade vortex. Qilin looks forward with an angry look and asks loudly, "Is this really a sunken crescent moon?" She looks forward with a confident look and directs energy beams towards her. Qilin with an angry face says loudly that she really knows how to ruin everything. After all, she almost killed her. The Moon Huntress turns her head to the side and thinks that this is her chance. She can finish her off. She closes her eyes and swords appear in her hands. The Moon Hunter raises her arms up and crosses them above her head. Su Lian wondered with a smile on his face, what kind of pose was this? Streams of pink energy fly towards her. They swirl around her body. The Qilin looks forward with a surprised expression on her face. A high energy vortex forms behind the jade rabbit. She looks forward with a confused expression and asks what kind of creature she is. The Qilin loudly asks for her name. The Moon Hunter flies up in the vortex surrounding her. She raises her hand up with an arrogant look and says that she is the Moon Hunter. She raises her finger up and says that if the Qilin can survive her attack, she might consider making her minion. The Qilin looks at her with a terrifying expression and laughs. She spreads her arms and legs wide and loudly says that she is no good for her. The Qilin puts her palms together and uses the jade whirlwind of extermination. The March Moon looks up at the green circle that has appeared in the sky with amazement on her face and loudly says that this is the strongest combat skill of the Qilin of the 9 turns. Anything that comes into contact with the black hole will disappear without a trace. The Moon Hunter places her hands in front of her face and using her skill prepares to attack. She uses the combat skill Misty Image and creates a huge Moon Hunter. She hits the black hole with her horns with great force, directing beams of energy into it. Streams of light energy hit the black hole at great speed. After a while, clouds of gray smoke cover the earth. People look at this with surprise on their faces. The Holy Sun lowered his head with a smile on his face, and laughing loudly says that this means that she is not her rival at all. How bad this battle of the highest was for him. The victorious comrades stand surrounded by clouds of smoke and look at him. He raises his head up and looking at the full moon surrounded by dark clouds says that this is enough. The divine spirit must have enjoyed this sight too? The Holy Sun covers himself in dark smoke and says loudly that the battle can now truly begin. The Holy Maiden holds the March Moon's hand with a surprised expression and asks loudly, "What is this? Why can't they see anything?" The March Moon looks tired and says loudly for her to calm down. The colors of the night suddenly become thicker. The bright full moon is covered by black clouds. Su Liang closes his eyes and stands surrounded by butterflies, thinking that his heart had been beating wildly throughout the entire battle of the highest. But now that he is about to face the Emperor, he does not feel the slightest excitement. The Moon Hunter looks up at him with a puzzled expression and asks, "What is the matter? Is he really so confident in himself?" He looks forward with a confident expression and says that he feels like there is no way he can lose. She looks at him with a surprised expression and asks, "Is he serious?" Su Liang says that it is so with a smile on his face. He thinks that it sounded presumptuous. In the manner that was once characteristic of the Moon King. He thinks back to the past and thinks that those words of the Holy Sun of the Black Moon caused memories to arise in his mind that were not there before. No, they are not even memories, but rather hallucinations. For example, about the young years of the previous owner, which he spent in the northern region in the section of the Moon God's Palace. Pictures of his mother, notes he made in English at a young age that could help prove the authenticity of the memories. And yet, one day, all of these memories were erased by someone. Therefore, there was actually no transmigration of the soul into another body. The previous owner is himself. He was born into this world with memories of a past life lived on Earth. It just so happened that one day, someone erased his memory, thereby turning him into the person he was 3 years ago. It was until 2 months ago that some of his memories finally returned. If that was indeed the case, he definitely shouldn't draw the attention of the one who caused his memory lapses now. Just as the Holy Sun of the Black Moon said 3 years ago, he had indeed forgotten about a very important beast. And it was precisely behind this that the root cause of his becoming an apostle of the Divine Spirit lay. A huge foot steps onto the ground. The moon-type, emperor-level ominous moon Kudu looks down at the ground. People raise their heads and look at him with terrified expressions. A black crack appears on the protective barrier. Su Liang covers his face with his hand and thinks that the protective barrier will not last long. He hopes that it will not target uninvolved people. Kudu looks down with an interested expression and asks, "What era is this? Just think how degenerate the Black Moon sect has become." He opens his eyes wide and asks the Holy Sun sitting on his eyelashes, "Who is his opponent?" The Holy Sun places his hand on his chest and says that in order to revive him in this world, he sacrificed 20 years of his life. All for the sake of defeating the Apostle of the Divine Spirit. Kudu asks, "Is it really the Apostle of the Divine Spirit? Why not do it?" At the moment, he does not feel the consciousness of the followers at all. It seems like the decline of the Black Moon sect is coming soon. In that case, why not make a big fuss and have some last fun? Su Liang looks ahead with a calm expression. He holds a flask of pink liquid in his hand. The Moon Huntress asks with an astonished expression, "Is this really the flask of the purple cherry eyes bodily fluid?" Su Liang opens the flask of bodily fluid with a smile on his face. He holds the flask in his hand with a calm expression and pours out the liquid. They look at him with astonished expressions, not understanding why he did this. The Moon Huntress looks at him and loudly says that this is a priceless liquid belonging to one of the strongest emperors. And he just poured it on the ground? What is he doing? Su Liang says with a confident expression that he thought it would be much easier for them to find their way. She asks with an astonished expression, "What is he talking about?" The Moon Huntress turns back, hearing something. The people look forward with surprise on their faces. The March Moon with a drop of sweat on her face asks, "What is this?" Many flickering butterflies fly forward in the dark sky. Su Liang closes his eyes, lowers his head and says that in the name of the owner of the Book of the Moon, as well as the name of the Apostle of the Moonlight, he calls all the flickering butterflies of the northern region. Kudu with a surprised face wonders, "What is this?" He says loudly that he invites them all to make a contract with him. Many yellow flickering butterflies fly towards him. Su Liang thinks that a few days ago, he ordered the flickering butterflies to deliver a message to their kin. A few days ago, in the central region, in the Moon God Palace, People look at their butterflies flying away and loudly say that a group of flickering butterflies they raised escaped. In the southern region, in the cold moon's sacred school, a man raises his hand and loudly asks, why did his flickering butterflies break the contract without permission? At present, Su Liang is thinking, in order not to attract unnecessary attention, he ordered them to spread out throughout the northern region and lie low until the imperial battle begins. He looks up at the sky at the flickering butterflies flying. A book opens in front of him, and the pages begin to turn. Bai Xinxi sat on the ground with her arms crossed and smiled and asked, will he come now? The Emperor of the Moon King. The holy maiden looks forward with a surprised expression and loudly tells her to look at the beasts of the Moon King. Why are they suddenly moving away from him? All of Su Liang's beasts are running further away from him. The March Moon looks at them and loudly tells them to retreat because this place will soon become a battlefield. Su Liang looks up with a calm face and asks, is the moon god of this era looking at this? I wonder if such an opening of the moon god festival has satisfied his appetite? He stands confidently among the flickering butterflies and looks up and says loudly that if he has already awakened, he should enjoy the miracle that is about to happen. Kudu looks ahead and thinks that this is a curse. Of course they are not a threat, but such a large number can cause difficulties. He would like to kill them all with one blow, but this is also impossible. Because it is impossible to spoil the mood of the divine spirit. Su Liang looks down with a drop of sweat on his face and thinks that almost everything is ready. The system window notifies that contracts have been concluded with the flickering butterflies. The book begins to turn over the pages quickly, emitting light. He thinks that it does not turn over anymore, he is missing only a little. Su Liang, with annoyance and a drop of sweat on his face, thinks that in the entire history of the Book of the Moon, this page has always been the hardest to give. He once believed that the Moon Book could reveal the divine spirit, but when the data on the 7 strings was forcibly hidden, it reminded him that the Moon Book was originally just a tool for the divine spirit, and nothing more. Even its original strength probably far exceeded the Moon Book. Strong blue lightning strikes from the dark clouds in the sky. He looks forward with a surprised expression. The Moon Book flips through one page and stops. A strong light beam of energy strikes the ground, surrounding itself with dark clouds. The fox looks at the 1,000-year wave with a surprised expression. She rises into the air and says that this is a pressure that can terrify even them, the emperors. No wonder even the southern region has fallen into chaos, so that's what it's all about. The ruler of the cold moon appeared among the people and holds an umbrella in her hand. She tells Su Liang with a smile on her face that it doesn't matter if he is from the northern region. In any case, he will be able to accompany her to the final stage of the Moon God Festival. The cold moon lord covers her face with an umbrella and says that she has nothing more to do here for now. The fox sits on the ground and watches the cold moon lord disappear into the distance. She looks away with an irritated expression and asks when the cold moon lord managed to appear behind them. She really scared her. The cold moon lord is just a fool. Shimmering butterflies fly across the sky. They kneel and look forward with surprise on their faces. People look at what is happening with amazement on their faces. Bai Yu, with tears in her eyes from joy, says in a trembling voice that the cherished dream of her whole life has come true. She will witness this miracle. The Holy Sun, with a drop of sweat on his face, turns to the side and asks what is going on. Kudu looks at the sky where the butterflies are flying and says nothing. He looks forward and laughs shakingly. The Holy Sun, with surprise on his face, raises his hand in front of him and looks at him. Kudu laughs with tears in his eyes and asks if he wants him to deal with him. He calms down and says that it didn't last long. But in any case, now the calling of the Black Moon Order has come to an end. Kudu closes his eye and a holy sun falls from his eyelashes. He says that this is their finish line, now he can leave. The holy sun must carefully capture the moment when the curtain finally falls. What appears in front of them does not belong to their era. The princess of the night thunder catches the falling holy sun in her arms. Kudu looks ahead and asks, is this really an apostle of the divine spirit? Having lived until this moment, he has never heard of the existence of an apostle of such a level before. Su Liang, with a calm face and full moons in his eyes, looks ahead. Behind him, the 8-winged lunar ruler of the 12 palaces of moonlight, the guardian of the 2nd palace of the golden butterfly, appears. The holy sun looks at him with a doomed look and asks, and in their opinion this is a battle of emperors. The 8-winged moon sovereign spreads its wings and emits a bright light. The people look down with their hands on their heads from the strong light. The princess of the night thunder sits on her knees with her hand on the ground and clenches her palm into a fist. All the animals of Su Liang fall to the ground from the strong aura and the emitted light. The fox looks at the light with a tense look and raises her hands in front of herself and loudly asks, "What kind of power is this?" With one suppression, she shook the entire continent. Such a creature cannot be found in the entire central region. She flies back from the air currents due to the strong pressure. The eight-winged moon sovereign flies up to the standing kudu illuminated by the bright light. He looks at the light with a smile on his face and loudly says that this is the greatest honor. Now there are no more regrets left in his life. Kudu stands on the ground and looks at the night sky illuminated by yellow light. He says that after death he will be able to turn and become part of the moonlight dating back to the very beginning of time. The light hits the kudu's face, burning it into many particles. The illuminated ground is surrounded by light clouds above piles of stones. After some time, a light crescent moon is visible in the dark sky. The moon hunter and the sunken crescent lie on the ground without opening their eyes. Su Liang hangs in the sky and looks at the bright yellow crescent moon. He sadly thinks that history is repeating itself. 3 years ago, there was the same devastation around him. At that time, he was called the Moon King by the people for no reason. Su Liang looked at his hand and thought that this time he did not lose his memory. So the previous incident was not related to the eight-winged moon sovereign. He suddenly looked ahead at the debris of the buildings and thought that the protective barrier really did split. However, there were no wounded or dead. Perhaps the sickle of the Azure Sea had a hand in this? She must not know that he has amnesia. Otherwise, she would not have been perplexed by the fact that he was worried about the upcoming battle of the emperors. He raises his leg above the face of the March moon and steps over it, thinking that in order to finally become himself, he needs to return to the memories of an earlier period. Su Liang looked at the body of the Holy Sun lying on the ground and says that it is him. He recalls what happened and thinks that he used the ancient summoning technique of the Black Moon sect, sacrificing 20 years of his life. Su Liang looks down with a thoughtful expression and says that no matter the outcome of the battle, the Holy Sun would not have survived this day anyway. So what was the meaning of it? He, having aged 20 years, lies on the ground and says shakingly that indeed, the divine spirit's gaze is not directed at him. Su Liang looks down at him with an arrogant expression and says that the Holy Sun decided to fight him without hesitation, paying with his life. Did he really hope that the reward of the Moon God Festival could save him? He says with a smile on his face and a trembling voice that for the majestic Moon King, he is asking ridiculous questions. As a representative of the Moon type, is it wrong to want to surpass the strongest person of this generation? It is not a pity to give up his life to defeat Su Liang. The Holy Sun looks up with a blank look and says that the difference was too great. Surely the Divine Spirit thought that all this was just a sad sublimity. What was the need to try to please the Divine Spirit? Su Liang looked down with a thoughtful expression and said that at least he had quite a fun time today. That was enough, wasn't it? The Holy Sun asked tremblingly, was that so? Did he enjoy it? So in the end, he achieved the power that made him nervous? He said with a dejected expression that it was so. Did he give him a hard fight? Su Liang closed his eyes and thought that since it had come to this, there was no reason to humiliate him. The Holy Sun thanked him with a trembling voice and said that he had let him hear such a good lie at last. He asked him to remember what he was about to say. The Holy Sun said that perhaps it was due to the reasons for his memory loss. Su Liang looked at him with a tense expression, waiting for what he would say. The Holy Sun says with a calm face that although he most likely clashed with the eight-winged moon sovereign in the past, but for some reason, despite the fact that that scene was repeated today, he could not shake off the feeling of disharmony. That previous incident caused a third of the northern region's territory to disappear, yet no one even mentioned the missing people. So where did they go? Were they simply taken and forgotten for no reason? Su Liang listens to him with a surprised face and says nothing. He says that the circumstances of the previous incident are far from simple. The Holy Sun begins to evaporate, and asks him to be more careful from now on. Su Liang looked at the disappearing body of the Holy Sun. He looks forward with a calm face. Su Liang said that with the death of the last representative, the Black Moon sect met its end, but this did not inspire any joy in him. The reasons for his memory loss have nothing to do with the Black Moon sect. However, in his current state, he is in no way able to resist the creature that has consigned a third of the northern region to oblivion. He clenches his hand into a fist and immediately opens it back. Su Liang stands under the night sky and closes his eyes, sighing. He puts his hand on his head and asks, why is he so worked up? At least the current crisis is finally over. No matter what happens next, he can relax for now. Su Liang lies down on the ground with the rest of the people. A few hours later, under the night sky, the fox asks, "Is it really over?" She sits on her knees with a tired expression and puts her hand on her neck, saying that the waves from the suppression alone were enough to stun them for a few hours. The 1,000-year wave says that in the end, it was the 8-winged moon sovereign. The fox looks around with an arrogant expression and says that those people must have already left the site. She turns her head to the side with a horrified expression. The fox with beads of sweat on her face looks at the beast in the distance. The ruler of the Misty Sea, the divine spirit of the Snow-White Doe clan and the creator of the 7 strings, the Snow-White Calamity Moon stands in the smoke surrounded by light. The moon god of this era, the crying moon, Princess Taine, with a smile on her face, raises her hands and asks loudly, "What is the matter, the doe of the Misty Sea? Didn't she organize a very impressive grand opening of the Moon God Festival?" Taine moves her hands and says that the pieces of the moonlight mosaic will come together again. And the 7 strings and the Snow-White Doe clan did not even rustle. She asks the moon god of this generation to stop. There is no need to interfere with the festival any further. The Calamity Moon with light in its eyes says that she will not allow her to do any more tyranny in the northern region. Taine looks at her with a calm expression and does not say a word. She puts her hands on her face with a smile on her face and falsely says that she is scared. Taine jumps around her and loudly says that she got it all wrong. She did not interfere with the Moon God Festival at all. Taine confidently puts her hand on her chin and says that on the contrary, an unknown fool stole the Moon Book and brazenly won this battle of emperors. She covers her eye with a smile on her face and loudly says that he should be properly rewarded. Taine, going into the clouds, says that she should also stop swearing just because she cannot find a suitable person. She loudly addresses her by status with a sarcastic look. The calamitous moon looks at Taine, who evaporated into thin air. She looks ahead with an arrogant look. The calamitous moon lowers her gaze and looks at the moon hunter and Su Liang lying on the ground. She goes into the bright clouds of the sky. Half an hour later, the fox with beads of sweat on her face trembles with fear and looks ahead. She sits on the clouds, leaning on them with her hands and asks, "Are they really still alive?" Just now, it was the calamitous doe and Princess Taine. The snow-white calamitous moon has not appeared for 20,000 years. She did not even participate in the Moon God Festival of the previous era. The fox says with a calm expression that, judging from their conversation, these divine spirits are at odds with each other. The 1,000-year wave trembles and says that the divine spirits did not pay the slightest attention to them. She suggests that they consider that nothing happened and under no circumstances tell anyone about this. The fox looks forward with a frightened look after receiving a blow from the 1,000-year wave. With a drop of sweat on her face, she clenches her fist and turns around loudly asking, "Who is here now?" Baiyu asks with a smile on her face, "Were there really divine spirits present just now?" The fox wonders with a puzzled expression, "Is she a human? Did she really sense divine spirits too? When did she get here?" The fox didn't notice at all. 12 palaces of moonshine, guardian of Sagittarius Palace, tyrant protector of the twin moon teachings, the azure sea sickle in Baiyu's hand says that it is so, but nevertheless, they have already left, so there is nothing to worry about. She holds out her hand with an angry expression and points her finger at it, loudly telling them to stop deceiving them. Who are they anyway? Baiyu calmly closes her eyes and says that she is the manager of the twin moon teachings beasts. A simple and unremarkable person. They arrived in the northern region, and they were unable to receive them in time. On behalf of the Azure Moon Empire, she apologizes to them. She holds out her hands with the azure sea sickle in them with a smile on her face, and says that it seems that the lady in her hands wants to tell them something. The azure sea sickle looks at them with a serious look. The fox looks at her eyes with horror on her face. She falls to her knees with surprise on her face and thinks that with just one look she forced her to submit. Baiyu stretches out her hand and the sickle of the azure sea flies away from her hand. It hangs in the sky, lighting up the sky with its radiance. She says that they did not even dare to pass on the words. It is as bad as before. The azure sea sickle turned into a human and looked at them. She looked at them with a blank look and said that they had entered the lands of the northern region without permission, violating the rules she had set. For 1 year, they would not leave this land or pass on any information. Otherwise, the branch of moon worship and the otherworldly teaching would be destroyed. The fox knelt before the azure sea sickle. She calmly closed her eyes and said that although she could not interfere with the outcome of the festival at an early stage, she could not interfere. The azure sea sickle extended her hand forward and said that, however, The palace of the moon god had previously violated the rules, she could still punish him a little. She extended 2 fingers forward with a serious face, imagining that she was shooting a bow. Bright stars appeared in the sky. The azure sea sickle stood in the pose of the Sagittarius constellation above her head. Several black holes opened up in the starry sky. A huge machine appears above her head. She points 2 fingers forward with a serious expression and quickly raises them up. A blue light appears from a weapon in the machine. The weapon shoots a blue beam of energy forward and it flies forward at high speed. The beam flies through many mountains. It hits the moon god palace with great force, breaking the mountain nearby into many pieces. Gray smoke spreads from the impact site. Zhao Yu looks forward with an astonished expression. The moonlight tyrant, the moon god palace's protector, with a drop of sweat on her face, stood amidst the clouds of smoke. A blue beam hits the ground next to the rubble. She looks down with an angry expression. The blue-haired tamer loudly says that the moon god palace had no intention of provoking anyone. She asks her to moderate her anger. The moonlight tyrant, with an angry expression, loudly asks them, who sent the 9-turned Qilin there without permission? He must step forward, now. The 4th princess steps forward with a calm face and crosses her arms. She says loudly that from now on, the 4th princess is excluded from the 10 pillars. She has 3 days to leave the moon god palace. The 4th princess says with a submissive look that she will listen to her. Some time later, near the ruins of a building, the 4th princess holds a piece of paper in her hand with a sad face and looks at it. She looks at the photo and asks why everyone claims that the moon god palace does not have a department in the northern region. The 4th princess clearly remembers how her elder sister said that she would go there to take over the duties of the department head. She looks down with a sad look and asks what happened 3 years ago. Will the Moon King Su Liang be able to answer this question? The 4th princess says that he is her nephew. Some time later, Su Liang lies with his eyes closed. He opens them and looks up. Su Liang lifts himself up, leaning his hands on the clouds and looking at the bright space, asks what kind of place is this. He looks around with a surprised expression and notices a shadow in the clouds. Tayin looked forward with a smile on her face. Su Liang looks at her with an astonished expression and opens his mouth wide. He kneels down, leaning one hand on the clouds and asks what a moon rabbit is doing in this place. Su Liang stretches out his hand towards her. Tayin, with an angry expression, kicks his hand on his hand and loudly asks what he is doing. He raises his hand in front of himself with a puzzled expression and wonders what he did. Su Liang, with a surprised expression, asks, "Is she really talking?" Tayin put her hand on her face with a smile on her face and said loudly that for high-level beasts, the ability to speak human language was extremely rare, and for low-level beasts, it was completely impossible. With an angry expression on his face, he stretches out his hand forward and points his finger at her, loudly telling her to stop lying. What is she and what is this place? She sighs sadly and says that he has no upbringing. And by the way, she brought him here specifically to give him a gift. Su Liang asks with a puzzled look, what does it mean to give a gift? Tayin, with flushed cheeks, loudly says that it is about the rewards of the Moon God Festival. A page of the Book of the Moon, a top-level beast, a beauty of mixed race, or longevity. She asks with a sly look, what does he want? Tayin looked up with a thoughtful face and put her hand on her chin, saying that she had completely forgotten that he had stolen her moon book long ago. Su Liang asked with a surprised expression, is this really her book? In other words, she is the moon god of the current era, the floating moon princess Tayin, the winner of the last moon god festival. With a drop of sweat on his face, he thinks that this means that she contacted him in a dream. But he is not the conductor of the will of the moon god or his representative. She says with a smile on her face that they should put jokes aside. Tayin offers him to become the master of the Golden Butterfly Palace. She loudly tells him to join her camp and achieve victory for her in this festival. Su Liang asks with a puzzled look what she is talking about. He is the apostle of the moonlight. Their camps are initially in hostile relations. Tayin asks him if he has not yet understood. She changes her appearance to a human and tells him to join her. Doesn't he want to defeat the Lord of the Cold Moon? Su Liang looks at her with amazement on his face. He turns his head to the side without saying a word. Tayin says that whether it is the Lord of the Cold Moon or someone much more powerful, she can give him the opportunity to easily defeat anyone. She puts her hand on her chest with a smile on her face and, coming closer to him, says that she doubts that his weak comrades can do this. The same moon rabbit in his possession is only a defective product, in which after an unknown number of generations, there is hardly any trace of her bloodline left. Tayin stretches out her hands towards him, surrounding their bodies with bright rays of aura. She places her hand on his face and tells him to give them up. Tayin will give him the strength to crush everything in his path, and also the opportunity to leave a perfect offspring with a beautiful beast in this world. Su Liang looks forward with a surprised look. He remembers all his beasts and puts his hand to the side, pushing it away. Su Liang confidently says that he refuses it. Tayin asks with a smile on his face, why is he refusing? After all, she can fulfill all his dreams. She closes her eyes, puts her hand to her hair and says that in the past, the fool from the Imperial Rabbit Palace that belonged to the Moonlight Camp behaved exactly like this. But in the end, he followed his heart and joined her. Tayin extends her hand towards him and says that his existence is more important to her, so he can be angry and curse as much as he wants. She will not pay attention to it. Su Liang grabs her hand with great force and loudly says that she is wrong. He holds her hand above his head and asks, is it possible that the moon god, who can make all his dreams come true, is not even able to decide the final winner of the festival? Su Liang asks with a frightening look, is she trying to lure him away because she is afraid that he, the apostle of the moonlight, will eventually take the throne, right? He looks at her and says that she has no right to judge his comrades. One day, together with his weak comrades, Su Liang looked at Tayin standing surrounded by black clouds and loudly says that he will smash all the apostles under her command and seize the final throne at the Moon God Festival. He says loudly with an angry look that until the moment of the moon's shine's victory has come, she can sadly wait, giving up all hope. She laughs loudly with a terrifying look, her mouth wide open, and agrees with him. Su Liang raises her hand, and a pink aura begins to emanate from it. She changes her appearance to a rabbit, and says that since he is so confident, she will wait patiently. Tayin lowers her head with an ominous look, and says that the moment of awakening of the Imperial Rabbit Palace will soon happen. Her descendants, who have evolved to the ideal, will come to this world again. Black clouds of smoke form around them. She sticks her head out of the water, and says loudly that soon 10 invincible lunar eclipses will come for his soul. Tayin says that it will start from now on. Su Liang stood surrounded by black clouds with a surprised expression. She says that between him and the moon god of this generation, Princess Tayin. He looks forward with a surprised expression, waiting for her to say more. Su Liang hangs in the air around the starry sky and bright rays appear in front of his face. He falls down into the darkened space among the white rays. His consciousness dissipates, and he closes his eyes. Tayin says loudly that there is irreconcilable enmity between them. 10 days after the Battle of the Emperors, the beasts in the city are helping people. A girl stands on a cliff and asks what he says to this. A man in a white cloak asks if she feels anything. She lowers her head and says, shaking, that she is simply shaking, even after 10 days, the auras of the two tyrants have not yet dissipated. He looks ahead with a drop of sweat on his face and loudly says that before the Moon God Festival finally reaches its climax, they should finish their reconnaissance and leave quickly. Half of the pillars of the Moon God Palace have fallen, and the leader of the 10 eclipses will soon descend to this world. The era of monsters joining together has arrived. The man turns his head to the side and asks what chances she calculates for the current Moon King Su Liang. The girl raises her head and says that his chance is 0.08%. He asks loudly with a surprised expression, why are they so high? She holds a book in her hand and places her hand on one of the pages. The book says that the Western region, by Yuexing's dual gift, is 0.018%. The Southern region, Cold Moon Lord, is 0.03%. The Central region, Bright Moon Holy Maiden, has a very small percentage. The Northern region, Moon King Su Liang, has 0.08%, and the Cloud Princess has no percentage at all. The man looks down with a thoughtful expression and says that since these are her calculations, there is no doubt about their reliability. 3 years ago, the full moon lasted for 30 days, and since then, their divine spirit has fallen into a deep sleep. Although the probability is not high at all, the culprit must definitely be among them, the apostles of the moonlight. And these are the numerical indicators of the probability of defeating the divine spirit. The man looks forward and says loudly that no matter who is behind this, until the teachings of the afterlife dig into the truth, they will not know peace. After some time in a tent near a rocky area, Su Liang is lying on the bed without opening his eyes. He wakes up and sees the moon hunter in front of him. She puts her hand on her chest with a frightened look and puts her other hand on her face and looks at Su Liang lying on her lap. The moon hunter with a calm face loudly says that if he woke up, he should get up faster. He needs to stop lying around. He looks away and looks at her without saying anything. Su Liang closes his eyes again, not wanting to get up. A book shrouded in energy appears in front of his face. It says that the pet beast panel has been updated. Emperor level, moon type, 8-winged moon ruler, and its status is locked. Due to the too low level, it will be possible to unlock it when the carrier reaches the 7th rank, or unlock it temporarily with the simultaneous activation of the energy of 100 billion flickering butterflies. Low level, moon type, flickering butterfly, a huge number of individuals, and the status is locked. Due to the low level, the summoning limit is limited. The limit on the full moon is 100,000, the limit on other days is 10,000. Intermediate level, lunar type jade rabbit essence of the waning moon. He thinks that after the relationship breaks up, the book of the moon will be taken away from him. Apparently, she does not have such power. The moon huntress with a menacing look hits his head with her hand and loudly asks if he heard her. Su Liang with a calm look and a red bump after the hit looks up. She puts her hand squeezing it on his body. The moon huntress with a bewildered face looks at Su Liang falling asleep on her legs. Without opening his eyes, he asks how long he slept. The sunken crescent crossed her arms and said that he had slept for 10 days. Su Liang with a frightened look quickly gets up and coughs loudly. With beads of sweat on his face, he thinks that he completely forgot that sunken crescent moon is also here. Su Liang sits cross-legged on the bed and puts his fist to his mouth and asks, "What is the current situation?" Moon Hunter puts her hand on her chin with a thoughtful expression and says that the academy is undergoing restoration work, and the northern region is also calm. However, the situation with the central region. The sunken crescent closed her eyes, crossed her arms and interrupted her, saying that in the central region, 7 stars were reborn and made a furious attack on the 10 pillars. At best, the Moon God Palace can hold out for another half a month. If the 10 pillars fall, the legendary guardian of the Imperial Rabbit Palace will be reborn again. Su Liang looks forward with a frightened expression and listens to them. She calmly says that when that happens, the true Moon God Festival will be revealed to everyone. He asks, who exactly are they talking about when they talk about the guardian of the Imperial Rabbit Palace? The sunken crescent moon says that this is the one who once led the 7 stars, defeated all opponents in the Moon God Festival of the previous era, and won the final victory. Formerly the guardian of one of the 12 palaces of the moon shine of the 8th palace of the Imperial Rabbit. Now the head of the 10 eclipses of Taiyin, the Jade Chancellor Fuyu. Also, the former master of the Jade Chancellor was the Moon King of the previous era. Su Liang, with an astonished face, thinks that this is the final winner of the Moon God Festival of the previous era. Doesn't it mean that it is the strongest creature of the moon type? And an unknown such betrayed the camp of the moonshine, becoming the strongest fighting unit of Princess Taiyin? He looks down with a tense expression and wonders, since she won the last Moon God Festival, then where did the talk of rebirth come from? Su Liang, with a confident face, asks for what reason was she sealed? The sunken crescent moon, with a flushed face, says loudly that she herself does not know. She has little understanding of what happened after she fell asleep. He, sitting on the bed, looks at her with a surprised expression on his face and wonders why she had such a strong reaction. It seems that she is deliberately not telling him about something? The Moon Hunter looks at Su Liang with an offended face. She puffs out her cheeks with an annoyed look and wonders why they fell silent. What did they do together in her absence? Do they really already have secrets that belong only to the two of them? The Moon Hunter imagines in her mind how Su Liang puts his hand on the sunken crescent moon's shoulder and looks at her. She clenches her hands into fists lying on her legs. Screams are heard from the tent standing under the clear sky. Su Liang leaned his hand on the tree and put his other hand on his back, wondering when he managed to anger her. He turned his head back with an irritated look and thought that she definitely didn't spare any strength when she hit him. He would definitely teach her a lesson later. At the same time, Su Liang looked away with a surprised expression and wondered if this was really a 9-turn qilin. The girl in the cloak holds the rope that ties the qilin's body in her hand. She turns her attention to Su Liang with a calm face. An unknown person in a white cloak pushes her from behind and loudly tells her to go faster. Su Liang watches this with a serious expression and wonders if, since the contract was temporary, she didn't die along with the holy son of the Black Moon. Baiyu says with a smile on her face that they will soon return to the Azure Moon Empire. What are his future plans? Su Liang thinks with a calm face, what plans are they talking about? Before this, he just wanted to survive the Battle of the Emperors and hasn't thought about what to do next yet. But since the current moon god has now declared war on him, his next goal is crystal clear. He needs to strengthen his team and become stronger, defeat them all, and reach the final stage of the moon god festival. Only then will he be able to dethrone this smug divine spirit. Bai Yu looks at Su Liang with a thoughtful expression and calls out to him. He asks with a smile on his face if she will give him a ride. After all, he has never been to the Azure Moon Empire before. With a drop of sweat on her face, she raises her hands and says loudly that of course she will give him a ride. Su Liang puts his hand to his chin with a serious face and thinks that the ruins where he was 3 years ago are most likely right next to the Empire. If he goes back there again, maybe he will be able to find out the truth about the past events. Bai Yu looks at him with a calm face and wonders if it is her imagination or if the head of the teaching has changed a little. Compared to the once scary and cold apostle who walked on par with the divine spirits, the current one is completely different. After some time, a huge bird flies by at the border of the northern region, carrying people. Bai Yu crosses her arms with a smile on her face and says that she hopes that it will not be a burden for them to go with them. Even though the master does not need protection at all. The girl with a mask on her face crosses her arms and says that she understands this. It is their duty to make sure that the master does not get bored on the road. The silver rabbit with a serious look says that from now on, everyone needs to stay alert. Su Liang looks forward with an excited face and asks, "Is there such a thing here?" Not to mention a restaurant and a hotel, they even managed to build a hot spring? After some time, in the northern region of the Azure Moon Empire, a huge bird lands on a multi-story building. Su Liang looks ahead with a surprised expression and says that the Azure Moon Empire is truly flourishing. Bai Yu closed her eyes with a smile on her face and said that in fact, the fact that the empire had achieved such development in the past few years was largely due to the ban issued by the tyrant of the Archer Palace. The Sagittarius Palace tyrant lady once said that 10,000 years ago, scientific progress was several hundred times greater than today's. However, just one full-force battle between two tyrants caused all the electronic equipment in the world to fail, and in an instant, science and technology regressed by several tens of thousands of years. Su Liang looks at her with a surprised expression and asks, "Did this battle really cause all the electronic equipment in the world to fail?" Bai Yu looks down sadly and says that it is true, and this incident also caused the deaths of several 100 million people. Of course, after this incident, those two tyrants were severely punished. The sunken crescent crossed her arms with a displeased look and thought that this idiot doesn't even know about these tyrants. And he still claims to help her get the scabbard? This time, the Ice Queen, contrary to usual, participated in the Moon God Festival. And all because she once failed to completely destroy the Imperial Rabbit Palace. The anger associated with this failure has been accumulating within her for several tens of thousands of years. Su Liang's death will be swift and irrevocable if this matter affects him. He raises his hand up with a smile on his face, looking at Bai Yu and says that now they themselves need to go and unwind, and let them stay here. Su Liang jumps onto the back of a huge moon huntress, and they leave. The silver rabbit looks up with a serious expression and asks, "Do they still remember what the Moon King looked like at the very beginning?" The girl with a mask on her face asks, "Is she talking about the day he appeared in the heavenly abyss?" Bai Yu says with a serious expression that such a thing is impossible to forget. The silver rabbit puts her hand on her chest and says that she could not imagine that the great head of the teaching would suddenly want to enjoy the beauty of nature in the company of a beast. The girl with the mask on her face puts her fist to her mouth and says that she thought that even the most fundamental human feelings were absent from him. Bai Yu, with a drop of sweat on her face, looks at them and loudly tells them to stop this conversation. In fact, it was not strangers who witnessed the most terrifying and majestic Moon King, but they, the followers, who saw that miracle with their own eyes. Some time later, in the northern region near the heavenly abyss, Su Liang looks at the abyss with a calm face and loudly says that now he understands where the twin moon teaching got its name from. He looks at the people in white cloaks and says that he will go there, and they must not allow anyone to follow them. At the same time, unknown people in white and red cloaks are watching them and conducting a dialogue. Why did the Moon King suddenly decide to return to the lands that were in the possession of the Moon God Palace? The original probability of the Cloud Princess has now become the highest. Apparently something has happened. She vaguely sensed the aura of the Divine Spirit, and in terms of danger, it surpassed the Cloud Princess. They need to do the following: he should go on reconnaissance, and she should stay here to avoid the complete destruction of their group in case something happened to him. If he died, then she should retreat immediately, and boldly raise the probability of the Moon King to 100%. And also contact all the dream realms of the northern region, so that they could kill the Moon King with joint efforts. After some time, Su Liang and the Moon Huntress walked forward inside the heavenly abyss. He thought with a calm face that for some reason, despite the daytime, there was a certain feeling of depression. She looked at him and asked what was the matter. Were you lost? Su Liang closed his eyes and said that it was not so, he just had a bad feeling. It must be due to the fact that this place is a little strange. The headquarters of the Twin Moon Teachings is nearby, as is the Azure Moon Empire. If something really happened, the Azure Sea Sickle would also sense it. Although there was nothing left here now, if he walked along the previous path and returned to the very first place in his memories, perhaps he would find some clues. The man in the white and red cloak watched them and snapped his fingers, causing a black dome to appear in the sky with dark liquid dripping from it. The dome quickly flew down. Su Liang thought with a serious expression that there was not a single footprint here. It seemed like the Twin Moon Teaching had done a good job of keeping this place intact. He stopped in his tracks with his eyes wide open, causing the Moon Hunter to hit his nose on the back of his head. She looked at him with a calm face and asked, "What happened?" Su Liang looked ahead with a puzzled expression and asked, "How is this possible? How did his diary end up here? Could it be that he had always kept it with him to ensure its safety? But after losing his memories, unable to understand the contents, he abandoned it right here?" Su Liang stretched out his hand and quickly ran towards the diary with the intention of taking it for himself. Suddenly, the Lady of Autumn Calamity appeared unexpectedly and grabbed the diary. She opened the diary with a smile on her face and said loudly, "This is a manual left by a divine spirit." The Lady of Autumn Calamity peered at the diary and asked, "Isn't the divine spirit's manual too confusing?" Su Liang and the Moon Hunter looked ahead with worried expressions. She asked with a serious expression, "Who is she?" He thinks with a drop of sweat on his face that he doesn't know what rank she is, but he has a feeling that she is quite dangerous. Sunken Crescent Moon looks at Lady of Autumn Calamity with a serious face, who is reading the diary and completely ignoring them. She delivers a powerful punch with confidence on her face, leaving behind a powerful green trail. Su Liang, with a drop of sweat on his face, covered his face with his hand and wondered, "What is this?" The strength looked rather mediocre. Lady of Autumn Calamity holds the diary with a calm face and asks what they are doing. They didn't decide to challenge her during the day, did they? Su Liang looked at her and thinks that she is right. This is a problem that the vast majority of Moon-type tamers try to avoid. What if the battle happens during the day? Lady of Autumn Calamity holds the diary in her left hand with a smile on her face and tells the Moon King that they have no reason to start a war with him yet, so she will just leave this time. The Moon Hunter looks at her with an enraged expression and says loudly that if she wants to leave, then let her leave, but without the diary. Su Liang, with a drop of sweat on his face, thought that she was showing with her whole appearance that she could ignore the highest. Most likely she was the Emperor. The Book of the Moon did not react, which means she is not a moon type. How did she manage to get here, hiding from the sight of the sickle of the Azure Sea? Who is she? The Lady of Autumn Calamity calmly turns her head and asks, "Does he really know what kind of writing this is?" She looks at him with a terrifying smile and asks if he knows about what once happened here. The Lady of Autumn Calamity has changed her mind. She must investigate his memories. She stretches out her right hand forward and releases black sharp thorns from her fingers. The Moon Hunter, with a serious expression, places a round pink barrier in front of Su Liang with the intention of protecting him, but the thorns break through the barrier and deal a strong blow to her. With a drop of sweat on his face, he loudly tells the sunken crescent to return to its original form. Su Liang extends the sunken crescent forward with a serious expression and blocks the attack of the black thorns. He sits down on the ground leaning on the sunken crescent and thinks that if it weren't for his special property of invincibility, he would already be dead. Su Liang looked at the Moon Huntress lying on the ground and wondered, how could this be possible with just one careless attack? Is this the price for accepting a fight against the Emperor during the daytime? The Lady of Autumn Calamity looks at him and tells the Moon King to give up resistance. Those who belong to the moon type can only perform miracles during the full moon. She holds out her right hand with a smile on her face and loudly says that in his current state, he is no match for her. He should not hope that everything will turn out well for him. The Sagittarius Palace is unable to sense anything that is happening here. This is the gift that the Divine Spirit has bestowed upon them, the divine teaching of the afterlife. Even if they were on the sacred grounds, there would be no way to detect their presence. Su Liang leans on the sunken crescent moon with a shabby look and says that she said everything correctly, but that is still no reason to be so carried away by his childish scribbles and perceive them as some kind of divine work. Her sense of beauty will atrophy the brain. She holds the diary with a smile on her face and says that once she sees his memories, none of this will matter. However, since Su Liang was once here and has returned here again today, is it possible that the legendary Moon King once lost part of his memories? They look at each other with surprised faces, and the Lady of Autumn Calamity begins to cry and asks, "Is this his doing?" She covers her face with her hands and asks, "Did he see such a creature with his own eyes and then only lose part of his memories?" From this moment on, between the divine teachings of the afterlife and the teachings of the twin moons, there will be enmity until the last breath. Also, the seventh dream, the Lady of Autumn Calamity will destroy the Moon King on this very spot. She looks forward with an enraged look, while her clothes are torn, and many mouths appear on her body. The Lady of Autumn Calamity confidently walks forward, leaving behind a huge red tree. Su Liang looks at her with a drop of sweat on his face and thinks that apparently the cause of his amnesia has now been found out, even if the current one looks a little hopeless. The Lady of Autumn Calamity points her finger at Su Liang, causing a deadly red whirlwind to fly towards him. Suddenly, the Moon Hunter appears. She pushes him away and takes the blow herself. Su Liang looked at her defeated body and clutches the sunken crescent moon in his hand. He swings his weapon and releases 4 green projectiles towards the Lady of Autumn Calamity. The attacks miss their target, and she wonders with a calm face, was it just her imagination or not? Even before she dealt serious damage to the Moon Hunter, it was as if she was already in a state of sleep. The Lady of Autumn Calamity points her finger at the Moon Hunter's lying body, causing a red explosion to appear there. Su Liang watches this with a shabby look and thinks that it was just because of the time of day that the difference was so huge. A representative of the moon type at the apogee of the highest rank was completely powerless against just one ordinary emperor of the young type. The Lady of Autumn Calamity with a serious face tells the Moon King to stop resisting. He has no chance of defeating her. Frankly speaking, she herself cannot easily kill an apostle like him. And although the feud from 3 years ago has not gone away, she could retreat now and wait for another opportunity to settle the score. The Lady of Autumn Disaster spreads her arms with a grin on her face as she looks at Su Liang and tells him to be good and let her look at his memories. He also wants to know what happened in the past, right? Su Liang points the sunken crescent moon towards her with a serious expression. The Lady of Autumn Disaster closes her eyes with a calm expression and says that from what she can see, the negotiations have failed. Black thorns began to fly out from the mouths on her body with the intention of attacking Su Liang, but not a single attack could penetrate his defense. The Lady of Autumn Disaster watches this with bewilderment. He holds the sunken crescent moon in his hands with a smile on his face and thinks that he has succeeded. Because she enjoys chatting so much, he has time to think of a way to defend himself. After participating in the Great Beast Appetite Contest, he bought up a huge amount of special beast food. Relying on its absorption, the recovery rate of the Lake Moon Shield was able to reach 5% per second. Su Liang looks at the Lady of Autumn Disaster attacking him with a serious expression and thinks that he can't get far with just defense. He needs to find a way to defeat her in a short time. She furiously releases black spikes from her mouth and loudly says that this is simply impossible. The Lady of Autumn Disaster deals endless attacks with spikes at Su Liang. He worriedly thinks that her attacks are too fast and brutal. His arms are about to cramp. One of the spikes flies towards him, but the sunken crescent manages to reflect the attack. Su Liang, with a drop of sweat on his face, wonders if it moved on its own. He turns his attention to the sunken crescent, who is holding a spear and helping him reflect the attacks. She looks at him with a serious expression and asks, he wants to save her, right? Then he needs to focus on the battle. Su Liang continues to reflect the attacks and the Lady of Autumn Disaster watches this with a displeased expression. She shoots spikes from her mouth towards him very quickly. He looks forward with a serious expression and thinks that her attacks have become even faster. The Lady of Autumn Calamity looks at him with a smirk on her face and asks, is he at his limit already? In the end, he is just an ordinary person, a puppet of the Golden Butterfly Palace. The tyrant can't find his corpse, so she suggests a good way. Before she could finish speaking, the Lady of Autumn Calamity looks forward with a wary face. Su Liang holds the sunken crescent sword with a serious expression, which is shrouded in blue aura. He swings it and delivers a very strong blow, cutting down the redwood behind the Lady of Autumn Calamity. She stands there with a confused expression and begins to bleed. The sunken crescent sword says with a serious face that now the last remnants of energy in her scabbard have finally run out. How long will Su Liang let her blabber on? Isn't he the Moon King? Wasn't he the one who planned to defeat the Ice Empress and the Imperial Rabbit Palace? So he has already shown all that he can do. To be honest, she is disappointed. Su Liang thinks with a serious face that this is true. What is he even doing? He is just an ordinary emperor, nothing more. The shabby-looking Lady of Autumn Calamity loudly says that this is a curse. Does he seriously think that he can defeat her in the daylight? She points her finger at him with an enraged expression and loudly says that since a long time ago, they, the moon type, have been the ones that disgusted her the most. A bunch of arrogant people who don't care about others. After the split of the moonlight, were their arrogant tyrants able to hide or escape death? This is just nonsense. It's time for this idiot to wake up. The era of the moonlight's dominance has long since come to an end. Su Liang listens to her attentively with a thoughtful expression and puts his hand to his chin. The irritated Lady of Autumn Calamity loudly says that she's tired of him. The Moon King needs to accept his death. Su Liang calmly closes her eyes and says that she's probably right, but that's the meaning of his standing here. He will sit on the throne, restore the moonlight, and prevent them, the tyrants who have hidden in their holes, from sticking their heads out. Su Liang looks at her with confidence, and says loudly that this is the reason for his birth in this era. A huge yellow beam breaks through the clouds and envelopes Su Liang in a barrier. The Lady of Autumn Calamity asks with a confused expression, "What is going on?" He stretches out his palm with a serious expression. The system window notifies that the number of available tickets is 700. Su Liang thinks that because he managed to save up 700 tickets, he has come up with a way to defeat her. He raises his hand up and says loudly that he must use up every last one. Purple cards begin to surround him and the system window notifies that new beasts have been unlocked. The number of highlighted illustrations has been increased. Su Liang looks forward with a serious expression and thinks that it didn't work out with the emperors, but he managed to pull out several extremely rare specimens. With a smile on his face, he stretches out his hand forward and says loudly, "No contracts, you need to direct everything into the tamer's energy." The purple cards disintegrate, transforming into a whirlwind and flying towards him. Su Liang is enveloped in yellow energy, and he confidently thinks that if he absorbs all this energy, there will probably be very little left until the 6th rank. However, relying only on the strength of the 5th rank, it is impossible to defeat the beast of the Emperor rank. With a smile on his face, he spreads his arms in different directions and looking up loudly says that he does not need any of this. He gives everything to the Golden Butterfly Palace. The energy leaves him, and he closes his eyes thinking that with this amount of energy, the Golden Butterfly Palace will be able to immediately. Before he can finish speaking, he turns his attention to the system window, which notifies that the 8-winged lunar ruler has become available to him. The unlocking progress is 1/1000%. Su Liang continues to stare at the system window with a puzzled expression and wonders how this can be. Only 1/1000%? Isn't his appetite too big? He looks at his hands and wonders that the energy has completely disappeared. Now he has become a complete laughingstock. The Lady of Autumn Calamity, with beads of sweat on her face, watches the many yellow rays surrounding Su Liang. He looks at the rays in bewilderment, and wonders that the energy was not absorbed by the Golden Butterfly Palace, but by the 100 billion flickering butterflies from that time. The Lady of Autumn Calamity, with a surprised expression, wonders what is going on. Why did it suddenly get dark? Why did the moon rise? He was able to manipulate celestial phenomena. This Su Liang is not some kind of apostle at all. He looks at her with a confident expression and says that he warned her to return his diary in a good way, then this would not have happened. The Lady of Autumn Calamity, with a puzzled expression, watches her body being pierced by a yellow beam. She looks up with a smile on her face. Her body begins to dissolve into red leaves. She tells the Moon King that she is the one who won. Su Liang watches this with a battered look and says that there is no trace of her left. How can she talk about victory? He falls to the ground and says that he is about to die of fatigue. He should lie down for a while. Su Liang, with a drop of sweat on his face, hears an unfamiliar voice that says that they have won. Pitch Black Knight with a calm face takes a leaf with blood dripping down it in his hand and says that all the Seventh Sister's assumptions were spot on. It's good that she told her to hide in the shadows for now. If they had entered the battle at the same time, their group would have been destroyed with 100% probability. She squeezes the bloody leaf in her hand with a smile on her face, looking at the lying Su Liang, and says that now there are no prerequisites for defeat. Even though he managed to surpass his apostle limits, It is over now. The invincible Moon King will meet his doom here. Pitch Black Night walks forward and wonders why the moon has risen. She quickly turns her head to the side and sees the Moon Huntress sitting on the ground. She puts her hand to her head with a shabby look and asks, "Did she sleep until nightfall?" The Moon Huntress gets up from the ground with a wary face looking at Pitch Black Night and thinks that she is not a person, this is another emperor. She stands in place with a calm face, closing her eyes, and says that having witnessed the recent battle, she can safely decide that the threat from the Doe Girl is zero. Pitch Black Night looks at the sunken crescent and says that after using up all the stored energy, this weapon also poses no danger. The only thing to worry about now is the tyrant of the Archer Palace. It will take about 5 minutes to indulge with the help of the vessel. The tyrant cannot be judged by standards, therefore, taking into account the risks, it should be dealt with in 1 minute. Pitch Black Night snaps her fingers and says that in fact, 10 seconds will be enough. A black umbrella appears in the sky, shrouded in a dark aura. Moon Huntress looks up with a surprised face and watches this and asks, "Is this rain?" Pitch Black Night looks at them with a calm face and says that she is the 9th dream of the divine teaching of the afterlife. At this very moment, her hands will put an end to the era of lunar shine. Rain begins to fall from the black umbrella, causing the earth to decompose. Su Liang clenches his teeth with a tired look and looks up and says that this is a curse, he has no strength left at all. His body is shrouded in white smoke, with the help of which he is transported to a safe place. Pitch Black Night floats in the air with a calm face and thinks, "Is this the misty sphere of the White Deer clan?" Moon Huntress looks at her with a serious look and says that she has made 2 mistakes. First, she said that she was a zero threat, which made her a little angry. Second, she shouldn't have gone against a member of the White Deer clan in the middle of the night. She touches her forehead with her hand and thinks that it has already been destroyed. Moon Hunter, looking furious, takes out 2 swords from her chest and, standing in a fighting stance, uses the technique Misty Image Cloud Noble. Pitch Black Night looks at her with a smile on her face, stretching out her palm forward and loudly says that these are very loud words, especially for an insignificant beast of the highest rank. She releases black drops that quickly fly towards Moon Hunter, causing her to dissolve. Pitch Black Night looks forward with a confused expression and wonders how she disappeared. She watches as Moon Hunter cuts her hand very quickly and thinks that this is impossible. She couldn't even scratch the 7th sister. And she can't even keep track of her movements? She clearly gives off an aura of the highest rank, so what is the reason? What is wrong with her? How can the highest be able to surpass the Emperor? Perhaps this is just a trick to scare her. Pitch Black Night touches her shoulder with a serious expression, causing her arm to grow back. She holds out both hands forward, looking at the doe, with an evil grin on her face, and uses the combat skill, Grip of the Impenetrable Night. The Moon Hunter watches with a serious expression as abrasions begin to appear on her body. The Impenetrable Night asks with a smile on her face, what will she say now? Is she now completely helpless? They say that no one can destroy the misty sphere that the members of the Snow White Doe clan rule over, but only those who have reached the imperial rank can control it without hindrance. The Impenetrable Night envelopes the Moon Hunter's body in a pink barrier with black spikes on it, and loudly says that if she were to face the Emperor, of course, she would be powerless to respond, but an insignificant supreme one like her, that's a different matter. The black spikes envelop the barrier, squeezing it, and fall to the ground. Pitch Black Night with a wide smile on her face clenches her fist and loudly says that as expected, she is just an insect, and she still dared to be so impudent to her. She calmly puts her hand to her chin and says that she really lost her composure. Victory over an insignificant highest is a dubious reason for joy. Pitch Black Night turns her head with a satisfied look and says that the foggy sphere has been destroyed, and now the Moon King has nowhere to run. She turns her attention to the Moon Hunter with a bewildered look on her face. She seriously says that 10 seconds have passed, she did not keep her promise, and she is already tired of it. The Moon Hunter's body is enveloped in streams of pink energy, and she calmly asks if she knew. Even though her mother has already died, she will still be angry because the thing she left her was destroyed. And her anger turns into very severe consequences. The Pitch Black Night with beads of sweat on its face looked at her and wondered, was she completely immersed in a foggy sphere? Moon Huntress remaining in the same pose says that, by the way, perhaps she is not able to comprehend this. However, the Snow White Deer race, which owns the misty sphere, the concept of death and perception of it is different from other life forms. She calmly looks forward, adjusting her hair, and says that she should apologize, When everything is over for some time, she will not be able to return. For this reason, she unconsciously began to think about many things and voiced these thoughts to her. Well, now it's time to finish. Pitch Black Night looks forward in surprise and cannot see Moon Huntress because of the very fast speed. Seventh sister, she made a mistake in judgment, now she should immediately inform the others. Although perhaps everything turned out well anyway, at least this way the others will not be drawn into this. The Moon Hunter cuts her body into small pieces and the sunken crescent moon wonders, is this the manifestation of the completed mist sphere? After something like this, it is unknown when she will be able to return now. The pink streams hold Su Liang's body in the air. The sunken crescent moon notices this in surprise and catches it. She looks at Su Liang in her arms and thinks that now she is beginning to understand a little why the Snow-White Doe Palace disappeared several tens of thousands of years ago. The sunken crescent moon looks up at the full moon and thinks that the 12 palaces of moonlight still hold his throne. An hour later, she looks at Su Liang sitting on a rock with a calm face. He seriously flips through the diary and clenches his teeth and begins to tear it apart. The sunken crescent moon watches this in bewilderment. Su Liang gets up from the rock with a sad look and says that they need to go. She looks at his back and asks if he is sure. He looks forward with a serious expression and says that he will remember everything sooner or later anyway, there is no need to read it again. After defeating these two emperors, he also remembered something else. There is a high probability that the power that the afterlife doctrine wields is involved in his amnesia. So, by completely exterminating it, perhaps he will be able to restore his memories? Sunken Crescent calmly thinks that he is angry because she left, and his anger towards the afterlife doctrine only made this anger worse. After a while, they emerge from the heavenly abyss. Baiyu, with a drop of sweat on her face, crosses her arms and calls out loudly to the head of the doctrine. Silver Rabbit, with an excited expression, asks the master what happened. Su Liang looks forward with a serious expression and asks, during the last Moon God Festival, did she also survive by dodging the fight? Baiyu, with a drop of sweat on her face, looks at him. He turns around and says that he doesn't know what her plans are, but he hopes that they won't become enemies the next time they meet. The Silver Rabbit and the girl with the mask on her face look at him with confusion. Su Liang starts to leave with a serious expression and thinks that the moon's phase has changed. The crescent of the azure sea couldn't help but notice the appearance of the pitch black night, but despite this, she didn't come to the rescue. The Silver Rabbit with a drop of sweat on her face thinks, did the Moon King give such a warning to the tyrant of the Twin Moon teachings? What exactly happened there? The Moon King is even more terrifying now than he was 3 years ago. Perhaps he has recently found his true self. Su Liang walks forward with a serious expression and thinks that although his memory has not fully recovered, he has still remembered some important general knowledge. This world is not limited to the 5 mundane regions, there are also mysterious sacred lands in it. However, the strange thing is that the inner territories of the sacred grounds are apparently countless times larger than this planet. And the more unrealistic fact is that tyrants who have the power to destroy the entire planet for some reason coexist with humans. Tyrants openly rule over ordinary people and interfere with reality. Then how come the world has not been destroyed yet? Well, apart from that, he learned of an even more important piece of information. The eras of the different moonlight palaces in the world are different. Before the previous Moon God Festival, out of the 12 palaces, only 6 remained: the Emperor Rabbit Palace, the Maiden Palace, the Sagittarius Palace, the Twin Palace, the Aquarius Palace, and the Peacock Palace. Not to mention that the Emperor Rabbit Palace then committed treason and destroyed one of the 7 wonders of the world, the Aquarius Palace, and then deserted. Thus, before the Moon God Festival, there were only 4 palaces left. Apparently, quite a few omens have arisen indicating the revival of the Golden Butterfly Palace in this world. After some time, in the misty lake that is located at the farthest boundary of the northern region, the Moon Huntress calmly clenches her fists and walks forward on the clouds. She slowly steps forward while shuffling her feet. The Moon Huntress raises her head to the side and looks forward. Among the clouds in the sky, there is a misty sphere with a blue staircase in front of it. In front of the misty sphere, there are 3 girls. The Moon type, the Emperor rank Cloud Maiden, looks down and says loudly that she welcomes the Venerable Great Aunt. The Moon type, the Emperor rank Lacuna of Sorrow, humbly looks down with her eyes closed and says loudly that she welcomes the Venerable Great Aunt. The Cloud Princess has a smile on her face and closes her eyes and says loudly that she welcomes the Venerable Great Aunt. The Moon Huntress steps forward towards the misty sphere and does not pay attention to them. Cloud Princess looks at her with a happy smile on her face and asks if she has awakened the blood memory yet. As agreed, they need to make a pact. They wish to enter the battle at this moon god festival as representatives of the Snow White Doe clan and defeat all the owners of the 7 strings. Moon Huntress looks away with a detached look. Cloud Princess looks at the stopped Moon Huntress with a smile on her face and says loudly that the Cold Moon Lord, the Western region's double gift, the Moon King, they are all their enemies. With her blood heritage of the Snow White Doe Palace, they can easily. Moon Huntress interrupts her and tells her to leave. She leans towards her with a smile on her face. The girls look at them with surprise on their faces. Cloud Princess says with a calm face that she has so much anger. Did something really happen in the world? She walks towards the misty sphere with a grin on her face and says that there is no hurry anyway. The half-blood Cloud Princess tamer of the rank half a step away from the 9 stars says with a smile on her face that they will still have time to get along with them properly in the future. Sometime later, in the Moon God's Palace. The Moon-type faction that has dominated the central region for several thousand years. For some unknown reason, all of its main representatives are attractive young women. Rumor has it that all male babies born, whether human or half-breed, are sent to the palace departments located in the southern and western regions. Although the Imperial Rabbit Palace won the Moon God Festival, gaining the throne, the Holy Maiden and 10 princesses of the Moon God Palace pillars of the past generations suppressed the Imperial Rabbit Palace and sealed its power into the 10 shadow pillars. However, today, the Moon God Palace is the sealing area of the 6th shadow pillar. The 6th pillar shakes, emitting a bright yellow light, and powerful lightning emanates from it. The tamers are in the lightning strike zone and shout loudly to send word quickly. A yellow lightning bolt hits the chain on the pillar and breaks it into 2. One of the 7 Emperor-ranked moon stars, the Moonlight Dragon, is released from the pillar and embraces it with its body. He says, looking at the people around him, they are all insects, unable to withstand even a blow. He is very disappointed by this. The Moonlight Dragon looks ahead with his shining eyes and asks, after all this time, is this all that the descendants of the Heavenly Maiden can do now? The blue-haired tamer with a drop of sweat on her face loudly tells them to hold on. The 6th princess will soon join the battle. Zhao Yu asks with a confident look, is Master sure that it is possible to leave things as they are? If the shadow pillars continue to crush one after another, the 10 lunar eclipses of the Imperial Rabbit Palace will appear in full force in the world. In that case, won't the liberation of the Imperial Rabbit Palace be just a matter of time? The Moonlight Dragon says that there is no need to worry, he will not do nothing. Zhao Yu asks with a dissatisfied look, is this true? And they will not force her to buy adult manga for them again like they did when she was 6 years old? Or should he require her to go to the bathhouse every day to provide them with eye candy? Moonlight Dragon says he won't do it. Zhao Yu says calmly that in that case, she will trust them again, and now she is leaving. She closes her eyes, crosses her arms, and tells him that all her cultivation resources have disappeared, as if they had dissolved into thin air. Does he not know what happened to them? Moonlight Dragon says he has used them as a snack. After a while, among the clouds in the clear sky, a water-type killer whale, the highest rank, and air transport under the jurisdiction of the 3 Kings Spring. People are relaxing in the air transport illuminated by a bright glow. A girl and her mother look at a butterfly flying by with smiles on their faces. The girl runs towards the butterfly with her arms outstretched to the side with an astonished expression, loudly telling her mother to look at her. It is a very beautiful butterfly. The yellow butterfly emits light and lands on her shoulder. Su Liang sits on the deck surrounded by shimmering butterflies, holding a weapon draped with a white ribbon in his hand. The blonde girl looks at him and asks, what the hell is this? Surrounded by shimmering butterflies, dyed his hair white, is he cosplaying as the Moon King? The dark-haired girl says with a serious expression that after the news of the descent of the 8-winged Moon Sovereign spread, there has been no end to the Moon King's followers. At a time like this, the only place he can be right now is the northern region. Why would he go to the central region? Apparently, there is a crazy fan of the Moon King in front of them. Su Liang, surrounded by shimmering butterflies, thinks with a calm face, so they do not allow the possibility that he is the Moon King at all? The sunken crescent moon asks if he has made a decision yet? There is still a chance to turn back. She clenches her fists with a serious expression and says that if the information about him going to the central region alone were to get out, it would attract a lot of unwanted attention from all the Moon-type factions. Su Liang lowers his head and places his clenched fist on his leg, sighing and saying that it's not that he doesn't trust the Sagittarius Palace. He knows that even if she has some ulterior motives, she won't harm him in the end. It's just that his stay in the northern region is already meaningless. A few days ago, he received a reply letter from one of the 4 lunar phases. In it, she wrote that she had found a way to allow him to upgrade his rank in the shortest possible time. She also asked him to meet her, designating the central region as the location. If his memories are correct, it was a person who was once under the Aquarius Palace's control. There is an irreconcilable feud between her and Princess Taiyan's camp, so he can trust her completely. Su Liang thought with a serious expression. In order to avoid being found out, he used a mask to cover his eyes, and used the shared vision of the flickering butterflies to see. Compared to the limited vision of humans, it is much more practical. His priority now is to meet the lunar phase and obtain enough power to summon the 8-winged lunar sovereign again. The moon hunter is no longer with him, and it may take several years before she returns. The remaining energy from the scabbard that the sunken crescent had in its possession has also been completely exhausted. The same goes for the roll of the moon book. If he encounters an emperor-level opponent again now, he can make a will on the spot. A sea killer whale flies across the clear sky surrounded by clouds. The girl's mother stands on the deck and asks, "What's going on here? Are they already descending?" The girl in the red dress says that this is strange. It took her twice as long to travel from the central region to the northern region. The girl's mother asks loudly with a frightened look, could they have accidentally wandered into the war zone of the 10 shadow columns? The blue-haired woman tells her to relax with a smile on her face. Even if the 7 moon stars and the moon god palace have begun open warfare, they are in no position to obstruct the movement of Sacred Land's vehicles. The sea killer whale leaned to the side due to the strong explosion on it. It opens its toothy mouth and gray smoke comes out from its head. The blonde girl closes her eyes with a frightened look and screams loudly saying that they are falling. Su Liang, surrounded by butterflies, rises up and thinks that he has caused trouble with his prediction. This terrifying pressure, obviously it can only come from the emperor. He looks forward at the gloomy stream surrounded by dark energy with horror on his face. Su Liang, with a bewildered look on his face, thinks that this can't be. His luck can't be that bad, can it? The blue-haired girl stretches out her hand, points at the gloomy stream with her finger, and loudly asks, who suddenly dared to attack the transport of the Sacred Lands? Isn't he from the Moon God Palace? The captain with a menacing look clenches his hand into a fist and raises his hand to the side, loudly saying that they are moon-type bugs. The 3 kings spring will not let them get away with attacking water-type tamers. The gloomy stream tells them to stop panicking. He is not from the Moon God Palace, nor is he one of the 7 moon stars. And even more so, he had no intention of going against the sacred lands of water. She is one of the 9 dreams of the divine teachings of the afterlife. From now on, everyone leaving the northern region will be subject to her inspection. Su Liang stands surrounded by flickering butterflies with a surprised expression and listens to her. The gloomy stream emits strong dark energy and loudly tells them not to worry. She will erase their memories of what happened, so they can just think of it as a fleeting bad dream. The girl kneels down and rests her hands on the deck, coughing loudly while surrounded by sleeping people. The gloom stream says that the Lady of Autumn Calamity and the impenetrable night died in battle. There is no doubt that the target is now in the northern region. And she will do everything to find out the truth. Su Liang knelt down and held the weapon in his hands, summoning the lake moon. He looks down while covered in water and says something unintelligible. The flickering butterflies scattered in all directions. The gloom stream tells them to let her look at their memories. How did they die? What happened 3 years ago, after all? Su Liang fell to the ground, throwing away his weapon. The gloom stream says loudly that the same thing would happen if there was a person who once lost his memories here. The gloomy stream recalls that the divine teaching of the afterlife, a name that has long since disappeared from public memory. Several tens of thousands of years ago, the teaching of the afterlife reigned over large areas, and at its head stood a divine spirit codenamed Bien. Due to an unintentional interference in one of the moon god festivals that was once held, the divine spirit Bien was crushed by a terrifying creature and found itself on the brink of death. No longer able to exist in the material world, it passed into the spiritual world, falling into a deep sleep. All the followers of the teaching were expelled from the 5 worldly regions, as well as the 3 sacred lands, finding refuge on an uninhabited island, and gradually their name was consigned to oblivion. One day, many years later, a descendant of the original followers accidentally discovered that the power emanating from their divine spirit had grown significantly. This indicated that the divine spirit Bien would soon be reborn in this world. In an instant, all the followers of the doctrine were overcome with indescribable rapture. However, not even one night had passed before the divine power faded away, and only the awakened divine spirit again fell into a deep, and this time eternal, sleep. This phenomenon was similar to what once befell the 12 palaces of moonlight. Years passed, and the number of followers of the doctrine of the afterlife steadily decreased, and their power weakened, until only 9 emperors remained, preserving the last remnants of the power of the divine spirit, the 9 dreams. Their goal is to take advantage of the turmoil associated with the Moon God Festival and, no matter what, establish the truth behind the past events. After all, after the Moon God Festival is over, they will forever lose the chance to revive their former greatness. The gloomy stream opens its red eye wide. She quickly looks around and wonders what happened in the past. The gloomy stream shines a light on the memories and thinks that if Lord Bien exists in these memories, he should give a sign. 30 minutes later, she quickly looks around and wonders why there is only trash and garbage everywhere. The gloomy stream looks at the memory of one of the girls, where she is wearing a rabbit costume and holding a live rabbit in her hands with a smile on her face, and thinks that feeling joy while playing with a low-ranking pet is very frivolous. She looks at the memory of the black-haired girl, where she is smiling and putting her hand on the robot's cheek. The gloomy stream wonders how there can be so much joy from taming a high-ranking beast? And is this an important memory for her? She opens her eyes wide and wonders why no one has a memory of a third of the northern region disappearing? This is only the first stream. Only 1/10 of the memories remain unverified. The gloomy stream opens her eyes wide and looks at the memories and wonders if there is really another flight. She looks at the sunken crescent and thinks that it is the highest weapon type sunken crescent. Gloomy stream squints and thinks that this is already a little interesting. She should still take a look at it. Of course, according to established practice, she should avoid looking at the memories of the past year. After all, the pressure of descending into their world of the Golden Butterfly Palace could take a bad toll on her, even through the memories. To Gloomy Stream, her life is like a moment. First, she will look at her birth. 20 minutes later, she looks at many memories. Gloomy Stream, with a reddened eye surrounded by memories, wonders where they end. When was Sunken Crescent born? There is no way she could have lived longer than her, right? A yellow memory hangs in the air among the blue memories. Gloomy Stream's eye is illuminated by a bright light. She looks forward with blood dripping from her eye. Gloomy Stream dives into the memory of Sunken Crescent. Many years ago in the Twins' Palace, the Sunken Crescent stood in the hall holding her weapon in her hand. The Sunken Crescent moon's scabbard, the frost of the first moon, stands among 3 balls. The Sunken Crescent moon holds a weapon in her hand and turning to the side says that she is sorry, but her lifespan is coming to an end, and she will not be able to go with them until the end of the Moon God Festival. She steps forward to the long staircase and says that therefore, they will have fun to their heart's content one last time. The tyrant of the moonlight of the Twin Palace on the night of the full moon. The Sunken Crescent moon asks, he, being the strongest representative of the weapon type, will not shy away from battle, will he? She strikes with her weapon and, sliding along the ground like a huge wave, the blow raises a white beam into the air. The memory splits into many blue fragments. The body of the gloomy stream is struck by wounds from which red blood flows. She squeezes her cutout with terrible pain. The gloomy stream, with blood flowing down her body and eye, returns from her memories and, lying on the deck, thinks that this is the 3rd palace of the moon's shine, the palace of the twins. The tyrant who has long been able to cut the fixed stars with one blow, the crescent tamer of ghosts. It was only from the pressure of her deep memories that she suffered so much. The gloomy stream lies surrounded by sleeping people and wonders why no one warned her that in the northern region there was a beast hiding that could stand face to face with the tyrant of the Twin Palace. She flies up and thinks that this is no good. At this rate, she cannot hold out for long, she must retreat now and start rebuilding. The gloomy stream, with her wounded eye wide open, quickly looks forward. She looks at the lying Su Liang and thinks that this man, it seems, once lost his memories. The gloomy stream flies closer to him, and wonders if she needs to check his memory? But if he turns out to be someone powerful, she will die on the spot. She looks down and thinks, what is she even talking about? Her safety doesn't matter. She managed to find a man who lost his memories with such difficulty. What if he once saw the divine spirit? One way or another, she can't leave. The gloomy stream turns into a dark transparent liquid. It slowly moves over the lying man. The gloomy stream connects the liquid together, creating an image of a woman. She walks up to Su Liang and opens her eye, thinking that now is the time to see his memories. The gloomy stream brings its long hand to him. She looks ahead with her eye wide open and thinks that she has felt it, and this man is the Moon King. The gloomy stream brings its trembling hand to him and thinks that if she casts aside the fear for her life and continues to explore, she will definitely be able to find the answers. The destruction of the divine spirit's power, his immersion in a deep sleep, and the truth about the miracle that occurred 3 years ago on the night of the full moon. Su Liang opens his eyes and looks ahead. He stands among the blue windows with memories with a surprised expression on his face. The system window notifies that a new beast has been unlocked and the number of highlighted illustrations in the reference book has been increased. The 6th Moon's Gloom Stream, the Emperor rank Nightmare type. A member of the divine teachings of the afterlife, the 6th of the 9 great dreams. Su Liang tensely thinks that the Moon book has detected her since it is a hybrid that is partially related to the Moon type. He looks around and wonders, is he in the dream world now? Does the Gloom Stream really want to look at his past? The divine teachings of the afterlife devote all their time to investigating the incident from 3 years ago. In fact, their target is not him, but the entire population of the northern region. Su Liang puts his hand on his face with a tired look and says that he just drew a bad ticket. This is his luck. He looks at the system window with amazement on his face and thinks that at this moment, his memories have already been transferred to the moment he entered the academy. If you fast forward even further into the past, there should be memories of the destruction of the Black Moon sect and the establishment of the Twin Moon doctrine, right? Su Liang puts his hand on his chin with a thoughtful expression, thinking that, however, the memories of that period are not accessible even to him. He falls down in the space of memories, wondering if this emperor is able to reach the deep memories. Su Liang quickly looks ahead with a smile on his face, thinking that one way or another, if this happens, he himself will not be left at a loss. Then he will also admire them with her for company. But even if he really manages to get to the truth in the end, she will still pay for her trick. Su Liang puts his hand on his weapon lying on the ground. He thinks that this is not to mention that halfway through awakening memories, he will have to face the embarrassing past again when he thought he was a completely different person. Su Liang thinks with a bashful expression that these are very contradictory feelings. The gloomy stream looks at the memories with interest on its face and thinks that it has almost worked out. A white window appears among the memories. She looks quickly through the window that appears with a surprised expression. The gloomy stream plunges into his memory. The bright full moon illuminates the dark starry sky. It illuminates the area of the city among the rocks. The space illuminated by the moonlight of the full moon instantly disappears. The empty area fills with water and Su Liang appears in it. He looks forward with a calm face, standing under the full moon, his naked body covered by clouds. She looks at his memory and thinks, what kind of absurd, merciless, hopeless creature is this? Is this the punishment and promise given to the divine teaching for its old mistakes? The gloomy stream illuminated by the light from the memory dissolves and thinks, what does it mean? She and the others should have completely left the scene 3 years ago. She needs to convey this information at all costs. The world of memories breaks into many fragments. The gloomy stream falls onto the deck, leaving behind clouds of smoke, and thinks that there is no need to continue the investigation. There is no doubt that it was the Moon King who killed the Lady of Autumn Calamity and the Pitch Black Night. She flies up and thinks that he has long since surpassed such categories as a vessel and an apostle. The gloomy stream needs to reunite with the remaining ones of the 9 dreams and defeat him with their combined forces. Now this is the only meaning of their existence. The girl with blonde hair leans her hand on the deck and puts her hand on her head, saying that her head hurts. Su Liang moves his head, waking up from the effects of the gloomy stream. He gets up and looks ahead, wondering, did she really run away? Why couldn't he follow the angle of her vision in the last memories? In the middle of racing through memories, he was thrown out. What did she actually see to leave in such a hurry? Does the divine spirit of the afterlife doctrine really have something to do with him? Su Liang holds the weapon in his hand with a tense expression and thinks that this will not do, he must keep her here. Before he lost consciousness, he managed to send out a group of flickering butterflies, and by this time they should have already gathered several 100 million of their kind in the surrounding area. He is leaning on the weapon surrounded by butterflies and thinks that the number of flickering butterflies in the central region is 4 to 5 times greater than in the north. He has no reason to fear any enemies here. Su Liang looks through the eyes of the butterflies with a surprised expression on his face and thinks, the direction in which the gloomy stream ran away, having lost its composure, it seems, was not very reasonable. He stands on the deck with a smile on his face and a drop of sweat dripping down. The sea killer whale explodes with great force and clouds of smoke form around it. Only a large hole remains where the deck used to be. The sea killer whale falls down at high speed, leaving behind streams of smoke. People fall from the deck broken into two parts and scream loudly. The gloomy stream, squinting her eye, falls down among the debris and thinks that if she had just a little more, she would have managed to escape, having managed to deliver information about the Moon King. She looks at the radiating light beam with lightning emanating from it coming from below. The gloomy stream wonders why, in the direction of her escape, as if on purpose, there was a war zone of 10 shadow columns. The moonlight dragon looks at the falling sea killer whale with an open mouth, towering above her. He looks down with a tense look and says that he accidentally hooked the transport of the Spring of the Three Kings, so he made mistakes. The moonlight dragon looks towards the gloomy stream and loudly says that this is all because of her. What is she even doing here? He thought that she was the emperor sent by the palace of the moon god. The gloomy stream spreads across the deck. He looks at the falling sea killer whale and loudly asks, apparently, the only thing left for him now is to eliminate all the witnesses? Su Liang takes off the bandage from his face and places his weapon between his legs, with a surprised expression on his face. It shows the system window that a new beast has been unlocked and the number of highlighted illustrations in the reference book has been increased. Moon type, Emperor rank, Moonlight Dragon is one of the 7 lunar stars under the control of the Imperial Rabbit Palace. The Moon Book is unable to provide detailed information on the abilities of this beast, since it is not a member of the camp of the winner of the last Moon God Festival. Su Liang wonders with a tired expression, what kind of a series of misfortunes is happening today? Are Emperor rank beasts now encountered at every turn? Anyway, he is no longer the same as before. So it can be considered that he arrived here in time, because this way the gloomy stream will not escape anywhere now. He thinks with a confident smile on his face that, moreover, the flickering butterflies will gather very soon. Emperor rank beasts are born beings of the highest order, because of the destructive impact they can have on the world. The vast majority of emperors are bound by contractual restrictions from the divine spirits. Once the contract is concluded, they stand guard over their territories. Only in the most exceptional cases do they have complete freedom of action. However, even among emperors there is a difference in power. The difference is beyond imagination. For this reason the public has divided emperors into 3 conventional classes: tyrants, senior emperors, and ordinary emperors. Tyrants, who are capable of killing ordinary emperors with the pressure emanating from them alone, include the sickle of the Azure Sea, whose arrows have the power to pierce the world through and through. The Empress of the Ice Unicorns, who can affect the climate of an entire region with the temperature of her body. And also the Tyrant of the Spring of the Three Kings, who controls all the seas and oceans. Having shown their full power, they are capable of instantly reducing an entire planet to nothing. Senior emperors include the Eye of the Purple Cherry, who can paint vast areas red with one flap of her wings. The Tyrant of the Sacred By Clan, capable of delaying the change of day and night. The all-time famous full moon fall of the Moon God Palace. All of the above are absolute representatives of the senior emperor class. And finally, 90% of all representatives of the imperial rank are ordinary. However, even among ordinary emperors, there is an absolutely dominant class of beings that are practically impossible to defeat. For example, the Moonlight Dragon, which awakened after 1,000 years and inflicted a full-scale defeat on the Moon God Palace in just half a month, one of the 7 lunar stars. He confidently says that there is nothing to be done. It seems that he will have to eliminate all witnesses. He does not want to incur the wrath of the Sacred Grounds faction at a time like this. The Moonlight Dragon raises his hand and holds a stream of yellow energy in it, saying that even if it comes to officially declaring war between them and the Sacred Grounds, it is necessary, at the very least, to postpone this moment until all 10 eclipses awaken. He fires energy beams at the orca and they hit its body. The girls fly across the deck with frightened expressions and loudly call for help. Su Liang holds his weapon in his hands with confidence and looks forward. Sunken Crescent asks him what he plans to do next. She looks at him and says that her essence cannot be crushed, but this fact does not change the dangerous situation he finds himself in. Sunken Crescent thinks so, but he seems to. Su Liang interrupts her and says that there is no need to panic. The shimmering butterflies he sent out shortly before have already gathered together and are now heading here at a rapid pace. He raises his hand in front of himself with a smile on his face and loudly says that if he can repel the first attack, he will have a chance to hold off the enemy. The system window notifies that the number of shimmering butterflies available for control has been temporarily increased from 10,000 to 6 million. Su Liang stands with a determined expression surrounded by butterflies and says loudly that the Lake Moon shield has almost been restored. If he can hold on for just a moment, he will be able to absorb the Emperor's attack. The sea killer whale hangs upside down in the air, surrounded by the red sky and bright rays. The moonlight dragon places his hands in front of him with yellow energy between them and tells them not to blame him, but to blame their weakness. He spreads his arms out to the sides and uses lightning slashing with yellow rays from his claws. The people froze with surprise on their faces after the rays hit. Su Liang turns around with tension on his face and thinks that now he can only protect himself, and he is unable to help them. People wake up from the oblivion of the rays with surprise on their faces. He looks down at the moonshine dragon with a grin on his face. The moon phase descends from the sky onto the deck. She puts two hands in front of her, one of which has a crescent moon on it, and says for the sun and moon to turn. The moon phase rotates her hands in different directions and changes the time zone. Su Liang and the moonshine dragon look at what is happening with surprise on their faces. The moonshine dragon looks at the sea killer whale disappearing into the sky. The gloomy stream with blood pouring from its wounds asks what happened. Her wounds suddenly recovered. How is this even possible? The moonshine dragon looks forward with amazement, and a drop of sweat on its face. The moon phase looks away and says that there is no need to torment yourself with guesses. She simply rewound their life state 24 hours ago. She looks up at the gloomy stream and says that despite her past crimes, she dares to interfere with the Moon God Festival again. She is once again meddling in matters that are none of her business and involving innocent people. She has learned nothing from her life. The moon phase says with a detached look that her sentence is death. The gloomy stream's body bursts with great force and her eye flies upward. The moonshine dragon looks forward with fear on his face. She turns to look at the dragon that is quickly flying away. The moon phase says with calmness on her face to the 7 moon stars that there is nothing wrong with eliminating their enemies as part of the Moon God Festival, be it its participants. However, word will reach the sacred lands of their attempt to destroy the 3 Kings' spring transport in order to eliminate witnesses. The moonshine dragon asks loudly with an angry look, "Who is she anyway? Isn't she taking on too much?" He is very irritated by such an arrogant manner of speaking. She turns to the side and tells Su Liang that according to their agreement, she will take him to a place where he can quickly increase his rank. No matter how many of these fish appear, they will not change the outcome of the Moon God Festival. He should also clearly understand that he should not ask for miracles so much. Before he returns, Su Liang must gain enough strength to defeat the Imperial Rabbit Palace. Su Liang appeared in an unknown place and walks forward along a snowy road in a severe snowstorm. He sneezes loudly and turns to the side. Su Liang, with a surprised face and snot flowing from his nose, shakes from the cold and asks, "What is this?" Su Liang began to shake from the cold, looks around and asks, "What is going on here?" The climate here is beyond common sense, as well as the auras of the creatures in the area, which give him goosebumps. He looks at the mountains in the distance and thinks that this is the eastern region. How did he suddenly end up here? For an ordinary tamer, this place would be even more dangerous than the sacred grounds. He was originally on an air transport and was preparing to receive the attack of the Moonlight Dragon. However, at the last moment of consciousness, he clearly felt the aura of the moon phase. If the one who saved him was the moon phase, then why didn't she send the sunken crescent moon along with him? An extremely strong wind blew, causing Su Liang to shiver even more. He called out to the lake moon, and immediately after, a water barrier appeared around him, protecting him from the wind and cold. He sighed calmly and said that the temperature had finally stabilized, because he almost died from the cold. Su Liang looked at the mask in his hand and thought that the flickering butterflies had no chance of surviving in this temperature, which meant that he wouldn't be able to wear the mask. So in his current state, he's basically completely alone? The flickering butterflies and Jade Rabbit are unable to fight, the sunken crescent moon and the moon huntress are not with him. And the lake moon shield is slowly but surely depleting. If its energy runs out, or if it collides with an enemy, it will die. Anyway, the most important thing now is to find a place where there is a possibility of survival. Su Liang looked around and did not see anything that could attract his attention. He stands in place and asks which way he should even go. The voice of one of his beasts warns him that there is someone there. He looks to the side and notices 3 silhouettes moving towards him. Su Liang has a very surprised face, thinking that they are the ice people. When the 3 of them got closer, he notices 3 girls with pale skin and lifeless eyes. Su Liang looked at them with a worried look, but they simply passed by him. He was very surprised because of this and stands in place until one of the girls stops. She turns to him and tells the man that it is not safe to be so far away from the mine. What will he do if he does not make it back before dark? It is not too late, he should quickly return and recuperate. Su Liang is very surprised by what she said and is unable to say anything. He thinks back to the past and thinks that he originally thought that the Ice Nation did not welcome outsiders, but it seems that rumors on the internet cannot be trusted at all. He gathers his resolve and says that he is lost and does not know what to do. He looks at them with a pitiful look and asks if they can help him get out of here. One of the girls says with a thoughtful look that he just needs to follow the direction where the moon-type aura is strongest, and there will be no problems. She comes closer to him and asks if he is really one of the moon-type. Another girl comes up to him and asks if the elder one got confused. She can contact them later and ask for him to be transferred to another mine. Su Liang says with a confused look that they don't need to do that, because he's a moon-type. It's just that he can't think straight because of the cold. He turns around, starts, and thinks that it was quite dangerous. It turns out that there's a moon-type camp here. He's just wondering where the moon-type or veins came from in the eastern region. The girls continue to look at him, standing still, and one of them says that this person is kind of strange. Half a day later, at the moon-type or vein, Su Liang, very tired from the journey, reached the camp where there were several tents. He falls to the ground and says that he's finally made it. He looks up and thinks that the Lake Moon shield is almost at zero. It's not for nothing that Snow Girl told him about the danger. If he had a moon hunter with him, this journey would have only taken a couple of minutes. He stands up and thinks, this is obviously the eastern region, but despite this, the moon-type aura here is much more intense than the Tamer Academy? In just a few moments, his fatigue has mostly disappeared. Even the Lake Moon shield has gradually begun to recover. He looks around and wonders, could it be because of the moon-type mine? It doesn't look like the Ice Nation is holding these tamers prisoner. In that case, how are things going here? Lu Xiang notices a high-ranking moon-type big moon flower looking at him. He thinks that it seems like no matter how shocking the situation is, its crescent eyes have an effective effect on moon beasts. He raises his hand and thinks that in that case, in order to get information, he just needs to. He doesn't have time to finish his thought because he sees several creatures standing in front of him. Many creatures run towards him and make very loud sounds, which makes Su Liang very confused and thinks that he doesn't understand anything at all. He covers his eyes with his hand and says loudly that now they should stand in a row and start talking one by one. They do as he tells them, and one by one tell the Honorable Moon King that she wants him to take her home. Her master sold her, and in order to earn money for her travel expenses, she will have to work here for 3 years. The eastern region uses a different currency than other areas, so their money is of no use here at all. Even though the ice people don't keep them locked up here, they won't be able to last even 3 days in such a terrible climate, so they had no way to leave this place in the first place. He was just traveling and didn't think that his family wouldn't come back for him. Su Liang listens to them silently, and the Lake Moon acts as an interpreter. He says that the overall situation is clear to him. He will pick them up from here after a while. Does anyone know how such a rich moon-type mine appeared in the eastern region? Also, how does it function in such low temperatures? A creature flies up to him and tells the head of the teaching that the Aquarius Palace Guardian sold this mine to the Ice Empress in the past. Su Liang was very surprised by this, immediately turned around and thought, in this deserted area there was someone who used the address head of the teaching to address him? The high-ranking moon-type Echo Fly tells the leader that she is a member of the Twin Moon teaching. She was collecting information about the enemy just before today, when she got lost in the eastern region and ended up here. When she saw his eyes, she immediately knew who he was. She thinks that although he is definitely not here for her, the appearance of a person of such a level here is a clear sign that something large-scale has happened in the world. If she can distinguish herself in the eyes of the head of the teaching, then she will definitely have a quick career advancement in the future. Su Liang says that in that case, she should tell him the details of the situation here. The Echo Fly says loudly with a happy expression that it would be an honor for her. Su Liang leaves and thinks that, to be honest, he has some idea of how things are. His strange move to a place that turned out to be a moon-type mine is hardly a coincidence. He feels like this is the work of that member of the 4 moon phases. The Echo Fly flies after him and tells the master that this mine is currently under the control of the Purple Cherry Eye, one of the representatives of the 3 lunar heavens. He is probably here to reclaim the mine, right? Su Liang is embarrassed by this and thinks that this is the first time he has heard of this. He coughs, covers his mouth with his hand, turns around and says in a frightening manner that he cannot reveal the details. She was frightened by his gaze, apologized and said that she had overstepped her bounds. Then she will continue to inform him about the internal situation. First of all, only moon-type beasts are able to mine the moon crystals that the mine is rich in. For this reason, the ice people here treat them quite well. In addition to earning money for travel expenses, they can also absorb the crystals to strengthen their bodies. For this reason, there are not only those who are stuck here with no way to return, but also quite a lot of high-ranking beasts cultivating in an attempt to become stronger. Su Liang said that he seemed to understand everything. He thought that, as he expected, this was not exactly a prison, but rather the only place where moon types could find shelter. He asked, however, how did the mine manage to function in such a harsh climate? And what are the properties of the moon crystals that were mined here? Echo Fly apologized and said that she herself did not know for sure. However, she heard a certain highest one say that at the very end of the ore vein, there seemed to be some incomprehensible moon-type life form. Su Liang was very surprised because of what he just heard, and she said that they had reached the entrance. If he intended to enter, she asked him not to let down his guard. There was an abnormal concentration of moonlight inside the mine. Weak creatures like her would faint after going just 1 kilometer deep. Even for highest-ranked beasts, the limit was around 3 kilometers. Su Liang was very surprised by this and wondered how this was possible. High-ranking beasts would not understand this, but the concentration of moonlight is not such a significant thing. No matter how high-ranking it is, it will not knock out high-ranking beasts. The reason lies in the pressure of a higher order. There is no doubt that something unimaginable is hidden in the depths of the mine. This creature is the reason why the moon-type mine is able to function in the eastern region. He says that he is grateful to her for explaining this. He will go on alone from now on. When he is done with his business, he will take them away from the eastern region. The Echo Fly looks at him with a happy expression and thinks that she does not know what the master is pursuing, but something tells her that the world order will soon be turned upside down. After 1,000 years, the Ice Empress, the unchanging ruler of the eastern region, will be challenged again. After some time, deep in the mine, Su Liang stops because of what he sees in front of him and is silent for a few seconds. He continues to walk further, sees crystals and thinks that in the territories of the Twin Moon teachings, such low-level energy crystals are found at every step. For ordinary high-ranking beasts, the limit is 1 kilometer, and even the highest can only overcome about 3 kilometers. There is no way such an unrealistic pressure could come from an ordinary emperor, let alone maintain the functioning of such a huge mine all year round. Su Liang looked at the shimmering butterflies flying along his path, and it surprised him. Suddenly, his vision blurs and he thinks that he has now walked about 1 kilometer, but his head is already starting to spin. He calls out the Lake Moon and immediately after that, a magical barrier appears around him. He continues to walk and a system window appears in front of him with a warning, which says that he must immediately leave this place, otherwise there will soon be a risk of death. Su Liang thinks he has only walked 1 kilometer, and the pressure is already so terrifying? He looks around and thinks that it's good that he has the Lake Moon with him. It seems like there won't be any problems for now, right? She shows him the sign as a sign of approval. Su Liang continued walking and thinks that he needs to find out what's ahead. 10 minutes later, he's walked 3 kilometers. He thinks with a worried look that he doesn't feel the end of the road at all. The degree of pressure here is comparable to 10 kilometers deep underwater. It can't be that there's still more than 10 kilometers left to the center? What's hiding there after all? If he continues walking, any unexpected event will lead to instant death. What should he do? Should he continue on? How powerless he was without the Moon Hunter and the sunken crescent moon. As a first-class tamer, he won't have the opportunity for a second miracle. Apparently, the only thing he can do now is turn back. He starts to leave, but remembers all the strong opponents he's met before. Su Liang, with a very serious expression, thinks that if his situation does not change, there is no way he can continue to participate in the Moon God Festival. He turns around and thinks that if he decides to stop here, he will not be worthy of the title of Moon King. He sat down in a meditative posture and thinks that his level is too low now. In that case, he needs to cultivate to a state that will allow him to reach the end of the mine, no matter how long it takes. From the very beginning, he was at the first rank. This is because all of his tamer energy was spent on maintaining the dormant Golden Butterfly Palace. Now, after awakening the Golden Butterfly Palace, he no longer needs his tamer energy. He found himself in a place with an incredibly high concentration of moonlight, and can take advantage of this opportunity to cultivate his own strength. Before leaving here, he needs to at least see what is hidden in the depths. A few hours later, Su Liang is sitting in the same place, and a ball of extremely bright energy has formed around him. He had been absorbing energy all this time, and at one point, a beam of bright light fell from the sky and pierced the mountain. Su Liang gave off a strong aura because he had reached the second rank. He thought with a surprised expression, what had he heard about how a colorful aura only appeared when one reached the fourth rank? Could it be that such an unrealistic increase was his innate talent? Not only his aura, even his 5 senses, physical and spiritual energy, as well as his perception and lifespan, had all increased significantly. The limits of the Lake Moon had also reached a new level. Now he would definitely be able to begin cultivating in the deeper area of the mine. The 10 shadow pillars are located in the 10 sealed lands, which were guarded by the Moon God Palace. According to legend, if the seals were broken, the ancient demonic Moon God would descend upon the human world. Over the past 1,000 years, many have attempted to break the seals, but every single one of them was killed by the 10 pillar princesses. However, during the current Moon God Festival, the 7 moon stars appeared in the world and the Moon God Palace began to suffer defeat. One after another, the 9 shadow pillars were destroyed. The last remaining shadow pillar was located closest to the northern region. Probably out of fear of encountering people from the northern region, the 7 moon stars had never encroached on this place before. However, after the destruction of the 9 shadow pillars, their patience finally ran out and they launched an attack. At the same time, several hundred kilometers away, the winter moon bride of the emperor-ranked lunar type, the only senior emperor among the 7 moon stars, crashed into a mountain and loudly asked, did they decide to attack one person with 3? Do they have no sense of honor at all? On what basis are they willfully interfering in the matter of the 10 shadow pillars? Moreover, as great senior emperors, they united, ganging up on her alone? They are simply a disgrace to the title of emperor. The worried swan of the sky type of emperor rank, the senior emperor, one of the representatives of the 3 azure skies, flies and looks at her silently for a few seconds. She says with a serious expression that no matter how incompetent the nobodies of the Moon God Palace were in carrying out their duties, as long as the last pillar is intact, it is quite enough. If she refuses to accept this, she can try to defeat her without fear of revenge from the factions behind her. The Winter Moon Bride looks at the hooded girl next to her and thinks that this is a member of the Sacred by clan of the Western region, and also the moon phase of the Twin Moon teachings. The floating robe of the moon type of emperor rank, the senior emperor says that she must not twitch. The Imperial Rabbit Palace has not yet awakened, and as long as the tyrant has not lifted the restraining decree, they can do whatever they want. She forms a seal with her hands and says that even more so, their era has not yet arrived, and who knows, it may never come. She waves her hand sharply with a calm face. The Winter Moon Bride, with a displeased look, loudly names them all and says that she has remembered them. Immediately after that, she disappeared. The worried swan turns around and asks where she sent her. The floating moon robe says with a joyful smile that she sent her to the sacred lands of the north, the Misty Lake. The worried swan asks, she could just kill her, what's the difference? Considering their friendly relationship in the past, she will help with security for a month, but from then on she will be on her own. Even if the Imperial Rabbit Palace is resurrected, it will be unable to return to the peak of its strength for some time. Should she be in such a hurry to enter the battlefield? The floating moon robe laughs with a smile and says that she is afraid that she will not understand since she is not a representative of the moon type. After all, as the leader of the 4 moon phases, she is able to see the probabilities regarding the final winner. If victory were to go to that man, then in comparison to him, even the Moon King of the previous era. She does not finish this sentence. After some time, at a depth of 10,000 kilometers, Su Liang has reached the 4th rank. He looks at his hands and thinks that after half a month of cultivation, he has reached the 4th rank, but he has not yet managed to reach the 5th. In his current state, he can fully exert the power of the highest rank beasts. If only there were still highest rank beasts nearby with whom he can make a contract. In any case, the strength of his current aura should allow him to reach the end of the mine in one breath. After reaching the 4th rank, the world began to be perceived completely differently. Now he can clearly see the flow of aura. At this point, he is quite certain that the terrifying pressure that is destroying everything in its path is coming from some kind of life form. The fingers of one hand are enough to count the number of creatures with similar spiritual power that he has encountered. He notices a bright light that illuminates his path and thinks that it seems that he has almost reached the end. Su Liang stops in front of the entrance, and the lake moon casts maximum protection on him. He gathers his strength and enters this bright room. When he entered inside, he stood with his eyes closed for a few seconds, but still opened one eye to look around. He sees many crystals and the silhouette of a girl lying in the center. The red-haired girl lying in the center of the room with horns opens her eyes and looks at him. Su Liang looks at her with a surprised face and cannot say anything. She asks this person how he was able to get here. He continues to stand silently in place and watches as the world around him begins to collapse. Many huge cracks spread in different directions over a huge distance. Su Liang stands there with a very frightened look, breathing heavily and thinking that this is just an illusion. He is gripped by terror and thinks that because of the overly terrifying aura, he momentarily imagined the destruction of the world. He continues to breathe heavily, but still calms down. A small smile appears on his face and thinks that this is a victory. Coming here was the right decision. Su Liang slowly walks on and thinks that now, no matter what happens, he will definitely reach the final stage of the Moon God Festival. His book appears in front of him, which immediately opens and the system notifies that a new beast has been unlocked. The number of highlighted illustrations in the reference book has been increased. Su Liang thinks that no matter what price he has to pay, he must get the girl in front of his eyes. The system window says that she is the elder emperor of the moon type, the queen of the flickering flame, who is in an ultra-weakened state. Su Liang thinks that she was once a member of the 12 Moonlight Palaces and held the leadership of the Aquarius Palace. As a member of the Moonlight Camp, it is impossible not to know the illustrious name of this creature. In the entire history of this world, she was the only senior emperor who dared to challenge the tyrant on the night of the full moon. After being defeated by the Ice Empress, nothing was heard of her for several thousand years. She is alive and, what's more, she is right before his eyes. Su Liang called out to the flickering flame queen, who is sitting in front of him with a calm face. He stretches out his hand and says that he is the Moon King, and has come here to take her away. She looks at him and asks what will happen next. Where will he take her? Su Liang asks what she means. The flickering flame queen asks, has the purple cherry eye been defeated? The alarmed swan and the snowy sky are dead. What about the Ice Empress? With the strength of an insect, he dares to call himself the Moon King, and then try to lure her to his side. She gives off a very strong aura, which surprised Su Liang very much. He defends himself with a barrier and wonders, what is this? Does she have such destructive power just from pressure? He notices a crack in the barrier, and thinks that this is bad. The lake moon shield will fall soon. He continues to stand still as rocks fall around him. The flickering flame queen is bound by chains made of energy, and she screams because of this. Su Liang looked at her, while covering his face with his hand, and thinks that now he understands everything. The Ice Empress sealed her power. He goes to her and asks what's wrong. She calls him an insect, but did she see herself just now? She presumptuously challenged the tyrant, even lost her own freedom, and despite this, she still tries to exert authority? The flickering flame queen was extremely angry at what he said and asked loudly, does he really think that she herself does not want to leave here? How is he going to save her with such a paltry force? Even if the Ice Empress is temporarily unable to be active, there are still the 3 azure skies. If they show themselves, she will definitely not die, but he will die on the spot. Su Liang turns away with a smile, and says that this is truly a sad sight. Is the illustrious emperor so afraid of the 3 azure skies? She must understand him correctly. When he said that he would take her away from here, he did not mean that they would flee. They will defeat all 3 azure skies and then leave the eastern region with their heads held high, right? The flickering flame queen looks at him silently for a few seconds with a surprised look. She thinks with a very worried look that maybe the man standing in front of her right now is an absolute idiot. Su Liang looks at her with a determined smile and silently extends his hand to her. He is embarrassed that she moved away from him and asks what is wrong with her. The flickering flame queen looks at him and says that she is afraid of being infected with stupidity. Su Liang looks away with a frustrated look and thinks that he did not expect to be able to convince her with words. He sits down on the floor and thinks that in any case, he still has a lot of time. He will take this opportunity to try to break through to rank 5. He begins to meditate, and the flickering flame queen looks at him silently from her throne. She thinks that since he was able to get here without her pressure, he is clearly not the type to be called worthless. But in 1,000 years, she had seen too many idiots who were drunk with their power and made stupid promises. Ice dwellers who dreamed of seeing the world beyond their land, beast tamers from the lunar continent who got lost in the eastern mines. Like a beautiful and magical fairy tale worthy of becoming the beginning of a legend, only all of them, without exception, end at the most interesting place. With their potential, they can't withstand even a fraction of her power. So she covered the entire cave with her aura, isolating everyone so that there was no hope of escaping. She looks at Su Liang, who is sitting next to her, and thinks that, however, this guy is quite interesting. She asks what sect he is from and who is their ruling lord. He says that he is from the Two Moon Church. The flickering flame queen says that she has not heard of such a thing. Who founded this sect? The Moon King with 4 stars is very funny. The previous Moon King already had 5 stars in the womb. Why is he silent? After all, she asked who the ruling lord of his church was. Su Liang is angry because she is talking and thinking. Has she already gone crazy from being silent for so long? He says that he himself created the Two Moon Church and he is not only the Moon King, but also the representative of the northern lands in the ritual of the moon deity. If she really is who he thinks she is, then even if she is locked up here, she should have sensed what happened in the north half a month ago, right? Su Liang uses magic to transfer the ring to her, and the flickering flame queen is surprised and says that this is the ring of the king of the north. This is indeed a sign to begin the ritual of the moon deity. Su Liang stood up and asked, she said that the previous Moon King already had 5 stars in his mother's womb, right? This sounds unbelievable, but wasn't this guy a natural-born beast master? He emits a very strong aura and says that although the Two Moon Church has the power of the Palace Lord, in fact, he is the master of the Golden Butterfly Palace. The flickering flame queen covers her face with her hand because of the bright light from his aura. She hides behind her throne while Su Liang walks towards her and says that his enemies are the Jade Rabbit Palace and the 10 Moon Eclipse. He will surpass the previous Moon King and lead Moonlight to the final victory in the moon deity ritual. He holds out his hand again and says that he was just about to take something from the Ice Queen. Start a war with the Eastern lands. It will be good if she joins him. The flickering flame queen decides to take the hand he holds out to her, but suddenly there is a strong explosion of energy that throws her back. The chains appear again, and she says that it does not matter whether the Lord is dormant within him or not. How will he, a 4-star tamer, break through the defenses of the Eastern lands? Even if he makes a contract with her and cannot prove himself. He wants to get her, doesn't he? Then he should come when he reaches 7 stars. Su Liang asks what she will do when they get out of here and she is free. Does she still intend to challenge the Ice Queen? The 3 azure beauties of the sky are their enemies, whom they must destroy. The Queen of Flickering Flame asks, didn't that old woman from the Archer's Palace tell him? She has no enmity with the Eastern lands. Moreover, the Ice Sovereign and Lady Lotus of the Heavenly Waters are close friends. She begins to shake from the fact that she remembers this, and says that she attacked the Ice Sovereign back then only because she committed an unforgivable act. If not for her, then Lady Lotus of the Heavenly Waters. She does not have time to finish because they felt something strange and both realized that someone was coming. At the same time, a very strong explosion occurs on the surface. The mine began to shake very strongly, and the Queen of Flickering Flame says that this is one of the 12 heavenly shields of the Eastern lands. They were probably heard, so he must run while he has time. He made a contract with the Golden Butterfly Palace, so he can handle just one ordinary overlord. Su Liang thought with a frustrated expression, to be honest, he can't handle it. He coughed and said that he didn't need to run, since he still had unfinished business in the Eastern lands. She still didn't finish her sentence. The Lady Skywater Lotus she was talking about is the guardian of her Aquarius Palace, right? Everyone knows that the Aquarius Palace was defeated by the Jade Rabbit Palace, but she said that the Ice Lady has something to do with it. Since the Aquarius Palace doesn't give its consent, then he, on behalf of the Golden Butterfly Palace, will accept her revenge. The traitors of Moon, the Jade Rabbit Palace, must be destroyed. The Flickering Flame Queen was surprised by this and loudly asked what he just said. Su Liang grabbed her clothes, lifted her up, and loudly asked what she was waiting for. Is she really going to let the Jade Rabbit Palace get away with killing the Aquarius Palace and betraying them? This sickening pity from the Ice Sovereign, doesn't she want to take revenge on her? She has to make a contract with him, and he will find a way to summon her to this world. And then they will destroy the Jade Rabbit Palace, the 10 Moon Eclipse, the 3 Celestial Azure Beauties, and the Ice Sovereign. He will destroy every single one of them. At that moment, a huge bird flew towards them and a very strong beam of energy hit the place where they are. At that moment, 3 girls from the Ice Nation walking on the surface heard a very loud roar. One of them asks, What's going on there? Is it really from a moon-type mine? The defeated huge bird lies on the ground and asks, how is this even possible? Su Liang stood up a few meters away from him, his eyes glowing with bright energy and emitting a strong aura. In the system window with the pet panel, in which the flickering flame queen was added, Su Liang read all this and thought, does this mean he can summon the emperor when he reaches level 6? But doesn't that require 7 stars? In other words, he should reach that level and then he can use the flickering flame queen's power as his own. The bird rises up and loudly asks this man, what is he doing? How dare he make a contract with the flickering flame queen and talk such nonsense about defeating the ice queen? He, with his measly 5 stars, can't even summon the empress. At the same time, clouds are gathering in the sky and lightning is striking. Su Liang calmly stands in place and silently looks up. He sighs, calls the lake moon, and she immediately creates a barrier around him. This barrier increases in size at an incredible speed. The bird looks at him with a shocked expression and asks loudly, did he really absorb the entire mine? Who is he anyway? He says with a surprised expression that he is a moon-type king, who has white hair and the pupils of a split moon. The moon king of the 2 moon churches, did he really decide to start a war with the eastern lands? Su Liang closes his eyes and thinks that he has absorbed the energy of the entire mine. With such power, he will be able to increase his strength for some time. His energy quickly increases and he thinks that 1/10 of the mine's energy has already been exhausted. Once the time is up, he will return to the 5-star rank. Su Liang looks at his opponent with a smile and thinks that everything is going according to his plan. He spreads his arms out to the sides and loudly calls out to the queen of the flickering flame to come to him. He succeeds and she appears next to him with a serious look. She creates red crystals around herself and her eyes fill with strong energy. There is a very strong energy coming from her that illuminates everything around her. The girls from the Ice Nation kneel down, and one of them tells the lady that after 1,000 years she is back in this world. The flickering flame queen flew up to Su Liang and put her hand on his shoulder. She calls him Lord and thinks that as soon as they made the contract, she knew about his plan. Never in the past millennium had she met such a man. He really intends to challenge the Ice Mistress. But more importantly, this man is not an apostle. Su Liang said that he congratulates her on her freedom. It seems that she knows what to do next, right? He extends his hand to her and asks, 5 minutes will be enough, right? The flickering flame queen looks at him with a thoughtful look and says that now is not a full moon, but in 5 minutes she can try to cope. After that, she shook his hand. After that, a very strong energy began to come from them. The bird stands still, looks at them and says that it is a disaster, and they are all gone. He needs to report to the 3 azure beauties of the sky urgently. After that, a crescent moon made of energy appeared in the sky. Su Liang hovers in the air and says that there are about 4.5 minutes left. Did she find what she was looking for? He points his hand towards the castle and says that in order not to waste time, he suggests checking everything. He closes his eyes and is about to start scanning. He uses his magic and his energy appears around the castle. The pale-skinned girl inside felt something, and Su Liang looked at her and wondered, could she really be an 8-star tamer? How many tamers like her are hiding in these eastern lands? The flickering flame queen says that she is the current ice princess, the temporary contractor of the 3 celestial azure beauties. Su Liang looks at her and wonders, if they need to leave the eastern lands, does that mean they will have to defeat her, the current ice princess, in order to leave? He remembers what happened earlier and thinks that this is the same 3-meter ice girl. It turns out she also disguised herself. The system notifies that the king of the eastern lands has been detected. Attacking the king before defeating the pink-eyed sakura flower is prohibited, unless the king commits an act that poses a serious threat to his squad. A system window also appears in front of the girl with the same notification. She says loudly that it turns out that he is the Moon King. Does he want to fight her? A voice in her head loudly says that she should release her immediately, because she has been ready for half a minute. Is she an 8-star tamer or what? If these 2 leave here with the Fire Queen, they'll be in trouble. The queen turns around with a hurt look and says that she's an 8-star ice-type tamer, not a sky-type. She's the one who's always freezing and hiding in her body. How she misses Mrs. Three-Legged Snow White. She's been visiting her relatives at the 3 Kings Spring for over a year. I wonder when she'll come back? Sakura Blossom is really angry about what she said and loudly tells that useless fool that she should shut up. She immediately calms down and seriously thinks that they had to show up now when the others are gone. It's too much of a coincidence. With the current Ice Princess's level, it would take at least 3 minutes to summon her. Su Liang floats in the air next to the girls and looks around, trying to find something. He notices a dark aura coming from one of the towers and thinks that he has found what he needs. He looks down with a worried look and thinks that he doesn't understand why they haven't summoned the 3 celestial azure beauties yet. But as soon as he tries to take possession of the Ice Princess's treasure, the restrictions of the Moon Deity ritual will be lifted and the battle will begin. He calls the Flickering Flame Queen and says that there are about 4 minutes left, but that's on the condition that no one stops them. If the battle begins, he won't have enough energy. He raises his hand and says that, however, there's nothing to worry about, they just need to cross the border of the eastern lands. Su Liang calls the Lake Moon and she immediately steals the item from the chest. As soon as she does so, she immediately flies back. The Ice Princess, with a surprised look, asks loudly, "What's going on? This guy tried to steal the treasure from the lady?" Sakura Blossom thinks that in that case, they can't just let him up and leave. It's almost dawn, so they'll meet again. Su Liang is flying through the sky at this time, saying that the night is drawing to an end. Someone calls him and asks if he can hear her. He doesn't pay attention to it, looks at what he stole and thinks that something is wrong. This black pearl is completely lifeless, and he doesn't feel even a drop of energy in it. Su Liang calls on the moon book and a system window appears in front of him, which says that a part of the waxing moon sword, Frost, the blade ring, has been found. Note, the sheath of the waxing moon sword consists of 4 parts. The blade ring is black, the heart of the blade is purple, the soul of the blade is blue, the blade lock is gold. In order to awaken Frost, it is necessary to own the blade lock. The heart of the blade belongs to the waning moon immersed in the stars, the soul of the blade belongs to the twins of the white moon house in the western lands, the castle of the blade belongs to the Ice Queen of the eastern lands. Su Liang thinks with a shocked look that the waning moon immersed in the stars did not say that the frost consists of 4 parts. Besides, the Ice Queen has lived since time immemorial. How could she not know about the secret of the 7 swords? It is logical that she carries it with her. At least he saved the Fire Queen and got the blade ring. The train to the eastern lands was not in vain. He begins to smile and thinks that this can be considered the first installment to the waning moon immersed in the stars. The Queen of Flickering Flame calls his name very loudly, and because of this, he still comes out of his thoughts. She says that she is flying with all her might, but now is not a full moon, besides, the night is almost over. They will be caught at the border of the eastern lands. She doesn't want to offend him, but his current panel doesn't look very good. He can handle a supreme rank enemy, right? The system windows appear in front of him, saying that Emperor rank 8 Winged Lunar Monarch summoning is not available at the current Tamer cultivation level. Emperor rank Flickering Flame Queen summoning will be available from the 6-star rank. Upper rank Lake Moon summoning is available. Middle rank Waning Moon Jade Moon Rabbit summoning is available. Lower rank Flickering Butterflies summoning is available with a quantity limit. He thinks that it seems like after the contract was concluded, their panels merged and now she can see the information about his pets. When the 5 minutes are up, his rank will return to 5 stars and he will not be able to summon her. It seems that in that case, they will all be finished. Flickering Flame Queen asks loudly, what does he mean? Why didn't he tell her that he had a pet with a waning moon physique? Su Liang said that, however, it was useless outside of the full moon, and it wouldn't stand up to the Emperor anyway. They ended up in another space together, and the Flickering Flame Queen, surprised, asked how it was possible that he had a waning moon physique. She agreed that he was useless outside of the full moon. In fact, he was a distant relative of the moon concubine. Su Liang said that, however, of course, the highest deities would not pay attention to the waning moon physique. The Flickering Flame Queen turned to him and said that the waning moon physique was not a marriage. In fact, it was perfection itself, the greatest masterpiece of moonlight. At that moment, the clouds in it began to disappear and the clouds turned pink. They both notice this and look in that direction, and the Flickering Flame Queen is about to say something about it. The Ice Nation girls are still kneeling, looking up, and one of them says loudly that Lady Sakura Blossom with pink hair has awakened. Su Liang floats in the air and screams loudly in surprise as petals fly around him. Sakura Blossom flies thanks to her large wings and says that they should surrender since it is daytime. They should know what this kind of prank leads to, right? Su Liang looked at her with a very serious expression and thinks that her speed is terrifying. Sakura Blossom looks at him and thinks that he can forget about the edges of the eastern lands since he will not be able to move a single step from here. She says that he must return what belongs to Lady Ice Mistress and follow her since he will be judged. If he does what she says, then maybe she will spare their lives. Su Liang looks at her silently with a serious face. They were both surprised when they heard the flickering flame queen say that she might not even dream of it. She appears next to them and says that she would rather die here than go back. The seal on the Jade Rabbit Palace will soon fall off. She must destroy them with her own hands. She must understand her. Cherry Blossom asks, will she really go against fate? Isn't the Ice Sovereign participating in the moon deity ritual to avenge the Aquarius Palace? She just needs to wait until the ritual is over. The Eastern Lands will defeat the Jade Rabbit Palace along with the 10 moon eclipse, and then everything will be over. She very quickly flew to the flickering flame queen, grabbed her hand and said loudly that, however, she will not allow her to die so stupidly. If they can't even defeat her, how will they get to the Jade Rabbit Palace and the white-clad sleeve? The flickering flame queen is at a loss for words and tries to think of a way to respond. Su Liang steps in between them, takes her hand away, and says that dealing with the Jade Rabbit Palace is their responsibility, Mungmun. Outsiders from the Eastern Lands shouldn't stick their noses in here. He doesn't know what happened between them, but she has to leave here. Otherwise, he will destroy them all, including the Ice Queen. The flickering flame queen is very surprised by this and asks, has he gone crazy? Cherry Blossom is very angry about this and loudly calls him a pathetic apostle from the Mungmun people. She says that after the split of Mungmun, out of the 12 wonders of the full moon, only one remains. The moon race is on the verge of extinction. She bets this ritual of the moon deity is their last holiday. And he dares to talk to her in such a tone under this daylight? She turns around and looks at the bright light that appeared behind her with a surprised look. At the same time, the moon rabbit opens its eyes while lying in another space, and the system notifies that the information has been updated. The moon is reflected in Su Liang's eyes, and he says that the moon will rise very soon. At the same time, on the outskirts of the coast of the northern lands, the elder of the moon entangled in the stars, the 9 hells of the central lands, looks away and asks what she is doing. Next to her, the heavenly maiden is kneeling, dragging the moon with the rank of respect, and tries to answer something with a confused look. She gathered her strength and said that she had just died in battle and activated the skill at the moment of death. She had just been reborn and was still all nervous, and her head was foggy. She began to cry and said that she also accidentally used the skill again. The elder calmly says that in any case, it won't last long. 5 minutes, no more, and besides, with her honor rank and the imitation of the full moon, she can only affect those like herself. She doesn't think that anything serious will happen because of this. The cherry blossom looks away with a surprised look and asks, what kind of moon is this? Su Liang calmly thinks that, however, he was only able to sense it because of the changes that have occurred here. This artificial moon has no effect on high-ranking overlords. There are only a few seconds left, and the flickering flame queen will be returned. He looks at the moon rabbit and thinks that so all hope is on him. The cherry blossom hides his laughter and asks, what kind of middle-ranking jade moon rabbit is this? Is this all the Moon King can do after such big words? Did he really think that she wouldn't notice this pathetic trick of the honorable rank? This illusion will only last for 5 minutes, it will not affect the outcome of the battle. Su Liang turns to the moon rabbit who is standing behind him. He says with a serious expression that his pathetic 1-star rank did not allow him to reveal his true potential, but he knows that the waning moon form is capable of much more. He points to the cherry blossom and asks if he sees this powerful overlord. He has 10 seconds to surpass her. Su Liang calls the lake moon and she immediately appears behind him. She takes out everything she absorbed not long ago. The flickering flame queen wonders with a surprised expression, is this the same moon-type mind that he absorbed? The moon rabbit begins to quickly eat the rocks that appeared around him. Sakura Blossom looks at this with a surprised look and doesn't understand anything. Su Liang said that he is his last trump card, so he must become stronger, evolve, and live up to his expectations. Moon Rabbit continues to eat the huge rocks and screams loudly. Su Liang looked at him and thought that unlike Cloud-Jumping Moon and Sunken Crescent Moon, with whom he has no contract, Jade Moon Rabbit's strength was indeed suppressed by his pathetic 1-star rank. However, he is currently at the 6-star level, almost 7. Will he be able to defeat the Lord on this full moon night? Sakura Blossom is still hesitant, perhaps because of old feelings. However, the flickering flame queen will disappear in a few seconds, and then it will be difficult for them. She asks the Lord why the full moon has come now. Is this really a sign of the moon? Did he know back then that things would turn out like this? It's not luck, it's not strength, it's not rank, it's not probability, it's inevitability. because miracles only happen when you sincerely believe in them. She calls Su Liang and says she has one last question. Why did he refuse to join the Dark Moon concubine back then? He calmly says that he has no reason to. That fool called his beasts worthless trash, so he answered her properly. His rabbit is not trash at all. Didn't she herself say that the waning moon shape is not a flaw? He will definitely bring the Jade Rabbit Palace and the 10 moon eclipse to their knees. They will know the meaning of true regret. The flickering flame queen stares at him silently for a few seconds and considers what he said. She agrees with him and says that he is right about that. She clenches her hand tightly into a fist and says that the waning moon shape is not a flaw. She gathers her strength and says loudly, "Then Lady Winter Water Lotus, the guardian of Aquarius Palace, the owner of the waning moon form, is not some kind of defective doll." Su Liang is very surprised by what she just said and opens his eyes wide. He turns around abruptly and asks loudly, "What did she just say?" One of the 7 wonders of this world, Lady Winter Water Lotus, is the owner of the waning moon form? He looks surprised and thinks that now everything fits. That is why the Jade Rabbit Palace was able to defeat the Aquarius Palace. It is because there was no full moon that night, and the waning moon form is powerless when the moon is not full. The Queen of Flickering Flame agrees and says that Lady Heavenly Water Lotus was invincible on the night of the full moon. She has always believed in this. But she can't defeat the Dark Moon camp alone. She hates herself for being so helpless. If he helps her face them one day. Su Liang looks at her with a serious expression and says that he promises her this. The Flickering Flame Queen smiles and looks at him silently for a few seconds. She flies over to him and hugs him, making Su Liang a little surprised. The cherry blossom flower looks at her with a very angry expression and asks if she is really that obsessed with this. The Fire Flame Queen ignores her and says that before the decisive battle with the Jade Rabbit Palace, Lady Heavenly Water Lotus extracted the crystal of life from within herself. Su Liang is very surprised by this and wonders what she just said. She continues to hug him and says that the crystal, which is the repository of all the power of the waning moon form, is here. Immediately after, she disappears, leaving behind a flame. Su Liang calmly thought that she had disappeared and his rank had returned to 5 stars. She had made a contract with him, so if he died, she would also suffer. That was probably why the cherry blossom did nothing. However, this moment would be enough. He loudly called the lake moon and a huge crystal appeared in front of him. His opponent was very surprised by what she saw and loudly asked, "What is this?" Su Liang with a sly smile thought that this was the throne of the Moon King, which was guarded by the Queen of Flickering Flames, and it belonged to the Palace of Aquarius. This is where the crystal of life that Lady Lotus of Heavenly Waters gave was kept. He turns around and loudly calls the Jade Moon Rabbit. It immediately stopped eating the stones and turned around at his voice. The rabbit immediately understood him and grabbed this throne with its ears. He quickly eats it, and the cherry blossom loudly said that he should spit it out immediately. She asked loudly with a worried look, "What is he even doing? He has to stop this immediately." Su Liang looked at her with a sly smile and asked, "How can he stop now?"